For the final round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, we are somewhere new as GT racing comes to the Jeddah Corniche Circuit in Saudi Arabia. It's already hosted Formula One Grand Prix, but it's the first time GT racing will have come to the Saudi venue, and the drivers absolutely falling in love with this challenging 6-kilometre-long circuit. There's a fascinating race to look forward to in isolation, plus championships on the line, whether it's the overall situation, whether it's gold, or whether it is bronze, with silver having been wrapped up last time out at Monza. There's an awful lot at stake for the teams here in a 6-hour race that is going to start late afternoon, early evening, and go into the darkness around this fabulous floodlit facility here just outside Jeddah. It's a mega entry as well, with close on 50 cars set to do battle, and with the 5 mandatory pit stops, plus perhaps the inevitable safety car that you might have to throw into the equation. It's going to test the drivers and it's going to test the strategists. The European Championship, of course, joins the Australian, the Asian and the American as part of Fanatec GT World Challenge, the global competition in which Mercedes, AMG and Porsche are fighting it out for manufacturer honours. We've had 4 out of the 5 endurance rounds, and this final endurance race has a greater number of points on offer. The endurance season all began at Paul Ricard back in April, and drama befell the WRT number 32 BMW contact, delaying it early on in the race. But it was still a BMW win as Augusto Farfus, Max Hesse and Dan Harper came through to score honours. The second endurance race was the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, with points awarded at 6 and 12 hours as well as 24. Number 51 Ferrari was leading, but then with only a couple of hours to go, it found the pit lane blocked, lost the lead, and it was an Aston Martin win for Nicky Thiem, Marco Sorensen and Matthew Druding. At the Nürburgring, contact at turn 1 did for the pole-sitting Porsche. The Rutronic racing car limped round with a puncture, and that put number 163 of Marco Mappelli, Jordan Pepper and Franck Pereira into a lead they were never to lose. And at Monza, it all kicked off on the run to the first corner. Yet again, number 32 BMW was badly delayed. Clever pit strategy by WRT, however, gave number 30 from the Bronze Cup an amazing outright win for Ahmad Al-Hathi, Jens Klingmann and Sam de Haan. 32 BMW recovered for second, teeing up the championship showdown. In the Pro class, there's any category of driver through the driver grading system, and it's here that you can anticipate the outright race winner to come from. Number 007, Aston Martin, has a modest advantage in the championship, and after victory at Spa, it will be a perfect end to the season to win the crown, as Nicky Thiem agrees.
This is it, the final one in Jeddah. How exciting is this? Close battle with especially the Ferrari and the Audi, so it's basically who finished first. Obviously it's an amazing car, but we never really been the fastest car on track at any event. Just consistency brought us to where we are right now. It's just been a fantastic journey all the way through, being in the mix of the game, and now we go to war one last time and hopefully bring home the big trophy.
Just 3 points back is the AF Corsa Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rovera. They have had a tough season, no doubt about it, but they're not going down without a fight.
Hopes are really high. I think we deserve a win. We were really close in Spa and in Monza, so I think we deserve because we have a good potential with the team, my teammates. This race is a 6-hour race, so there are a lot of points on the table, so there are a lot of cars that can win the championship. The key will be the qualifying, because to start in front is always good, especially here on this type of circuit is super important. So yeah, we are here to try to win the championship, to try to win this race, but will be tough.
Tied on points with the Ferrari, the number 99 Audi from the Tresor Attempto Racing stable. And one of the drivers, Riccardo Fella, last year's Sprint Cup champion, he's a bit surprised to be in the running for endurance honours this year.
We are now there in the championship somehow, with not even a single podium, just missing 3 points. I think we're not the favorites with our car on this track, but it's a long race, anything can happen, and I think if we can bring it to the finish flag, it's already not too bad, and then let's see how the others do, but I think we have a chance. Let's hope to finally stand on the podium at the end of the week.
Charles Weert, Dries van Voor, Sheldon van der Linde's BMW may be out of the equation to win the Endurance Cup, but the points here would help Weert and van Voor to win the combined championship.
The goal is just to build up the weekend and try to be on pace by the qualifying, and then obviously the race will be quite long, probably quite eventful also, with almost 50 cars driving on the street circuits. I would say it's quite challenging, but it's the same challenge for everybody. But for sure we want to finish the season on a high. I'm expecting to have a close battle to the front, like it's always in this championship, and hopefully we are part of that battle.
In the Gold Cup, for 2 gold and 1 silver graded driver, it's very much going Santalot Racing's way, and the number 25 Audi of Jim Clark, Paul Everard and Gilles Magnus only needs to be in the top 6 in order to take the class in the championship.
The beginning of the season was really good. I hope the end of so, because this is the last race of the season, and maybe the title at the end.
People are saying, though, that the Mercedes-AMG is the car to have around here. So, certainly within the Gold Cup, and maybe overall as well, do not rule out the capability of the Mercedes. And there's going to be an awful lot of local interest surrounding the number 777 Al-Manar Racing entry, with Al-Faisal Al-Zubair heading up the driving force as we head towards 6 hours of drama here.
I think we approach it like every other weekend. We need to come in, try to maximize points for the championship. We still have a shot, so this weekend we just need to aim for a win, and that's all we can do from our side. It would mean a lot for sure. It would be my first championship win in GT World Challenge, especially doing it in Gold Cup and winning Spa this year. It will all add up to a happy moment.
In silver, purely for silver-graded drivers, the title was secured at Monza by Dan Arrow, Colin Karasani and Tanat Sather and Tirankul. And that means they're not here with nothing really to fight for. Instead, attention turns to the battle for second place. And again, we're discussing Mercedes here with the number 3 Get Speed entry, looking to try to secure that runners-up spot. And American driver Anthony Bartone is on a mission here this weekend.
I'd say there's no more or less pressure than any other round, and that the approach is always the same. You just try to take it one session at a time, build up to it, and at a street circuit like this, it ends up maybe coming down to just who can keep it the cleanest. Then we'll see where we stand amongst everybody else.
Porsche is another of those great GT brands and is in the fight as well. 3rd place within the Silver Cup is Yacht Rapage. He's got 2 new co-drivers this weekend, and he's hoping they'll all gel together to help him score points.
I'm really happy. It was a difficult season. We made the best out of it, and we keep on working. I think we are quite strong. Our lineup is really strong. We are good with each other. It will be a long last race, but I think we will be ready.
Cesar Gazo comes into the weekend with an element of frustration that he can't win silver within the Endurance Cup, but he could win silver in the combined championship, taking sprint and endurance together.
For sure, it's super exciting. It was the goal of the season, and we made it, even if it's honestly a painful season because we wanted to win the sprint and the endurance championship. A bit disappointing about that, but we still managed to win the overall. And yeah, we can still finish second for the endurance, so we will give everything we have for this race.
In the Bronze Cup, in which you must have 1 bronze-graded driver within the driver lineup, Sky Tempesta Racing leads the way. That means Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever are ahead on points. But they haven't yet had a class win. They've done it purely by banking the points and would love a win this weekend.
We had a pretty fantastic year last year with a podium in every race bar the last. This year it's been just off the podium every race, basically, so a different feeling. It would be nice to finish with a podium, to be honest. 8 points is pretty narrow when you look at a 6-hour race, but if we win the championship again and we don't get a podium this race, I'll take that as well.
Opposition will come from another of the AF Corsa Run Ferraris. Louis Machiels, his son Jeff, and the very successful Andrea Bertolini head the opposition to Sky Tempesta Racing.
I got a lot of experience, a lot of years. But to be honest, this is a completely new track for everybody. And yeah, it's always good to have some competition between each other. But we will keep it clean and professional. Normally on fast tracks, we should do well. But it's always the same, BOP, BOP. But let's see what will happen in the race.
The Oman racing team, BMW, took that amazing outright win at Monza. And for the Omani driver, Ahmad Ahati, it's almost like racing on home soil. He's delighted to be on track here in the Middle East.
You know, this year we were not really looking at the points and situations, but now coming to Jeddah with a chance to hunt for more points, it's more exciting. But it's also very important because this is one of the closest racetracks from back home, and it's always great to be racing in the Middle East. It's always something special for me.
6 hours of racing then are ahead of us. It's a race in isolation. It will determine champions within the Endurance Cup. It will determine champions in the overall championship as well, combining sprint and endurance together. Well, what a facility this is, the Jeddah Corniche Circuit, just over 6 kilometres long. David Addison and John Watson trackside. John, what a track.
I'm almost run out of superlatives over the weekend because it really is a very special circuit. It is a racetrack. People think it's a street track, but it is a permanent racetrack, albeit you've got the street track features with the barriers right up against the edge of the racetrack, pretty much all the way around. And we've got 27 turns, total length is 6.1 kilometers, 3.8 miles, third longest circuit in the global calendar, and it is just one of those places you come to. But the first sector, from the exit of turn 3 all the way down to turn 13, very challenging indeed, and particularly the exit of turn 10 into turn 11. Lots and lots, and I can't even say how many lots, of driver error, particularly track limit abuses. So a race here could be won or lost by the amount or the little number of track errors that you might make.
Well, the grid is a very busy one, not only in terms of cars, but in terms of people as well. And you can see down there the media, the mechanics, the marshals, the dignitaries, the teams all getting set for 6 hours of racing. 5 regulation pit stops have to be done, so it's easy in a sense to divide the race into stopping round about every hour, because the driving stint is 61 minutes, unless we have a full course yellow or a safety car within that period, in which case it gets up to 66. You're given a sort of 5-minute tolerance. We're next to the Red Sea, so it's a great backdrop for now. But of course, John, we're going to be racing into the darkness, and then the whole character, the whole feel of this circuit changes.
Well, we are a day-nighttime race, except the racetrack is so brilliantly illuminated. On the track, it's as much light as you'd get probably in most daytime anywhere in the world. But it is technically a nighttime race. And again, you get the temperature drop as the temperature falls away, particularly track temperature. Ambient temperature, currently it's just under 29 Celsius. Track temperature just under 35 Celsius. So expect the track temperature to fall away more than the ambient temperature. Just a marvelous venue. Great to be here. This is the final round. A lot to play for. But there are big hazards, big traps you've got to avoid unforced errors, both on the racetrack and in the pit lane.
Yesterday, when we got to pre-qualifying, on his first flying lap, so in the first few minutes of the session, Fabian Schiller just glanced off the wall in Mercedes number 2. Why do I single out him? Because number 2 Mercedes is a possible race winner. It's Schiller, it's Jules Gounod, it's Lucas Stoltz. And it was a tiny error, but it had huge consequences because they missed that hour of running. Now, you do that in the race, your race is done. Might be a 6-hour race, but there's no coming back from that.
There's no doubt. I mean, I don't think Fabian Schiller did it by design. He was running wide on the exit of a corner, and he slammed the right rear into and it was parallel into the wall, and that was damaged, and the rest of the session was in the pits box.
So as you look down on to the grid, we will be ready very shortly for the national anthem here in Saudi Arabia. Still plenty of bustle on the grid, and one or two of the teams having had some dramas in qualifying, getting set for the first stint of the race. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams divide this. One or two teams have gone with one of their faster drivers in early on, potentially to try to make a break. Many of the teams normally hold their fastest driver until the very end, because if there's a late race safety car, you need your hero in the car to try and buy back some places. We'll look at how the teams have divided this up. Some will perhaps do single stints early on in the heat to keep the drivers fresh, but maybe the last 2 hours you could double stint a driver because by that stage things will be cooler. And I know what you're going to say, all things are relative. It won't be much cooler, but it will be a little.
Well, it'll be a little bit cooler, but as you point out, it'll be relative. But teams fundamentally, you know, it's an unknown for everybody, and particularly a double stint is going to be quite tough because the circuit has got a lot of G-forces in that first sector, and it's a physical part of the racetrack. if you lose concentration or you begin to wilt, that's when you can get into big trouble. So is it worth doing double stinting? Would it be just safer to give everybody a 1 hour stint, then you get a 2 hour rest, then back in again? Some teams undoubtedly will double stint, particularly maybe that last stint.
حضورنا الكريم سنسطع في
So
سماء
here
العالم
at the Jeddah
بعد
Corniche Circuit,
لحظات.
the grid is complete, and it is time
Please rise
for
the
the
Saudi
Saudi
national
national
anthem.
anthem.
السلام الملكي.
And standing at the front of the grid with the dignitaries, Stefan Rattel, of course, from the SRO Motorsports Group, who has taken his racing to some remarkable places over the years. Here's another new one for both GT3 and GT4 that has given us 2 cracking races earlier on in the weekend. How much of what we saw in GT4 you can read into GT3 really does remain to be seen, because these are different cars, but it's certainly a circuit where the brave might be able to overtake. But go back to qualifying, go back to pre-qualifying, the margins between the cars are thousands, hundreds of a second. It's really competitive, and that means there's not much disparity for that overtaking to come.
I think maybe 2 things might affect that. One will be, once the race gets underway, just the pressure, also the ambient temperature particularly, and then how you use your tires. Do you use them too aggressively in the early phase, or are you able to maybe baby the tire a little bit more to ensure that by the time you get to mid-stint or the end of your stint, you've basically got a consistency over that 1 hour?
Well, the countdown continues. The race is due to start at 5 o'clock. The pit lane was slightly later in opening, so that might just be nudged back slightly, but it will of course be a rolling start. The cars will make their way around this long 6k lap, and then into the pit lane will dive the leading car at the end of the formation lap, and we will be in business, ready to go racing. Championship on the line. Just to quickly recap how we are in overall situations. The number 7 Aston Martin 3 points ahead of this car, number 51 Ferrari, which is the Alessio Rivera Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari 296 GT3, and that's on the same number of points as the number 99 Audi, the Christopher Haase, Ricardo Feller and Alex Arca Audi. And actually the Audis deceptive this weekend. They've had really good pace and just quietly got on with the job and been up there pretty much every session.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed the Audi very early in the session, just literally the straight line performance, passed down the pit straight, so that was an indicator that that car would be competitive here.
Let's quickly go down to the grid and hear from our championship-leading Aston Martin team. Matteo Drudi with Antonio Rankin.
Matteo, you won at the 24 Hours of Spa. Can you win at Jeddah?
We're not starting from the best position for sure. It's not been the easiest weekend for us until now. We struggled this morning, but even yesterday in the second and third sector. But I mean, we always had a quick car in the race, good paces during the season. It's gonna be an hectic race for sure, 6 hours, and circuit really narrow with so many cars. So we'll push and see where we end up.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
I'm just going to say, Matteo says that very narrow track. The track is not narrow. What gives the perception of it being narrow, particularly in that sector 1, is to follow my leader through the twists and turns, the lefts, the rights, from the entry into turn 4 to the exit at turn 10. So there's very little chance to find a way around. Albeit, David, in the GT4 race, towards the end, I don't know who the driver was, but an Aston Martin overtook the Ford Mustang. He got alongside going into turn, I think it was turn 9 or something, and that was the only pass I think I've actually seen in a competitive situation in that sector of the racetrack.
Yeah, Jamie Day was the hero, and oddly, in fact, yesterday's race had a little bit more overtaking in it, but maybe that was while they were still learning the circuit, didn't quite know where the track would bite. There's a Porsche still in the pit lane, is there not? It looked as though from that grid shot that one of the, 55 dynamic GT Porsche still in the pit lane. So it looks as though that's going to have to start from the pit. You're looking down at the Haase, Feller, Arca Audi, number 99. That car is going to be started for the purposes of this race by Alex Arca. 55 Porsche. Let me just quickly tick that off my list. That's the one in the pit lane, the Dynamique car. why is it in the pit lane? Well, it's Yacht Rapponge at the wheel of it, but there is a drama, clearly, 4:55.
Well, they've done an outlap, and then obviously there's something with the car that Rapponge has felt needed attention there. We look at the 48 Mercedes.
Now, let's think about some of the other classes. Hugo Cook from Silver, he's with Antonia.
Hugo, on pole for the gold class, the question is, will you attack or will you try to stay out of trouble?
Well, there's just some very quick cars ahead of me, so I think the plan is just to hold station and just get into a good rhythm, and we'll go from there.
And considering that the other cars in your class are very fast, car number 25 particularly, how do you think you rank up?
I think we've got a good chance. You know, I definitely fancy our chances this weekend, and the car's been feeling good. So, yeah, let's see.
Have fun, thank you.
Hugo Cook, the Northwich-based driver, and there one or two messages on the grid as the teams get ready to go. That is one of the Grasser Lamborghinis saying farewell to one of the mechanics. Laura Spinelli will go first within number 63. And the Lamborghinis have also looked really good this weekend. You know, okay, similar in a sense to the Audi, same family.
Yep. Yeah, and I understand the sentiments and feelings with that little dedication on the wing of the Lamborghini.
Now the formation lap 5 minutes away from starting, and now 3 minutes away as the grid is starting to be cleared, and that gives us time for just one last chance to hear from a driver. Lucas Legere down on track from the Silver Cup.
Lucas, starting on pole position for your silver class today, what are you going to do with the car once you step in?
Yeah, I think we're just going to drive and go to the finish line. Track limit is going to be tight, so just focus on ourselves and see where we end up.
Of course, you do normally race with the CSA team. How are you finding it at Santaloc?
Yeah, it's been great. I've had race with them in 2022, so it's good to be back and quite close to the CSA team.
Have a great time. Thank you.
Lucas Legere, very, very tall driver, will fold himself into the car for his stint. Grid is now being cleared. Right, that point that he made, track limits, let's get that out of the way. It's the elephant in the room, isn't it? Because all through the weekend thus far, track limit, track limit, track limit, whether it's lap times disallowed or penalties in races.
Yeah, there's two parts of the circuit that have been featuring, and that one is turn 11, or the entry to turn 11. The other's up at turn 22, which is one of the, I think, the more tricky corners. It's not the corner itself, it's the fact that there's been an adjustment made to that part of the racetrack. Early after the racetrack was launched, it was felt that was maybe a little bit too quick, and the proximity of barriers to the racetrack, so they have slowed it down, but it's a more acute entry into turn 22, which kind of throws you further out to the right, and that's where then the curve, the runoff area cuts back in. So it's been a place, and I'm sure we'll see it as we follow a car or follow a group of cars that round turn 22, lots of people will be getting at least 2 wheels off the racetrack, maybe getting all 4. Probably more often than they should.
You saw the Endurance Trophy at the head of the grid. You're looking into one of the many of the 3 Garage 59 McLarens, and you also had a look at the Pirelli rubber there that adorns the car. We're not expecting tyre wear to be an issue here, are we?
Not that I'm not aware of. I mean, I know that the performance of the tyre from brand new has got quite a steep peak, but then the tyre will then settle down into its 1 hour duration, and I don't think the circuit's going to produce any issues. There's not been any tyre shearing. I think everybody's fundamentally very comfortable with the tyre performance.
So the grid now starting to empty of the teams, of the local officials. The charming Ezequiel Perez Compact, the Argentine, who is electing to drive with Santaloc rather than for his own team to make sure that he's got his car to be able to test with during the winter. Ezequiel Perez Compact, great character, great competitor, and a great enthusiast as well. Good to have him on the grid as ever.
Yes, and of course from the Argentine, a nation that's got some of the best names in the history of motorsport, probably the best name, Juan Manuel Fangio.
And looking down to the grid, number 111, that is Hugo Cook's car. You heard from Hugo a few moments ago, so the UK brick car racer, the man from Northwich, not far from Alton Park, another good British GT venue, gets on board. 63, the blue Lamborghini, 163 I should say. That is Marco Mappelli to go first. Alessio Rivera is going to start the pole position car, and Alex Arco with Ian Shaguven alongside on the second row. One car that we had in the wars in qualifying was 34, which ended up with a turbo problem, and that's going to start at the back of the grid. That's the car that won the first round of the championship. Augusto Farfus will go first in number 998.
Yes, but I suppose one might say if Lady Luck's got anything to do with this 6-hour event, maybe following Alessio Rivero's comments that they lost out in the Spa 24 hours. I mean, that unusual situation of a car stopped at the entry to the pit lane, that cost them over a minute and that lost them the win. And then at Monza, they were winning that race by a country mile, but they just got out-strategized by WRT, and they brought home the number 30, which is not the pro car. There's 2 pro cars in WRT. The 30 is in another class, yet at 1 overall. A fantastic effort, team effort, and that's what teams do. They've got to think on their feet. They've got to see situations, react to them, and react correctly.
Right, 1 minute to go until history is made with the first GT3 race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the final round of the 2024 Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. We've taken in the past the sort of predecessor to this championship, the old FIA GT Championship, to Dubai, to Bahrain, and now to another new venue. This is the 70th endurance race in this iteration of endurance SRO GT racing. What was, of course, the Blancpain Endurance Series, now the GT World Challenge Endurance Cup, and part of the global GT competition. Don't forget, you take Europe, Australia, Asia, America, the manufacturers fighting for that, and it's very much Porsche versus Mercedes, AMG, arguing over that global trophy. So the 15-second board moved away. Everybody is off the grid. The leading car, the Lamborghini Huracan, will accelerate away. And when the green flag drops, that is going to allow the race cars to blast away and to catch up. That will be done on instruction from race control. Now the lights go to green, and that means that the cars can accelerate off the line. And by having that little gap between, it means they've got time to accelerate and catch up rather than just crawl away from the line. That helps get a bit more temperature and deep pressure through the tyres.
Yes, and just on that subject of pressures and temperatures, the track temperature, when we went on air, it was 37.5 Celsius. It's dropped in the last 25-30 minutes to 32.6. So that's a 5 centigrade drop in a very short space of time. The ambience more or less the same, but just the track temperature's dropped too. Teams will be sitting on the grid for probably 15 minutes. The tyres that they fitted to their cars when they went out for their exploratory lap would have been up to tyre temperature, because they've got a way of getting tyre temperature in the garages, but now it's going to be a slightly different situation, and that in itself can create an issue, particularly the run into turn 1 is a tight turn to the left, then a switch back to the right. Expect to see lots of cars cutting between turns 1 and 2, and of course if they gain a position they'll have to give it back.
So you're looking at the grid, the front row, Alessio Rivera starting alongside Marco Mappelli, the second row, Alex Arca and Ian Schenguven. It's Loris Spinelli on row 3 with Daniel Morad for company. Marvin Kirchhoff as McLaren, Jules Gounon's Mercedes on the fourth row of the grid, ahead of Ezekiel Perez-Compang and Hugo Cook in their 2 Audis. Augusto Farfus has Maxi Goetz for company. Jim Pla lines up alongside Klaus Bachler. Then there's Vincent Abril and Benjamin Goether ahead of Dustin Blattner and Mathieu Drudi, championship leader, a long way back on the 9th row. The 10th row is Leonardo Moncini alongside Esteban Mutt. Max Hoffer, Gold Cup winner in sprint, is alongside Julian Antlauer. Maxime Martin on the 12th row alongside teammate Sheldon van der Linde. Then you've got Dennis Lind, and alongside him Matteo Larena. Next up, Arjun Maini ahead of Pietro Deliguanti. Toby Sowry 991 ahead of Michael Verhagen. Mark Sanson is next with Chris Froggatt alongside. Then you've got Dominic Baumann alongside Nicolas Hero. Sam de Haan lines up next to Nicolas Bart. Till Becktonsheimer has Christopher Mies in the Mustang for company. Then you've got Ralph Bone and Anthony Bartone. Gabriel Rindon lines up alongside Felipe Fernandez-Lazer. Ahead of Maxime Robin from the pits will be Yot Ropange, James Jakes ahead of Ross Gunn, and then Louis Machiels to round out the grid. And in fact, we've got a second car in the pits, which is 52, starting first from the pit lane. So that's Louis Machiels, and then 55, Yot Ropange, will be behind. They've saved themselves a lap of fuel, and they also put themselves behind any lap 1, turn 1 dramas.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not at the front of the grid and you're starting in a 47 car field, actually starting in the pit lane is not the worst place to be, particularly if you're a bronze entry. But for Ropange and the Porsche, he's going to be looking to make ground quickly. For Ferrari, we hear Louis Machiels himself saying, our role is to stay out of trouble.
So those 2 cars then starting from the pit lane. There was a drop of 10 grid positions for the Machiels Ferrari, a legacy of an incident at Monza, and they've elected, as you see, to start from the pit lane. This is how we stand in that global manufacturer battle. Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS. It's BMW, Ferrari, from Aston Martin, from Mercedes, from Porsche in the current classification. That could all look a little bit different after 6 hours. There are points only at the end of the race, not like Spa where they are awarded incrementally. It's only at the end of the 6 hours, but if you like, it's points and a half. It's a slightly greater allocation of points for the 6 hours. So you're looking at 33 for a win, but still only 1 point for 10th position. This is number 991 BMW. Toby Sowery going first, just to the right there. Michael Verhagen, the Dutch driver, in the line speed Porsche. So the cars coming then now down this back part of the circuit with the Red Sea on the right-hand side. You're on board with 007, and it is Mathieu Drudi, who really does need a licence to carve his way at least through traffic when we go green, which will be happening very shortly indeed. Alessio Rivera, Marco Mappelli, Ferrari, Lamborghini at the front of the grid. First of all, though, they've got to get themselves around turn 1 without any drama. The cars come to turn 27. The leading car, the Lamborghini Huracan, will make its way into the pit lane. The race director, Niels Vitic, if he's happy with the formation, will give the indication that we can go racing. 6 hours are ahead of us. It's the championship showdown for Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It will also determine the overall champions, combining sprint and endurance. We are about to make history with the first ever GT3 race here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have Ferrari and Lamborghini on the front of the grid. It is daylight now, but we're going to race into the darkness. And for the final time this year, we await the lights to change. The start line further up the pit straight than the timing line. Audi gets out of the draft. That was Hugo Cook. He slots back in. Lights go green, we go racing, and very nearly contact straight away as the Garage 59 McLaren got the right squeeze there, going up towards turn 1. Bit of a wobble from Mappelli. Others go deep into the corner. Mappelli is off the road. Look back, you can see that number 99 of Alex Arca wriggling around in the background. They've made it through safely, although 1 or 2, I think Hugo Cook in particular, are a bit delayed. Alessio Rivera leads, Marco Mappelli second. This is Toby Sowery's view, and John, it's very, very crowded ahead of him.
They're very pitched into turn 4. Again, watching that. There we are, run off on the outside, so everybody just trying to thread their way through there as cleanly and safely as possible. But a great start by the Ferrari to get ahead of the pulled sitting Lamborghini, and all through the field. I mean, little snaps of oversteer. You can see the BMW. I mean, that's just a consequence of sitting in the grid and the track temperature dropping down.
On cold tyres, a sideways BMW is here up the inside of Guven's Porsche. Goes Alex Arca for 3rd place. He goes by, so Alex Arca 3rd. Heinz Guven down to 4th. And in 5th place, Loris Spinelli, as they turn their way through the hairpin. Daniel Morad gets run out wide and past him. Goes Augusto Farfus, so the Mercedes, sorry, not the Morad car, it's the Gounon Mercedes, the second of the yellow perils. So Daniel Morad a little bit further up the road. It was Jules Gounon being roughed up and forced to the outside. The start's being looked at as the cars now accelerate their way through turn 16. The 2 Retronic Porsches getting together. Maxime Martin off the road in 46 BMW, and 3 wide. Can it be done? Just about.
Well, it'll be tight when they get into turn 22, because there ain't room for 3 cars abreast going into that corner. You approach it at high speed, and you've got a big break. There is the entry. You can see the runoff on the outside, and that has been the scene of so many of the track limit appearances. Everybody seems to have made it through relatively clean. We're not getting the full view of those that are going side by side. But you see the 46 BMW, which started way out of its normal position. It's got to battle its way through a lot of traffic before it gets to see clear air.
Top 2, though, getting away a little bit, aren't they? Marco Mappelli hustling on. You're back on board with Toby Sowery, and he's about to make a move to the inside line against Dustin Blattner, and that's bronze versus bronze as well. So through they come side by side. The BMW goes by. Toby Sowery, the Brit, who's done recent racing stateside in single-seaters. The top 2 breaking away, though. It is Rivera from Mappelli. Gap back to Arca in 3rd. Guven is 4th. 5th, Spinelli in the green Lamborghini. 6th, Marvin Kirchhofer. 7th is Daniel Morad. In 8th place, it's Farfus. 9th is Gounon. And 10th is Jim Plough, and he's leading gold. 11th, leading silver, is Compank. And 16th, leading bronze, Max Hofer.
Well, the 2 lead cars have just literally lifted their tails and disappeared. Now look, coming down into turn 4, people trying to go down. I think it was Tony Sowery in the BMW, and he had to pull back to the right because the narrow entry into turn 4 would have not been helpful to his overall position. He'd be out of sequence going through this sequence of 5 corners, which there's the exit really out of turn 10, then you cut back over to turn 11.
On the top 2, the prancing horse ahead of the Raging Bull. Ferrari ahead of Lamborghini, getting away a little bit now. They were already 2 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap, getting away from all the squabbling behind. And you can see this long line, 47 cars in total, pouring their way through. Job Rapage has already gained a couple of places from his pit lane start, one of which, of course, was Louis Machils, who was the other pit lane starter. He's got past Gabriel Rindon's Barwell Lamborghini as well. This is the sharp right of turn 16, just underneath the camera. You see the Rutronic Porsches together, and that means that 96 is quite a long way back in the queue. Julien Andelaar only in 24th place ahead of the sister car that runs in bronze.
Settle down, everybody. It's a 6-hour race. But the two lead cars, the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, are off and running. And the third place, Alex Arca in the Audi, followed by Anaushin Gubin in the Porsche. Well, almost 3 seconds now, the gap between the second and third. And that's the pace of the two lead cars.
But we've got different drivers to jump on board for subsequent stints as the cars now come out of the left of turn 27. The track limit warnings are already starting to percolate through the system as we go on board now, heading up towards the line. We're in second place. You're riding on board with Marco Mappelli, and he is half a second back, and on that lap was only 1,000th of a second slower than the leading Ferrari of Rovera. But then it's almost everybody else for third place, isn't it, as they come diving up towards turn 1.
Yes, and you see that Goethe in the McLaren just being challenged or challenging the 71 Ferrari going into turn 1.
Yeah, Benjamin Goethe 14th, Vincent Abril in the Ferrari 13th. He was looking for a way by. Rovera then fastest lap of the race. Start procedure given the thumbs up. That was all okay, say race control. And here, number 19 is the car that we're chasing. It is Matteo Larena, and you're on board with Toby Sowery. And that means that Mattia Drudi, who was between those two at the start of the lap, is really struggling to make very much progress right now. As to the inside line, faints Loris Spinelli, the green Grasser Lambo. Couldn't find a way through. This is turn 13, that's slightly banked hairpin. The cars fire out the other side, and Arca in the Audi, having got past Guven's Porsche, is just edging away, isn't he?
The Audi's been picked all weekend. Alex Arca doing a good job getting ahead of Govan in the Porsche, because that's a competitive car. Now Govan's an extremely competitive driver. Just watching there, the 9.9 BMW. Now Gustav Papas, a 9.98 in 8th place, ahead of Jules Gonon in the 9th place Mercedes.
That was the one that Fabio Schiller crashed yesterday, as the rest of the field filed through. Toby Sowery, second in bronze to Max Hofer, incidentally, 21st at the start of the lap was Sowery. But the race leaders already working their way to the end of lap number 3. And remember that you're anticipating the pit stops to come around about the hour mark. But some teams might stop a little bit earlier or fractionally later than that, just so that they're not in a very crowded pit lane, especially if you're a team running multiple cars. Race leaders then, Rovera and Mappelli coming up towards the timing line. Alessio Rovera goes through. Marco Mappelli chasing after him. The gap last time was 0.556 of a second. On this lap, it's 0.552. So that gives Mappelli now the fastest lap of the race, and he's just that fraction closer. Alex Arca behind, not lapping as quickly. He's almost a full second slower.
Yeah, I mean, the pace, and right now, Marco Mappelli knows a 100th of a second he gained, but it was visually, the Lamborghini did look like it had more pace. And look at that going into turn 1, 2, 3 cars all fighting for the same piece of tarmac. But it's Toby Sowery gets the advantage out of turn 2, then this quick flick, and then you come down into turn 4 and a big break.
So the cars now thread their way between the concrete walls. There are sections, as you've seen, where there's a reasonable amount of runoff, but it's Rovera from Mappelli as they come up towards turn 13, with Alex Arca then in the background in third place. The position, the driver in the car at the moment, the car number is what's reflected on that graphic. And if you look at Jim Pla with the yellow background, that means that he's in gold. The blue background for Compact means silver, and indeed he is the silver category leader right now as the cars then swoop their way now with Jules Gounon in 9th place down towards turn 16. Gounon getting away from Pla. His next target is Augusto Farfus.
So what are we, just under 10 minutes into this race, and it actually settled down pretty quickly. There's a bit of hip and shoulder went on the opening lap, which is you expect with a large field on a circuit that has got the barriers at the edge of the racetrack. The track limits certainly going through these very quick corners in the final sector down through 25, 26, and then that final run down into turn 27. Lots of space to move around to find a aligned alternative to that of the car you're pursuing, and you can see that Marco Mappelli entered the corner on that tighter line, and Rivera had the open, wider entry to get a straighter cut to then get on the throttle and get the drive off the corner. So the gap was 0.552 the previous lap through, and it is 0.748. So Rivera has gained about a tenth and a bit over that last lap.
But Arca can't gain anything, can he? He's a bit stuck. He's losing less time, but he's not gaining, if that is a positive for him. He's not dropping to the same extent, but he is still falling away as Jim Pla leads gold. Now, this car only has to finish in the top 6 in the class in the race to win gold in the Endurance Cup Championship. So it's very much for Pla and Evra and Magnus here a case of keeping out of trouble and getting that car to the finish. Yeah, they want as good a result as they can, but it's more important to back the points.
Yeah, but the key, David, you mentioned it, they've only just got to finish, and that's going to be it's not going to be easy for anybody in this race because it's unknown. I mean, nobody's gone more than maybe a 2 hour. We had a practice session yesterday, a 2 hour. That's the most anybody's run. Then there was last night pre-qualifying, and that ran into what we call darkness, but in fact there's so much light around the racetrack it's never really dark, but you have to run your headlights, so it's all going to be a little bit of a sort of an adventure.
It is indeed, and the light when it goes quickly, if that makes sense. But the lights, John's absolutely right, the racetrack becomes totally illuminated. It's the perimeter, it's the surroundings that become totally immersed in the darkness. And you were saying the other day when you flew in with the track illuminated, everybody could see it up from the sky, and it was quite a spectacle.
Unbelievable. I mean, it stood out. The power of the lighting around this racetrack is never seen a racetrack illuminated to such a degree, as you will see very shortly, because we're now coming up to, well, just about coming to almost 5:15, 12 minutes past 5. By the time we get to about another 30 minutes down the road, it will be, the sunset will just be dropping to the west, and it'll fall just behind the Red Sea.
Well, indeed, which is a great backdrop now, and it's going to be a whole totally different feel to the circuit when the floodlights come on and the natural light disappears. Good battles going on lower down. Max Hofer squabbling with Maxi Goetz, so that's a very quick Bronze Cup car against one out of the Pro category, the overall category for Maxi Goetz there, coming up towards us, the blue Audi right on his tail. The lights are starting to have more of an impact now, aren't they, as the leading cars wriggle their way through turns 1 and 2. And I know I'm tempting fate by saying this, but despite all the naysayers, we've managed to go without drama, without a spin, without much incident thus far. Hofer round the outside of Goetz. That was brave. It's not quite worked for him. He's up the curb at turn 2, and he has to slot in behind.
Yes, and you see there's a little access point at the exit of turn 2 where the barrier comes back into the line of the exit of turn 2. That can be a problem. Cars have hit it in the past. It is also that part of the racetrack is where the pit lane exits. So you've got cars coming out of the pit lane between 1 and 2. And then you've got that bit of barrier sticking out. So it's another part of the racetrack that can catch people out.
Replay of the start. Have a look at Rivera, who got a very, very good drop. Certainly got the jump on Mappelli, who was a bit busy trying to defend the inside line. Couldn't get himself ahead of the Audi, so he had to switch sides. Bit of a wobble under braking, cut the corner, but was able to slot back in. Didn't sort of try to gain an advantage out of that, so went off the road second, rejoined second. One or two others were deep as well, including Jules Cournant, to try to avoid contact. It was safer to go off the road. This is how Drudy saw the start.
Yeah, he's just running behind one of the 3 McLarens. So he's just tippy-toeing around. He's got cars to the left, cars to the right as he drove into the valley of 1 and 2.
And looking back from Mappelli's car, at the inside goes Arca, and off the road, Mappelli, rather than risk getting involved in any contact. Race leaders then currently lap number 6 in this 6-hour race. Flag goes out. I know, looking ahead, the flag will go out the first time the leader crosses the line once those 6 hours have elapsed. We've had a 6-hour race in the past at the Nürburgring. We've had it at Paul Ricard. Normally, of course, it is before Spa to give the teams a little bit of experience of running in the darkness before the 24 hours, but a different calendar this year to put the 6-hour race as this grand finale on this amazing circuit at the Jeddah Corniche track. Leaders go through, gap 0.7 of a second, but those 2 leading Italian cars, the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, almost in a different race, given the margin is now 4.7 seconds, second to third.
Yeah, I mean, they were the 2 quickest cars in qualifying. Rivera has had the fastest race lap, watching a bit of action going down with one of the Butch and VDS teams, and had to tuck in behind. If you're going to make a pass there, you need not to be just alongside, you've got to be ahead so that you can then take the corner. Otherwise, you'll be hung out to dry on the outside and caught almost in that point of no man's land.
That was Max Hofer not getting past Maxi Goetz. Fastest top speed thus far to number 88 Audi of Leonardo Moncini. So giving you an impression of that AWS race graphic of the top speed. 46 BMW, that is, to call it the Rossi BMW, kind of short changes the other drivers, but Maxime Martin 20th at the moment. the WRT BMWs have struggled for pace, and I don't say BMWs in general, because Farfus in the Rover car up in 8th position.
Yes, I spoke to some of the WRT team members during a little lunch break, and they slightly perplexed as to where the pace of their cars has gone. So while they may not have pace now, they look at the long game and think about what's going to be the situation after 6 hours. Ideally, they want to try and make some progress to get clear of those cars with which they are in the middle of a battle with, so that when it makes the pit stop, that's their best opportunity to get up the field.
Well, that's the Toby Sowery BMW on board. This is the car that Jake Dennis and, if you like, patron Darren Lung will take over. Darren Lung is the bronze, but as last year's British GT champion, as this year's Sprint Cup bronze champion with Dan Harper, he's a shiny bronze. He's an AM+, but a very accomplished driver.
And improving basically by the season.
Indeed so. Toby Sowery, another underrated British driver, heading now down towards the completion of the lap, stands on the brakes into turn 27. It's not quite a hairpin, but it's not far off, as now he comes out the other side. There's number 32 BMW, which is being hustled along by Sheldon van der Linde, and he is in 23rd place, with the next target being Leonardo Moncini's very quick in a straight line Audi. Porsche through as well. That's Julian Andlau trying to haul the Rutronic car up the order. On the one hand, you could say it doesn't really matter where you are in the opening hour. Yes, you need to be up at the pointy end in 6 hours, and we can anticipate a safety car during the course of the race. But what's interesting is how the top two are escaping, and therefore this gaggle of cars squabbling amongst themselves are losing quite a chunk of time early in the race.
Yeah, well, certainly the gap between first and third is now just over 6 seconds. And that's simply because the pace of the lead Ferrari and the Lamborghini pursuing have just blown the rest of the field in their dust. And people like the 32 BMW, we see it there, Sheldon van der Linde behind the wheel. That's a car we always associate with being a front-running car. You look at sprint or other endurance events, which are normally a 3-hour event. But here, they just never find pace. Oh, the Ferrari getting well and truly over the curb on the exit of turn 10 into turn 11. Up the inside, can Sheldon van der Linde? Yeah, he just bullied his way through and he made it work.
Did indeed. Gets himself up ahead of Leonardo Moncini. Right now, incidentally, with the number 51 Ferrari leading and number 7 Aston Martin not in the points, 14th in its class, the championship would go the way of the Ferrari, but there is a long way to go, 5 hours and 44 minutes. So we're a long way away yet from worrying about championship situations. The race situation is down 0.6 of a second. The gap was down to last time. Rivera still having done the fastest lap of the race, and already, get this, already after only 7 laps, number 21 James Jakes is on his final warning for track limits.
You've got to be joking. He must have an ill-handling car.
Yeah.
Because, you know, a driver of his experience and skill, I mean, he's raced in Europe, he's raced in North America. There's got to be something that's making that a difficult ride. And imagine having to drive a car that's a bit errant for 6 hours around this racetrack.
So it's turn 11 where the majority of these track limit dramas come. That's the part of the circuit we looked at earlier on. You can see the rear of the car often running wide up a pretty high curve. We'll come to it again over the course of the next few laps, and we can identify it once again. As you see there, a feint to the inside line from Toby Sowery to see what he can do about Matteo Drudi. So Sowery is second in bronze, but Drudi is 14th in the overall class, as it were, the Pro Cup. So he's really struggling for pace, and Sowery is on the attack.
Yes, he is. He got a good run off turn 2, but Matteo Drudi is too wiry, too wise to open up an opportunity. And the BMW certainly had the acceleration off turn 2, but there was really little place. Every time he went one side, that bit of the racetrack seemingly was filled with the rear of Matteo Drudi's Aston Martin. And he's got to be careful, because he's got another bit. That Maxime Martin running directly behind him. So that will be Maxime Martin looking and watching what these two are getting up to, the Aston and the BMW, thinking, well, if that gets a bit tasty, that could be an easy gain for me.
So coming out of the hairpin, the BMWs getting themselves together, the Paradigm car, Paradigm Competition / Century Motorsport car of Darren Lung. There you can see how close to the barriers the cars get. 1 or 2 just skimming them with the end plate on the rear wing, but so far, no dramas.
You know, one of the, sort of, aside from what's going on the racetrack, there's trackside advertising around the racetrack, but because cars are getting so close to it, either they're shaving it off, or the aerodynamic effect is sucking all those sort of trackside adverts, peeling them away from their locations. thought you'd like to know that.
On board with Maxime Martin then, number 46 BMW. He is in 20th place. He's got Sheldon van der Linde bearing down on him. Maxime is trying to find a way past Toby Sowry. That's the BMW ahead. Hard brake for turn 27. The car's concertina. And then you come out the other side of that left-hander and blast up over the timing line once again. Leaders have gone by. Lead gap up again, 9/10 of a second. Game on for third. Arca has fallen back into the clutches of Guven, who is on the move. Couldn't quite get up the inside.
But he's going to look down the inside going into turn 4. Has to check back to the left, but he's in the wrong part of the racetrack. The Audi now may be slightly off the ideal line to go through that next sequence of corners, but here we are back. And has that an overtake for Maxime Martin?
The background, let's have a look. Yes, it was 19. Maxime Martin came across the line, so it's game on for third. Alex Arca and Aenshin Guven running together. Then that is turn 11. That's the part of the circuit where if you run all 4 wheels the wrong side of the white line, you get these track limit penalties. So Arca heading up towards us then, number 99 Audi, tips the car through the hairpin. Behind the cameraman is the man-made marina, which is also a pretty impressive part of this Jeddah Corniche area. And then the cars power their way now down towards turn 16, which is that heavy braking zone there into the right-hander. So Arca and Guven squabbling, and that's allowing Spinelli and Kirchhofer and Morad to get a little bit closer.
Fundamentally, one car can hold up a number of other cars and in turn allow those that are a little bit further behind to then join into that train of cars. So it's a tough race. Everybody's so equally and evenly matched, and there are a number of places around the circuit where overtaking is relatively easy, but these sections of the circuit where you get this natural flow of left and right, and they get increasingly quick here coming through this final sector through turns 25, 26. They're little more than curves rather than corners. But Guven is trying to look at what can he do. He's looking at, well, he wasn't near enough, but he opted to take a slightly different line into turn 27, thinking, will that aid me now onto the second quickest part of this racetrack, the pit straight.
In the background, Daniel Morad there, number 48 in the Winwood Racing Mercedes that's won the Sprint Cup Championship. There's your gold cup leader, Jim Pla, your silver cup leader, Ezekiel Perez-Companc, and a little bit further back, the bronze leader is Max Hofer. Guven having another look on the inside line. Arca able to close the door. Alex Arca gets better and better, more mature every season, and he's defending well.
Yeah, Guven is trying to work 1 and 2 to put himself in a position to come into turn 4 to be able to get alongside the Audi, but again, he didn't quite have the pace on the exit of turn 3 before he had to get on the brakes for turn 4.
Compact towards us then, Hugo Cook. Behind Cook, Vincent Abril, the Monegasque driver. There is Maxime Martin, proving that he's ahead of Sowry. And then Sheldon van der Linde still down in 21st place. But don't think for a moment this is going to be the order at the end of 6 hours. There's an awful lot that can get shake out of this. Another one on a final track limit warning is 93, the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. Chris Froggatt at the wheel.
Oh, whoa. Boss of the team, owner of the team as well. Well, at least he can't blame anybody else.
True enough, but interesting, isn't it, that it's not incidents that are focusing attention early on, it's these battles and these track limit problems. And that was touched on the grid for people. If you're racking them up so early on in the race, it doesn't give you any leeway. They don't reset. It's only a 6 hour, only in quotes, 6 hour race. It's not like Spa where they reset after every 6 hours.
Well, we're 23 and a bit, almost 24 minutes into this 6 hour event. And I bet you there's a lot of drivers in the car are breathing quite heavily, because while we're not seeing a huge amount of overtaking, there's a lot of thought and a lot of effort going in to try and make an overtake. And with the ambient temperature still hovering around 28 Celsius in an enclosed car, watch going now. He's got a good run, I think, on the Audis as they come through these long, fast sweeps. He's going to go wide and then try and undercut as he's doing. Can he get up the inside? Oh, Alex Arca just managed to sort of deny Guven the chance of getting that. That was the first realistic pass we've seen from the Porsche, having lost the advantage in the early laps to Guven, to Arca.
Indeed, Alex Arca across the line, and while they're squabbling, this is trying to give Loris Spinelli an opportunity, isn't it? Spinelli edging a little bit nearer as they come over the line. Spinelli taking the very, very rapid Marvin Kirchhofer with him for good company in the 188 Garage 59 McLaren. Kirchhofer sharing that car with Adam Smalley and Louis Pret, so it's one to watch as 10th going through there. Gold Cup leader Jim Pla.
Yeah, Kirchhofer on the opening run down into turn 1 went to the left and almost got wiped out into the barrier, had to check up, and that's why he lost some of the ground that he had initially thought he had made.
Hugo Cook goes by in the number number 111 CSA Racing Audi. Hugo's had a rather peripatetic season, jumping from car to car. Yiffier going through in, well, it says Yiffier, it's actually Vincent Abril in number 71 Ferrari, wrong ID, but 71 Ferrari is currently in 13th place. So gold and silver leaders together. The leading bronze, 16th, Max Hofer. As Ezekiel Perez Compact goes through the hairpin.
Yeah, he's the lead silver car currently, so in 11th place overall. The next silver car is all the way down in 23rd, and that's Muth in his Mercedes.
Sheldon van der Linde goes by, and still in 20th place, but he's got himself up past Toby Sowery, so he's making progress forward, even if it's limited.
There's a little bit of a gap now opening up between the tail of Sowery's BMW and then Mancini up next in his Audi in 22nd position.
Lead gap still not yet having reached a full second. We're up to 9/10ths as the BMW train goes through. And Ross Gunn, incidentally, from the rear of the grid after the turbo drama for the Valkenhorst Aston this morning, up now into 36th place, so chipping forward, making some progress all the time.
Oh, there's a bit of a sort of like a fan out of all these cars come down into the final turn. And Tony Sowery, I mean, that was way, way off the apex. Now watch, there's the 46 trying to get up alongside Matteo Drudi, and I think that's going to be an overtake for Maxime Martin as they come up past the pit lane entry. You're allowed on the racetrack to go over that demarcation line if you're staying in the racetrack. If you're not, if you're coming into the pit lane, you must stay on camera to the right of it.
So Maxime Martin was ahead of Drudi when they crossed the stripe by 32 thousandths of a second. We'll see on this lap whether he has stayed there, because as you look through this long train of cars, there is the BMW, yes, ahead of the Aston Martin. Another one, Max Hofer skips over the curb as he has got himself into battle now with Klaus Bachler.
It all comes at you so quickly because of these little... We've got so many more cameras here for this event because you need that number of cameras because of the nature of the layout of the circuit. But everything is coming at you so quickly, I mean, you can barely start to say a word before we're after another part of the racetrack and talking about something different.
32 goes by, so Sheldon van der Linde edging forward. We have now got the lead gap for the first time at the end of 12 laps, over a second, 11/10ths now between Rovera and Mappelli. First 25 minutes of 6 hours of racing gone. That is Maxime Martin turning his way now through.
He's got Klaus Bachler in his sights. So if Maxime Martin has found a bit of a sweet spot for the number 46 WRT BMW, that will give the team maybe some glimmer of hope.
You can win this race on pace, you can win this race on strategy as well, and we know that WRT are very, very good in that department. You've also got to factor in reliability. It's a long race, it's a grueling race, and you've heard drivers saying over the course of the weekend that it's a very fast circuit. Concentration for the drivers is paramount, but so too, given the stresses of a high-speed circuit, is the reliability of the car. Defending coming down towards turn 27, Mathieu Drudi to try to keep at bay Sheldon van der Linde, and van der Linde gets a good exit as you go back on board with Maxime Martin staring at the back of Bachler. There is the Drudi van der Linde squabble, absolutely side by side, and that Aston Martin just looks powerless to stop anything coming past it.
I suspect it's a traction issue. They weren't able to get side by side. The Porsche getting up alongside Maxime Martin, and that sort of when we caught Maxime Martin off guard. He wasn't looking in his mirror as much as whatever.
I think it's the other way around, isn't it? I think Martin's got ahead of Bachler. So I think the BMW is now ahead of the Porsche. A change for 17th place. This is Toby Sowery staring at the back of van der Linde, who is desperately trying to get himself past that Aston Martin. You saw Drudi off the road at turn 1, and he stayed ahead, but big frustration. That Aston Martin, don't forget, leads the championship and has fallen down the order. It is out of the point, so the championship aspirations are looking pretty bleak right now.
Yes, and there we saw the 991 BMW. Now there you go again, trying to move one side then the other to find a way to distract Sheldon van der Linde. He's caught behind Matteo Drudi, and he's doing everything he can to make Drudi react, to control what Drudi is doing, but Drudi's too worldly to realise he needs to react to that type of driving.
So this is how the overall championship situation looks right now. title leaders, Rovera and Pierre Guidi. Davide Rigon is the third driver of that car this weekend, but he hasn't done the whole season with them, hence he has a different number of points. He would be second, and then Christopher Haas and Ricardo Feller, Alex Arca would be next. No sign on that leaderboard for the championship of the number 7 Aston Martin drivers, because they're outside the points, they're not scoring, and they need to somehow turn this race around in their favour, but it's just looking really bleak. The car struggled yesterday, struggled this morning, and the car that won the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa and also took the points for leading at the 6-hour mark is languishing right now towards the top of midfield.
Well, we've got the Porsche 22. There we got the inside, so Sheldon van der Linde gets it done on the exit. But you're going to have the straight line performance to make it stick. The Aston on the dirtier part of the racetrack, you can see the dust coming off the rear of the car, and that will make braking for the Aston Martin a little bit more tricky. And now Van der Linde pulls over to the right-hand side, and he's got the job done. And nothing very much that we can see that Matteo Drudi was going to be able to do. He lost that position fundamentally on the exit at turn 27. But just Neuschen Gavin in the Porsche and the number 22 is up into third place. Now he's been released from battling with Alex Arca. He's 12 seconds behind the race leader, 11.1 seconds behind second place. We'll keep an eye on that to see whether the Porsche will now start to fire up and maybe can begin to move forward and get himself. He's not going to run down in the time remaining in this first hour, but he might put himself maybe half that gap from 11 seconds down to maybe 5 or 6.
And as he's doing so, Rovera has just done an absolute best within the first sector. So the leading Ferrari, number 51, absolute best in the first part of the lap. 9.91 then, Toby Sowery still second in bronze. And accelerating his way now on to tail, if he can, of number 7. I was wondering when Drudi lost that place at turn 27, whether he'd just gone a bit too deep into the corner, as though he'd braked slightly too late, and that's what maybe opened the door for Sheldon van der Linde. But either way, it's the BMW ahead.
I mean, he just basically didn't have the speed, he didn't have the acceleration, whether it was because of out-braking himself. Or basically, if you're not on the gas accelerating, you're not going to go forward.
Right now, that car continues to drop down the field. Big frustration. Maxime Martin.
Sorry, David, just watching the Aston coming through turn 22, the back end slides as he came into the corner. He may also be running tire temperatures, maybe getting a little bit on the higher side, and again, that's a part of what might be affecting the traction of the car off the slower corners.
And Drudi dropping away into the clutches now of Toby Sowery. Leader has gone by 1.8 seconds now, the margin. New fastest lap of the race just done by Rovera, a 2 minute 0.578. We've not yet had a race lap below 2 minutes, of course, but we might be getting there because the cars are getting lighter and lighter on fuel.
Yeah, but remember the time they've done just over half distance, or first stint, I should say. So that's a pretty quick lap, bearing in mind the quickest lap that we saw in qualifying was about a second quicker. There's the back end of the Aston Martin. Just no, the Porsche as well. That was almost a sort of old-fashioned Porsche, you know, lift off the throttle, put the brakes on, and the back swings around.
But look how much time Drudi has hemorrhaged here. I know he's having to defend from Sowery, so that's going to cost him some time, but the traffic that he was ahead of now are out of shot. I mean, they've just disappeared up the road.
Yeah, and that's just, he hasn't got the grip. The car isn't giving him an easy run, and he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
So the number 7, Aston Martin, in 20th place, or 007 if you prefer. Aston Martin's marketing board would prefer we call it 007, I'm sure. That's your lead car, 51 then, Alessio Rovera.
Looks planted.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as does the Lamborghini, both through turn 22. Both cars look well balanced. There's no need to run wide going through the exit of 22 to run the curb. So, and that's what you get when you're running in clear air. You're not having to make the compromises that the rest of the field are doing, because they're trying to defend on one hand, but also attack on the other.
So Alessio Rovera is now just under 28 minutes to go to the end of the first hour, and it's 61 minutes, the maximum drive time. I've got to say, I'm impressed that we've gone this far without not only a safety car, but as far as I can see, any incident at all, any spin, any real drama. James Jakes has got a 5-second penalty for track limits. He's now got a 30-second penalty to add to that.
I mean, all you can do is say you feel sorry for James, because whatever his reasons are, he is hanging on by, as I mentioned earlier, the skin of his teeth. He's got a car is wayward. We've seen Matteo Drudi struggling likewise. Here's another overtake potential. coming up into turn 1, and Maxi Goertz and Max Hofer. So Goertz has got that.
It's Maxi Martin, isn't it?
Yeah, we're looking at something else. Just cut away from what we were just talking about.
It's all busy, busy, busy. Down towards the bottom end of the top 10. Maxi Goertz just ahead of Max Hofer, just ahead of Klaus Bachler, just ahead in turn of Sheldon van der Linde. That little battle pack going through is Leonardo Moncini from Julian Andlauer. Sheldon van der Linde then closing onto the tail of Bachler. But Alessio Rivera is having a very easy time of it up the road. 2 doors down from where Watty and I are, the Italian commentators who at lunchtime were very earnest in telling us that nothing was going to catch a Ferrari. Well, they might be onto something, because Rivera just looks dynamite right now.
Well, I mean, they had 2 races which most people would have said they should have won, and because of circumstances had won, and because of the nature of Monza, where it was an entirely different structure. But that car has been quick all year, and right now Rivera is showing, A, how good he is in the car, but also he's showing how good this Ferrari 296 is, and everything that Marco Mappelli has thrown at it, he's been able to run within about half a second in the early phase. Now that gap's up to 1.7 seconds, and there's not an awful lot left for Marco Mappelli to be able to respond.
Yeah, Mappelli is a bit in no man's land. He's not catching, he's not really falling away, he's certainly not being caught, but Rivera is showing absolutely great pace right now, and there's nothing that Mappelli can do other than just sit tight, not make a mistake, and try and hang on in there. The margin is only 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, but I'm waiting to see whether the Porsche are in 3rd place. It was 11 and a bit seconds at Scapolo. The gap is actually increasing. Right. So Goiven is actually falling back from the 2nd place Lamborghini. I wasn't sure whether once he has got himself clear, he would be able to make a little bit of progress, but certainly not on that last lap.
Marvin Kirchhoff for 188, 6th place, going nicely. Where's the best of the Mercedes right now? It is Daniel Morad, isn't it, in 7th place. 63 is Loris Spinelli in 5th. Very successful Super Trofeo Lamborghini racer, finally being given a proper crack at GT3 this year, and we know that he's good from his 1 mate days. Kirchhoff starred in GP2 before switching to GT cars, Aston Martin initially and then to McLaren. And a little bit further back, Maxime Martin has got himself up into 14th at the expense of another of the trio of Garage 59 McLarens. He's got himself past Benjamin Goethe.
Yeah, and he's within a second of Vincent Abril in 13th place. In the second of the AF caution cars, the number 71 Ferrari. And then you got Hugo Cook running in 12th position. He's doing, I think, an extremely good job in his Audi, showing, I mean, a performance I think you should be very pleased with.
I think I'm right in saying Hugo raced an Audi in Brit car, which I know is a very different type of level of GT racing, but a bit of car knowledge never hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I started my driving career in a BMW Isetta. It didn't really help me when I got into a Formula 1 car.
But it's the same type of car.
Well, it's not, because the Isetta had 3 wheels.
No. Hugo Cook's Audi R8, yeah, it's a different level for the championship.
Yeah.
But,
just being sort of slightly frivolous.
That's not like you, John. Now, why is this Mercedes not yet really sparkling? Daniel Morad, 7th. He's the best of the Mercedes AMG contingent. He's got Jules Koen on the 2nd best 2-spot back. There he is in the brighter yellow car. But the Mercedes AMGs, again, can't match whatever that Ferrari's got right now.
No, I mean, they're not even close to it when they're running in 7th position. The pace, their best lap, I can't see whether that was 2:01, I think, something 2:01 against the best lap. Marco Mappelli is actually now set the fastest race lap at a 2:00.5. So there just doesn't seem to be any additional speed available to the 48 Mercedes. Daniel Morad behind the wheel. So they're just watching the field coming down, start, finish straight into turn 1. Somebody looking to dive down the inside. I think it's Toby Sabri. I mean, he seems to do a lot of time diving out to look for an opportunity, but never sufficiently far forward to be able to make it stick. Oh, well, there's an overtake. That Sabri's got past. Is that the Aston Martin? He's finally found his way past Matteo Trudi. He's worked hard for that. Give him extra biscuits for the cup of tea when he gets out of the car.
Absolutely. Well done, Toby Sowry. So Matthew Drudy's miserable stint continues, because that's going to throw the car to 21st place. And the Contio Aston, after that amazing performance at Spa in that quite astonishing end to the race. Remember, Alessandro Pierguidi made his last pit stop and found, wasn't it Hugo Cook at the wheel, the Lamborghini that had ground to a halt and blocked the pit lane, and he couldn't get through, and he lost about the best part of 2 minutes, and that's what he lost the race by in the end. Just quite extraordinary scenes. Well, that wrong might be righted by a championship win, but for the moment, we have the cars powering their way up towards the end of lap number 19, and for the number 7 Aston Martin, Matteo Drudi still struggling to not even buy back places, but stay with people.
Yeah. We're within 20 minutes of the first round of pit stops, and probably the first major overtakes in this race, because it will be in these pit stops that some teams will do a better job than those around them, and that's where it's going to be, to a very large degree, I suspect, won and lost. The whole 6 hours is going to be won and lost during pit stops.
And of course, increasingly when you do driver changes, you throw somebody new into the car. Now there is Ross Gunn. He started at the back of the grid after the car had a turbo issue in qualifying, didn't do every part of the 3 parts of qualifying, and Ross Gunn is already up to 33rd out of the 47, so that's good progress.
Yes, that's a Falcon horse Aston Martin, as opposed to the Come To You Racing Aston Martin. I have to say, Ross Gunn going through turn 22, I think that car looks a nicer car for Ross Gunn than Matteo Drudi's 007, so I don't know what the differences are in the preferences of driver setups, or whether there's any significant, but anyway, Ross Gunn doing a good job.
Gained 13 places, and I agree with what you say, that car does look a lot more planted than does the Come To You car, and the progress is good. Ross Gunn continuing to pound forward. Aston Martin factory driver, he's got David Pittard as another of the co-drivers in that, and Ross from good racing stock. His father Ian was a front runner in the Mini Emilia Championship about 100 years ago, and there is Ross Gunn coming now out of turn 3.
As you would say, David, he was a gun driver.
Absolutely right, well done, John. So what we need is Ross Gunn.
Have to be light and frivolous, not a lot going on the track at the minute.
We need Ross Gunn and Michele Beretta to get together, don't we, to have a proper arms race.
Yes, I mean, it depends. You want 12 bore over and under, or you want side-by-sides. I mean, well, if you're a true shot, you go with side-by-side.
And there's your laser gun. Felipe Fernandez laser goes through in the Ferrari. Right, moving on. We're on lap number 20, and we have got, as John was saying, just about 20 minutes to go until that first expected round of pit stops. You're looking at some of the cars a little bit lower down the order, including the Ford Mustang that booms past. And that's Christopher Mees in 29th place. Is that car going a bit better?
It is, actually. I was just going to say that, in fact, the Mustang looks, to those cars around, doing a slightly better job than it would have done we saw in qualifying. So Christopher Mees, again, outstanding driver in GT racing over many decades. Watch Maxime Martin on the tail. So he's going to find a way. Is he going to get past Hugo Cook? He does. That was a relatively easy overtake. I think Hugo Cook actually didn't want to challenge Maxime Martin too aggressively.
Not really Cook's battle, is it? Because he's in gold.
Yes. Yeah. And that's good thinking from Hugo Cook, because he would have been advised, I'm sure, by the pit lane to say, don't worry, this car is a pro car. It's not in your race. Just don't get involved in a fight that isn't your fight.
Chris Froggatt, 30-second penalty on his pit stop for track limit offences already. So the Sky Tempesta car that's trying to win the Bronze Cup in the championship is already our second recipient of a 30-second penalty for track limit offences. It won't be the last, I don't suspect, but it's the second.
And Sheldon van der Linde just made his way past Max Hoffa going into turn 1, so he's got ahead. So that's a change of position just at the beginning of lap 21.
There is Max Hoffa then in the blue Audi, another of the Tresor Attempto cars. That is still your bronze leader, but Toby Sowry is getting closer to him. It's partly Sowry going forward, it's partly others shuffling Hoffa down the pack, but certainly the bronze battle is hotting up nicely, and third bronze is the blue Kessel Racing Ferrari, a little bit further back of Nicola Sciuro. Dennis Lynn, by the way, gained the place last time around, and all of that was because Mattia Larreina's Lamborghini has made an early pit stop. So number 19, which was going quite well early on the fringes of the top 25, has pitted with a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem, not a scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, indeed.
So, yes, so that's going to be a disappointment to the team, and maybe they can rectify the problem and do a full... Are they allowed to do a full service at any point?
They are. I mean, they
can go off message, basically.
Yeah,
in other words, they can go off. So it may come back to them, you never know, because there's a long way to go. There's 5¼ hours to go. Well, they are doing a puncture. Yes,
yeah.
That's what it was.
So what the real key to this?
Puncture.
The real key is staying on the lead lap, and depending on how long it took Larreina to limp the car back round. Interesting though that it is a puncture, because we're not expecting tyre wear, so he must have run over something. There's confirmation of the Froggatt penalty I was talking about. Poor old Chris picked up penalties at the FIA Motorsport Games as well, which had an impact on the outcome of the race for him, with James Cossingham in the GT double driver discipline. but still pressing on. On the road, 34th ahead of Sam DeHaan, but things are going to change obviously when he loses half a minute on the pit stop. And another final warning, the track limits has just gone the way of number 35 Aston Martin. That's the other Valkenhorst car of Maxime Robin.
So the penalties are beginning to come in on a pretty regular basis. And I hope that the teams are in contact with their drivers to say, look, you've exceeded what is the natural limit. You're now getting into the area of penalties. Just stop doing what you're doing. But when you're focused as deeply as these drivers are, and particularly coming through either turn 11 or into turn 22, which seem to be the principal corners, but right now it's turn 11 is the one that's racking up the majority of the time penalty offences.
Race leaders coming out of turn 3. Now, what have we got? 16 minutes or so before that first round of pit stops is anticipated. Matteo Lorena has rejoined after about 92 seconds, let's call it, in the pit lane. So he's not quite lost a full lap time. We've got a new fastest lap of the race, though, and it's gone to Marco Mappelli, the man in second place. Now, is this one last push before he makes the first pit stop in and amongst the traffic? And that is Guven. That's the third place Porsche. Einstein Guven has got either a puncture or he's hit the wall and has got damage.
Don't know whatever it is, but that's a tyre. Right rear has gone down. Whether it's been, again, contact, you can see it's almost coming. Now, we never found out what was the problem with the Lamborghini we saw a minute or two ago. And again, that was a right rear on the Lamborghini. So that's a right rear in the Porsche. Is there now an issue developing that the right rears are getting really, really hammered? Guven's got to stay well off to the left of the racetrack to let these cars, and drivers again in the driver briefing were advised if they have an issue to stay to the left, because access to the racetrack is limited on the outside but much more available on the inside if you stay to the left.
And he's going to try and limp that back and stay on the lead lap, but he's quite a long way from home because that's happened before turn 16. So Einstein Guven then with a puncture, and that shuffles the order markedly, doesn't it, in that leading gaggle. It's Rivera from Mappelli, then Arca third, Spinelli up to fourth, Kirchhoff for fifth. Up in the sixth place will be Daniel Moran. Here you've got treble 7 Baumann, and also in the middle of that is Dustin Blattner. Paolo Deliguanti involved as well. So Baumann's got himself up a place in all of this. He's gone up ahead of Blattner. So yeah, you're right, 2 punctured tyres now we've got.
Yeah, but it's interesting, it's both on the right-hand side. Now, has that been the consequence of having a light contact with a wall somewhere around the racetrack, or is it now a feature or a function of the nature of this racetrack? There's another car, the Lamborghini. Now, which one is that?
That's 19 again, I reckon. So
okay, down at turn 13.
Yeah, back out after its pit stop is Matteo Lorena, but with a problem.
Will this see a full course yellow, or will he be able to reset? Is it something that he can do within the cockpit?
Race director will give him around about 30 seconds or so, because that's normally the time it takes for everything to power down and then everything to power up. So time will be afforded to that car rather than throw a yellow instantly. It's a yellow flag at that corner, just to warn drivers, but we haven't had the whole track neutralised just yet.
Well, if we've got a full course yellow, if they can't remove the car, would then lead to a safety car, which would then, based on experience, indicate that the pit lane entry would be closed. Is that my correct reading?
I need to reflect on how that works in an endurance race. You are given that extra 5-minute grace with the safety car being out. I think in an endurance race the pit lane remains open because you are dictated by your drive time, and it's the extended driving stint is still only 66 minutes. So I think it would, because there's no pit window as such. Okay. You're dictated by the amount of driving you can do.
The next question is, how much fuel are these cars using? We saw at Monza they had to make a regulation change to say the stint time was not 60 or 61 minutes but 55 minutes, because there was concern about cars not making it to the 60-minute time due to the extreme use of fuel on a very high-speed circuit like Monza. This is also a very high-speed circuit, so if they extended it by 5 minutes, would that put some people into a position of running on fumes rather than on fuel?
Maybe, but the counterbalance to that is that if it is extended, your stint by 5 minutes, it's because of the safety car being on track, and therefore you're going at a slower pace anyway. So
yes, but it could be that fine.
Yep, could indeed. We shall see. You don't have to go to the end of it. It just gives you that bit of grace to get into the pit lane, really, because if you were trying to do one last lap and that's when the yellows came out, you'd end up doing a much slower lap. I just wonder,
just watching the cars go through the exit of turn 10 into turn 11 and riding that curve, and it's a right-hand exit. So it's a left-hand corner, but you're running the right-hand side of the car. Maybe the hammering that right rear tire is getting by hitting the curbing can be aggressively, can be slightly less aggressive. Is that maybe a contribution to those two cars we've seen with right rear tire failures?
Possibly so, possibly so. It'd be interesting to get to the bottom of where Guven picked up that damage. Now, did he get back to the pit lane? I think he's just come in now. So Guven has lost a lap by having to drag the car back. So one of the front-running cars, he's done a good job of bringing that back without incurring any more damage, I reckon.
So 50 minutes into the session.
And full course yellow is coming. So we're about 10 seconds away from a full course yellow. That must be for the stranded number 19 Lamborghini.
Yes, down at turn 13.
Indeed so. So the full course yellow will neutralise the race any second now. We go full course yellow. So where are we on? Lap 25, full course yellow. Now remember, you can't overtake. The gaps don't close. You just go at that delta speed. And number 19 will hopefully be moved out of harm's way, and then we can get things back underway. So the full course yellow comes on lap 25. It is 51 Ferrari Rovera leading from 163 Mapelli Lamborghini, then Alex Arca third, Spinelli fourth, fifth Kirchhofer, sixth Daniel Murad.
46
and now,
is in.
Yeah, this is where the savvy teams start to try to take advantage of this and roll the dice on the strategy, because pitting now will lose you less time under a very slow full course yellow pace.
And of course, if we then go to a safety car, that will allow the entire field to close back up onto the lead car. So all the hard yards done by Rivera and Marco Mapelli will basically be to nothing. And it will help those, and look at that, WRT on the case at the earliest opportunity.
So yellow flag show,
so
and others have come in. Klaus Bachler, Julian Andlauer as well.
Got to see whether Maxime Martin stayed on board or whether there's going to be a driver change. Will it be Raffaele Marcello? Will it be Valentino Rossi? I suspect that Maxime Martin might be staying on board. We didn't get to see the early part of the stop, but I suspect Martin is staying on board.
I thought I'd seen him wriggling out, but I may have looked at the wrong thing.
I'm looking at it at a sort of bleak angle. I don't get to see the full TV screen from my commentary position.
Car's on its way, and Maxime Martin will be confirmed in a moment, giving way to Valentino Rossi.
Okay, so Valentino's taken over, so it's going to be changed at the end of it, or approximately the end of an hour. So the Lamborghini gets pushed back behind the Tech Pro barriers, and that's its race done and dusted. So an early end, disappointing for the team.
Yeah, curious that, because it's just left the pits and then has another issue. So very disappointing indeed. Dorian Boccalacci, by the way, took over 22 Porsche, but it is effectively 2 laps down now, that car. It's going to struggle to come back from that.
What they would like would be a shed load of safety car interventions, so at least bring them to the tail of the field. But right now, that car is in 45th position.
Yeah, just to
just
to make another point, there is for this race to echo Spa wave by. So when we have a safety car part of the race, those in the classes will benefit from a wave by, put themselves back onto the tail of their class opposition, and the wave by happens coming out of turn 13 on that back part of the circuit. But from memory, that doesn't actually help you if you're in the overall category, only the other classes.
Yeah.
So there you can see how the feel of the racetrack is changing. The lights starting to disappear, and it means that the floodlights are now starting to have far more of an impact. Well, we've gone back to green, so it was a very short full course yellow. Some teams didn't like that, but we've gone back to green, so it was only a full course yellow. We didn't go safety car, so that doesn't help some. Part of that roll of the dice.
Yeah, I mean, that was a quick call, and I mean, the teams that are on the ball will be on the radio to their drivers. There are, you can see around the racetrack, these panels, there's no longer really a lot of flag marshalling going on. There is some around the racetrack, but here on the main street, you've got the panels, so once you see that flashing green, you have to get on with the program.
Interesting that, because the full course yellow came out at just about 17:51, and at just about 17:54 we went green. So, you know, the best part of 3 minutes, which is relatively long for a full course yellow, but no safety car. Anyway, race director's happy in these temperatures that the tyres will switch back on again. Niels Vitic, race director this weekend, overseeing it all, and there is the lead situation. John, that gap's coming down.
Yeah, it did. I mean, technically, the leader and the second place car should not have gained or lost any advantage, but you have to think that, aggressive for Marco Mappelli, hit the curb. Oh, and there's a BMW going slowly into the pit lane.
That's Sowry, and Toby Sowry's got a problem, hasn't he? Because the car is crawling in, and
he's not even going to make it into the pit lane unless he can contain some momentum. He needs to get across that demarcation line, because outside assistance, as the 25 Santa Lock Racing Audi, likewise following the decision by WRT to come in early, have done the same thing, but they've done it when the race has gone back to green. There's Toby Sowry, can't move. He can't even get to, nobody can help him. He cannot have any outside assistance at that point.
He's in no man's land, absolutely right. No one can get to him, and he can't get to the pit lane. So Toby Sowry possibly trying to do a Control-Alt-Delete, a reset, and get going. Yeah, lots of teams shouting that was a long full-course yellow and has affected people's races, but they would say that, wouldn't they? You could argue. What it has given us, though, is only a handful of people that roll the dice to pit. We'll see how that pans out in the fullness of the race. But
look at the battle going on. You've got one of the McLarens ahead of the race leader and second place Lamborghini, and this is giving Marco Mappelli a new sort of rush of energy, because he now senses he's got an opportunity to put the Ferrari under serious pressure as it's trying to find a way around a car being lapped. So goes to the right as they come down, start, finish straight, he's got more straight line pace than the Ferrari has. Can he make it stick?
Yes.
So he has done. Yeah, wow, what happened there? And almost contact between the Ferrari and the McLaren entering into turn one. That's the 158 McLaren, which I'm looking to see, but that was Mark Sanson.
It is, yeah.
Who's the bronze driver in that car.
39th place, good spot. So new race leader starting lap 27.
Well, that wasn't really in the script, but that just goes to show that it's the unknown. Sowry's got his car in. I just see it being pushed in directly in front of me, so the marshals have pushed the car in to the pits. I wonder what the ruling will be on that.
Can't be out of fuel, can it, at this early stage, because others are having the problem.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I mean, the car got to the pit lane, but into the entry of the pit lane, but couldn't get across the line. That is the beginning of the pit lane. But he was pushed in by the corner worker, so that car is actually going to be put back into the garage. So I suspect it's not out of fuel. That's going to be a mechanical or an electrical issue, and they're going to take the car in, and it'll be on the dollies at the minute, being pushed backwards. Then it'll be on the jacks, and they'll be taken off. Well, the bonnet's being opened up, it's been removed, in fact. So they're going to start diving into the engine bay. It is an internal combustion engine in these cars, by the way, nothing electronic.
It's going to be a long stop then if the engine bay is where the attention is being focused. So the order is shuffled, of course, with the teams electing to, in some cases, roll the dice and go for a pit stop under that full course yellow 3 minutes. Valentino Rossi then in number 19, try again, in number 46, is in 19th place. He is the best of those that elected to make a stop. And there's another car there going slowly. There's a puncher, and it's a Barwell car, you're quite right. And that is with another right rear puncher.
Well, David, I thought it might be because of what's happening in the exit of turn 10 into turn 11, and I think that's going to be the story of this race, that as long as you keep aggressively running that part of the racetrack, you're going to damage your tyre. And it's the construction of the tyre gets such a big shock load as you hit it, and you're hitting it with the car sliding. So, I'd love to hear a Pirelli engineer give us, oh, wow, look at that.
Oh, that was Jules Gounon coming into the pit lane.
He knows the rule book.
Yeah, he could get that done before the pit lane entry line, so, the speed limit line, job done, yeah. So Gounon is in, Till Bechtelsheimer is in the Barwell car that's picked up the puncture. Well, I asked you before the race about tyre wear. It's not tyre wear per se, but there's something going on out there.
It's tyres being damaged, and, I mean, other than... I keep repeating, and if you get more shots of that corner exit, you'll get... I'd love to get a real slow-mo. If we can get a slow-mo of it and see what it really looks like. So, wow, that tyre went... That was a scary moment, because the tyre just suddenly let go on the... Well, it is the quickest part of the racetrack.
That was a code brown moment for Till Bechtelsheimer, but a great save. And look at Gounon here.
Oh, I love that. I think that is massive. Slow down, Jules. There's the line now. You can slow down to 50 kilometers per hour. Well, what Bechsteiner in the Lamborghini did extremely well to not have that car veered into the barrier. So what's going on the front of the windscreen? It looks like it's covered in dust.
I think it's just the sort of stone chips or the bullet holes in
car,
that tear off.
Maybe it's just maybe the camera lens has done something funny. it looks a very bleached shot. I thought maybe there's been cement dust or extinguisher maybe have been.
Right, 7 is in, as they're dropping down is number 66. Number 12, Comptio Aston, also down the pit road. That's Nicolas Bart, the son of the team owner, bringing that car in. So race leader Marco Mappelli ahead of Alessio Rivera, and now different teams pitting on different laps and therefore shuffling the order, and it will continue to shuffle really from here on in all the way through to the end. And we'll have a look when everyone has made their first round of stops where number 46 Valentino Rossi is, because that's going to be the interesting one, seeing that was the first to roll the dice under that.
So Mappelli has come in, or he's been overtaken, certainly.
No, he's in
the pit.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
There he is. You just see him coming in. So the Mountain Wolf sponsored Lamborghini goes up. So he actually, in that in-lap in Sector 2, recorded a purple time. So that was a quick lap to come into the pit. So there we see the set of new rubber going on to the right rear. And I would imagine that the message is going down the pit lane to all the teams and drivers. Do not be aggressive at that first point on the first sector.
So that's effectively sort of 58.5 to 3/4 minutes of Mappelli for a stint. Others are staying out a little bit longer. So this is now back into the lead, Alessio Rivera's Ferrari. And he has got something like 7 seconds over Alex Arca in second place.
Almost bet on it that Rivera will be in the pits as he comes out behind, or running behind the Lamborghini. And I don't know, that was the car that had the tire failure. But anyway, I suspect that Rivera's will be in this lap.
Yeah, I think it is that Lamborghini, and it's now Gabriel Rindoni behind the wheel of it. So Till Bechtolsheimer has gone to get his heart rate back to something like normal. And Alessio Rivera presses on behind Rindoni, who's come from Super Trofeo to GT racing this year, and he's all up the curve. This is Rivera's view. He's got to be patient here, letting the AM sort himself out before he strikes. And now he can make a move down towards turn 27. There's a gap on the inside line, and Rindoni gives him racing room, so Alessio Rivera goes by. Very accomplished Italian GT champion is Rivera, and brakes as late as he can for turn 27. Let's see whether he comes in this time.
So we're just 62 minutes into this first, just over the hour, and yes, he's coming in. That's no big surprise, because if your principal competitor made a stop the lap earlier, you just got to cover it to make sure that you don't get caught in traffic or other circumstances. You could have another full course yellow or another whatever. So AF Corsa have done the right thing and get the car that really was the dominant car in the first hour. It was only after that full course yellow moment or two that gave Mappelli the momentum to get past the Ferrari. And so for AF Corsa down at the far end of the pit lane.
The Lion Speed Porsche, Michael Verhagen, 30-second penalty for track limits. Number 12, you've just seen it, Nicolas Bart, 30-second penalty in the pit stop also for track limit offences. So you've got to look after your tyres right now, but you've also still got to be mindful of track limits. Mappelli's car has been given over to Jordan Pepper, and they're stacked at AF Corsa.
Wow, that's going to cause a bit of... Well, that is slow. And that has been poor. Rivera's car has been sort of really hung out to dry on that one.
Yeah, he had to sort of be
Now,
moved into
put
position.
the dollies under the car.
Yeah.
Watch and see. This is going to be, you normally follow the in and out times, but he couldn't get in because the sister car was too far forward, so they had to pull the sister car back, Mikhail's car, to get Rivera. And now, how much time have they lost? Maybe 15 or so seconds with that process of putting the dollies up and getting the car. In the meantime, others around them are rolling down the pit lane, including the 48 Mercedes, I think, or is that the number 2?
I think it's 48, but you're right, it is a slow stop, and he's still there.
Yeah, because the whole thing was a mess.
Yeah, it was. Bad call in a sense to bring the car in where they did with another one stacked in the way.
It's still there, look, it's still sitting in the pits.
You've got to have that 79-second refueling, and the net result of all of that, with people being 1 minute 13, 1 minute 14 for a pit stop, that car, 1 minute 45.1 seconds, that turns things upside down.
Disastrous.
Absolutely.
And that was because the 52 Ferrari, the Louis Michael's car, had stopped and it was too far out of its box to enable this car here to get into its box, and that had to see, it was almost like a pantomime going on, pulling one car back before this former lead car could get into its position, and it too had to be then manually pulled back with the dollies under it. Had to put the dollies under it to get it to come back.
So, against number 163 Lamborghini, it has lost 30 seconds, it's lost half a minute, and it's lost more than that to other cars. So, now what we need to have a look for at the end of the next lap is whether or not Valentino Rossi, number 46 BMW, has managed to get himself up towards the lead of the race, because that car came through, took the pit stop under the full course yellow, and so now 46 has just gone across the timing line in the lead of the race. So WRT have rolled the dice, absolutely spot whatever, and that's the car in the lead.
It's not good luck, it's good team management, good decision making on the pit wall, and opportunism to come in at the opportunity that was offered to them at the earliest opportunity. And all of a sudden, from being well, that car, the 46 car, never got into the top 10 when we were in the opening phase of this first hour. Now it's leading the race, but Jordan Pepper will be probably the next car in reality to be charging to try and run down Valentino Rossi. Nevertheless, having control of the race for Valentino Rossi, very nice situation to be in.
Well, second now is going to be 911, Alex Malikin, who is in 911 Porsche. Up into third place is going to be 96 of Patrick Niederhauser, and fourth will be Jordan Pepper. But as for number 51 Ferrari, that car is now 24th.
Wow, I mean, I'm not quite speechless. Thankfully I am, because a lot of things probably would end up saying if I wasn't speechless. I mean, that was, to say a disaster, I mean, the Titanic was a disaster. This is just something that was a miscalculation. Let's not get carried away with our language here. But the outcome of it is just put the 51 Ferrari out of contention, but they've still got 4 and whatever hours, or yes, 4 hours and whatever. No, I can't even do the calculations down.
4 hours 55.
I'm having a right froth job here.
So the other AF Corsa Ferrari was the equivalent to the iceberg in the pit lane, wasn't it? That's what caused all the drama. Robert Renard going through there in 91 Porsche. Right, let's catch up on one or two other aspects. Dorian Boccalacci, after his puncture way back in 45th place. Treble 7. Had we mentioned that car's being given a penalty of 5 seconds for speeding in the pit lane? Well, it is. And there's another final warning for track limits going the way of number 3, which is James Kell in his Mercedes. So Valentino Rossi leads the way, and 911 of Alex Malikin is going to be in second place at the end of this lap. Second anyway, because the car ahead last time around was pitted. So 17.9 seconds is the margin, and Malikin is dropping away. Now, Patrick Niederhauser, third, number 96, he's the one to watch. And then fourth is Jordan Pepper, lapping quicker than anybody ahead of him in the Lamborghini.
You must be a mind reader, because you've taken out of my mouth everything I was going to say. I was watching Patrick Niederhauser and thinking he's going to be the principal challenger in the next number of laps to Valentino Rossi, but Jordan Pepper, as you pointed out, is still showing actually that Mapelli has the fastest lap, but as you say, Jordan Pepper's got that. Anyways, the 163 Lamborghini has still got the fastest race lap. And Pepper will, another right rear. No, it's a left rear, damage on the racetrack. So a left front, I beg your pardon, on the Lamborghini. So now we've had a left front, right rear. That's contact with the barrier.
Yeah, that's 85. That's Philippe Dinas, who's hit the wall. Full course yellow, as you can see.
Yes, immediately.
Yeah.
So that's going to shredding bits of bodywork around the racetrack. And actually, in fairness, he should pull the car off at an access point and not continue around the racetrack and shed more and more parts of the race car, because that isn't going to be repaired. That will go back into the garage. Whoa. Look at the carbon fiber in the middle of the racetrack. And that's coming out of turn 3 to lead into turn 4. And that, I think that may have been, I wonder, well, that was contact with the exit of turn 2.
Well, I think that car's done, isn't it? 85. It was the one that Dennis Lynn started, and sadly, Philip Danish has put it in the wall. So it's partly the debris, more than anything, that needs to be sorted. And 998, we think, has got damage at the rear. Dan Harper at the wheel of it, yeah, he has got damage. A puncture.
That's another puncture, another right rear as well. Oh, my goodness.
That's another car fighting for the championship. It was an outsider, but it was doable. So another right rear puncture. So Dan Harper's got to limp that back. This full course yellow helps him to an extent, because although he's got to go slowly, so does everybody else.
He's not losing ground. Nobody can overtake him.
No.
So all he's doing is he's running at a pace which is sufficient to get him back, but nobody can overtake him because he's running under a full course yellow situation.
So 4 hours and 52 to go. Let's just eavesdrop on 998.
The rear bumper for sure. Definitely the rear is broken. The suspension, it feels okay.
So hearing about suspension as much as a puncture.
Well, he says the rear is broken, but he indicated the suspension's all right. So I think it's just been the running curves in coming into turn 11 or into 22. Those are the two parts of the racetrack where the right rear gets hammered, but looks like there's a bit of, I would say, positive rear camber, which would indicate a suspension arm may well also be damaged, as well as the tyre.
And that weave there, was that for him to perhaps assess what the car was like? He's worked out that it's a puncture. Now let's give it a weave.
Well,
anyway.
So he's still trundling around. I can't understand that.
He's trying to drag it back to the pit lane, I guess.
Yeah, but he's shedding,
shedding bits.
I think that's wrong.
That car's effectively out of the race. That's your race leader, Valentino Rossi. Now, under this full course yellow, are others going to roll the dice and try and get cute on the strategy? We'll find out.
Well,
Valentino Rossi leads.
It's a bit early into the stint, but you never know. I mean, so Valentino is sitting in the lead, and thanks to an excellent call by the WRT team, Jordan Pepper, Patrick Niederhauser in third. They'll have Jordan Pepper pretty close. So we've yet to get all this debris removed from the racetrack, and that will take a little bit of time to get the whole field. Actually, what you want is have the whole field close up, but under full course yellow, they're not permitted to close up.
No, you need the safety car to do that. So the full course yellow scramble means everybody slows down. The race director now can take control. What do I need to do? Okay, so I need to get marshals there. I need to get a recovery vehicle here. Where's the car that's caused it? That's in the pits. Right, okay. Right, let's now get the safety car out, and we'll put everybody in a line. Then we can clear the circuit. There's a sort of checklist they have to work through, I guess, in order to make everything fit.
David, when you give up the microphone, you can make an absolutely excellent race director. You've got it down to a T.
No, thank you. Far better brains than mine can do that. It's a very intricate, very stressful job, I'm sure. There are people bailing for the pit lane, one of whom is Dan Harper, but we know why. But Ben Barker has brought the Mustang in from 8th place. I'll repeat that, the Mustang from 8th place.
Love it, there it is, into the pits.
So
he slides into his marks. Was that we're serving a penalty for something or other?
I think that was just a splash of fuel. You've got to make 5 pit stops, so they've ticked another one off there. This is what happened to the Lamborghini and the... Oh, okay. So the yellow flag came out, and the Lamborghini got into the back, so there was a full course yellow called for something else. And as the BMW slowed, the Lamborghini didn't. Now, what the other trigger for a full course yellow would have been, I'm not sure. I would assume it was for all this, but something had happened earlier.
That's the bodywork from the Lamborghini that you're looking at, or the back of the BMW.
Anyway, we now know that it was...
This up on the dollies, that's going back in the garage as well. So the damage is more than just a cut down tyre. That is probably a rear toe arm. And while it can be changed, it depends if there's any further residual damage. So the 52 Ferrari, this is the car that caused all the delay to what was the former leading 51 sister car. So that's a refuel. And
effectively day done, isn't it, for Dan Harper?
Yes, that's a job. That's over and done.
Yeah.
Well, there's no point in going back out so far. For Max Hesse come along to consolidate. So Dan Harper, a victim of circumstance not within his control.
No, so we know there's been an incident elsewhere on the track. That's what triggered the full course yellow and triggered another incident as people slowed at different points, just to quickly try and tie all the strands together. 52 then. So as I say, we've got a couple of cars off around the circuit. We'll come to that in a moment, because there's quite a bit to catch up on from the race order. So Valentino Rossi then leads the way and has got actually a 42-second cushion right now. Now, when we go safety car, and I have a feeling that we are inevitably going to do under this, that lead will disappear. But there it is, right now, out on its own. Valentino Rossi leads the way. We're on lap number 33. time to catch breath, really.
Yeah, I mean,
first hour was quite...
I've got to say, after the first hour, we thought it was going to be a bore. We'll have to sit here and do another 5 hours of trying to entertain an audience. But it's all begun to kick off, and we wait to see. You're asking the question, what was the cause of that incident we caught with the Lambo hitting the back of the 998 BMW? So there has been an incident. It's in the turn 4, turn 5 area. We don't know yet quite what is involved, but that's the reason why the yellow flag must have been literally thrown out very quickly, and you know, one driver was caught off guard. So Valentino, is he back in the pit lane again for another refuel and just do what they did in the first hour and just consolidate the advantage they gained?
They've got to do 5 regulation pit stops, so this will be the second, tick them off, and then it becomes fundamental to the managing drive time more than anything else. So let's see what they do. In he comes, and away he goes. Stop 2 done. You can also reset your drive time there. So remember, it's 65 minutes to a stint if a full course yellow / safety car is in it, but now he's just starting another stint. So the time that he'd had before, which I wasn't quick enough to read, now has reset. So this is a fresh stint.
Yes, and I don't know if any car overtook the 46 when it was in the garage.
Let's hear from Dan Harper, I think, next. Big disappointment for the man that came here as an outsider for the championship. Antonio has found the Northern Irishman.
Dan, we're all frustrated on your behalf. Can you just talk us through what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it was just settling into the rhythm, and obviously full course yellow. It was just through turn 3 into 4, so already you're quite fast. The Aston Martin in front of me braked for the countdown, which we have obviously in car. So I also braked at the same point as him. And then, I don't know, just from behind, I got hit. I've never been hit so hard actually in my life, so it kind of hurt initially. But thankfully I'm okay now. But yeah, the car's not okay, and the toe link is broken, so yeah, we can't continue.
Oh, well, the main thing is that you're all right. Thank you for speaking with us.
Yeah, I mean, the rear suspension, everything is actually, the cars look extremely substantial with the bodywork on them, but that's all carbon fibre. So let's look at it again. So there you see, so Dan Harper had to react to the Aston Martin. The Lamborghini didn't manage to react at all, probably just piled into the back of Dan Harper's BMW, almost on unabated speed. I don't like seeing a driver. I mean, I remember back in my days, Gilles Villeneuve did a similar thing back in the Dutch Grand Prix in 1979, I think it was. And he drove around a car, the bits were falling off, and it was like a barn sale by the time the car got into the pits. He stood in the car like, you know, proud as punch. I thought it was very irresponsible.
Yeah, some people thought he was a hero for persevering, and others, as you say, thought he was irresponsible. 51 is back in, this time with a clear pit lane. You also saw number 7 in. WRT have confirmed what you and I were saying, that they have done a stint reset through that pit stop.
So there's the Monza winning car in, getting a little top up.
Yeah, number 30 was started by Sam de Haan, and he stayed behind the wheel, so that's now done 2 pit stops.
And again, a WRT entered and managed car, so yeah, you can be quick, you can be lots of things, but it's the bit that isn't the racetrack that is going to ultimately, I believe, be the outcome of this race. It's going to be won in that pit lane.
Well, that was all a pretty frantic few minutes, wasn't it? As
we're still waiting for, and I suppose we may have to wait until the entire field can be brought back together before anybody's going to be permitted to venture onto the racetrack to remove the residue of the Lamborghini.
So there's treble 7, which is Dominic Baumann. That car currently 4th in gold. So we're under full course yellow conditions, just to make the point again. In order to get things back underway, we would anticipate the safety car to be used to bunch up everybody, but we'll await confirmation. It's normally the way it works. Although race director this weekend, Niels Vitic, taking charge of a GT World Challenge event for the first time. A hugely experienced race director and no stranger to GT racing either from his time in the ADAC GT paddock. So there's the race leading car, Valentino Rossi at the wheel of it. He has done that most recent stint reset stop. And he's on his own.
Yep, he's clear air all around him onto the start-finish straight. There's the blend line that leads into the pit lane itself. And as I mentioned earlier, if you're in a race, you're allowed to go to the left of it. But if you're intending to come into the pit lane, or you're exiting at the end of the pit lane, you must stay to the left of that blend line until you get onto the racetrack itself.
So there, number 163, third now, Jordan Pepper, but a long way back, and the instruction has been given to collect the bodywork. If you're thinking,
oops, hurry up.
If you're thinking, why has it taken so long for the marshal to get out there? It's not down to him. You can't, as a marshal, go onto the circuit and attend an incident until race control give you permission. So now the race director is happy that everyone has calmed down, as it were, and they've done the pit stops and are running in a rhythm. Now he's happy to give that instruction.
You could in the good old days.
Oh, well.
There used to be marshals all over a racetrack, courageous men. Tragically, some of them, I can think of one horrible incident, which I'll not go to. And the regulations are now, nobody can go onto the racetrack until race director instructs them to do so.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Quite rightly too.
Yeah, one of the stalwart Silverstone marshals told me this at the Grand Prix a couple of years ago. He said, we're not being lazy, just, you know, not acting quick enough. We're not allowed to go until we're told we can. So to make things safer, it obviously makes a recovery process that little bit longer, but safety is as ever key. Right, let's just quickly run through the order, because 46 Valentino Rossi is your race leader from 163 Jordan Pepper now, and it's 37 seconds betwixt the two. Third is Christopher Hauser, number 99 Audi. Fourth is 96 Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser. In fifth place will be number 2 Lucas Stoltz, and in sixth place will be number 64 Ben Barker. Now Jordan Pepper and Christopher Hauser, second and third, have only done the one pit stop to the two of the cars largely around them. So they might, there is Niederhauser, he has done 2 pit stops. Second and third car may well elect to do a stint reset stop. There is Hauser just up the road ahead of Niederhauser in third. Jordan Pepper is a little bit further up the road again. But as yet, the point I'm getting to is that Grasser nor Attempto have decided to bring in their car for a stint reset.
Okay, that's their call. They know what they're doing, because others, particularly again the 46 BMW, chose to do that, doesn't naturally follow that everybody else is going to follow that example. But actually, you know, it's a good example to follow.
Yeah, quite. Yes. We've seen what WRT can do on strategy. This is why long races are so fascinating, because it's not just about pace, as we were suggesting earlier on. So many things can happen. All of a sudden, an incident can completely upend your race, for better or for worse. And what we now have is an utterly different race from what we had in the first hour.
Yes, and what we have now is, I think, in part, what a number of teams were, you know, coming to a circuit which has got a reputation as being a real racing driver circuit. And in that sector, from sector 4, sorry, corner 4 through to turn 10, is a tough area. So if there's incidents, it's going to be a big one. And so this is probably part of the reason why we're still running under full course yellow conditions, because whatever they're clearing away is yet not sufficiently cleared away to enable the safety car to go on track, to get the pace to run more of a sort of a pace of the safety car rather than full course yellow pace.
Yeah, safety car is sort of colloquially known as being able to go at motorway speeds. Well, how you go on a motorway is entirely up to you, I guess, but it is quicker than the full course yellow pace, that's for sure. So the teams, in some cases, completing a short pit stop, which again is permissible under the regulations. You're allowed one shorter stop than the 79-second regulation pit stop in the Endurance Cup. Cars turning their way on lap 35, but under this full course yellow pace, so that the incident that triggered it can be attended to. We've lost number 19, the Lamborghini, out on the track of Mattia Lorena. We have lost 991 Toby Sowery, whose BMW hasn't recovered. Let's listen to number 2 Lucas Stoltz.
When you did with the car, did you also experience some massive oversteer, or how was the car? Yeah, main issue was oversteer, and car is snippy on the rear of the M3. Both left and right? More left than right. Okay, copy, yeah. I think that will get better as soon as the front right pressure rise, because at the moment you were basically square on the right hand side, and that is relatively too high on the rear right. So the same thing that was with Jules, the front right needs about 5-6 really push laps to get up to pressure.
It's almost like just too much information for a driver.
Yeah.
But that's the technology that's evolved in motorsport, that they've got these pressure sensors that they can check it from within the car, but principally from the pit wall. So that's the information saying, well, after 5 or 6 laps, the temperature and the pressures will come up, and that sort of oversteer you're experiencing, maybe a little bit more, and was it I can't remember, left or right-hand corner, that should then settle down, and you'll get a much better balanced car.
So here you've got 6th and 7th, Daniel Morad, who stayed at the wheel of 48, and Lukas Stoltz, who took over number 2. So 2 different teams and doing a different format to the drivers. Double stinting Morad, whereas, so that's Winwood, whereas Get Speed cycling through, keeping people fresh.
Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, probably double stinting is going to work out quite well, because for Daniel Morad, and amongst others, this second stint has been disrupted by, well, it's going to be quite a long full course yellow.
That was Christopher Hauser leaving 11s on the road, and he has done a stint reset stop as well. So picking up on what we were saying earlier on, short stop, just reset the clock.
Yeah, and in doing so, it hasn't, I don't think anybody has overtaken him in that process. So it's a good thing to do, and it's all gain and no loss.
Cars cycling their way past the pits. So for some teams, this throws their plans up in the air, but they've got to think on their feet. And this is why some of the engineers for the likes of WRT or for Grasser or Rotronic or Attempto, looking at the leading teams in the race right now, AF calls for another. That's why they're in demand, because they're able to make these almost second guesses come true, spot on. Maxime Martin and Augusto Farfus, BMW drivers, but for different teams, discussing their respective races. One's in the lead and one's out.
Yeah, one's had a race and the other's standing there wondering, well, all the effort I've made, I'm not going to get a run in my car.
Yeah, so another one for the pit lane. James Kell in the background, the red Mercedes. There, coming towards us now, is number 88. That is now Lorenzo Ferrari, who took over on the pit stops. Thomas Drouet is behind him in the Boutsen Mercedes, and then Paul Everard is next. Now, 25 has lost its lead in gold. 88, the Audi that I was just touching on, not that McLaren, not that Lamborghini, but that Audi has now put itself into the lead of the Gold Cup.
Okay, and that's a car, yes, had a track limit warning in turn 11. That was about 5 minutes past 6. We're now coming up to 27 minutes past 6. So obviously under these full course yellow conditions, everybody's being very well behaved.
Let us hear from Maxime Martin then. So all looking good strategy-wise for 46. He must be pretty chuffed about that. Antonia?
Maxime Valet currently leading the race. Fantastic strategy call there.
Yeah, that was a bit of lucky, because we just were before the pit lane when the full course yellow came, so we could use a bit of strategy. It was a bit risky. We needed another full course yellow, but here it is. So at the moment, yeah, the strategy is perfect.
It seems that we can expect a fair amount of full course yellows this evening. Do you think that if that's the case, you'll be able to continue with your pace?
Yeah, I mean, we had a good pace in the beginning of the race. I could overtake quite a few cars and try to come back a little bit. But it's still a long race. For sure, there will be other full course yellows. This track is amazing, but it's quite risky, and for sure a lot more things happening. So still a long race, but I think we are there, and I hope we can have a good finish.
Hopefully. Thank you very much.
So Maxime Martin has done his first stint, and he's just trying to refresh my memory as to where he started. 23rd on the grid. So that car, 23rd it started, and now, courtesy of the strategy, finds itself not only up there, but leading the way. The margin that it's got will decrease when we go safety car, which we're bound to have after such a long full course yellow period. And this is all for an incident being attended to. This is in super slow-mo, the leading car coming through turn 1 and turn 2, and it gives you an idea, John, of the load and the forces that go through the car. Valentino Rossi at the wheel.
Yeah, so it's a big break coming into turn 1, then you've got to then get off the brakes to enable the car to turn, then switch back from the exit of turn 1, and you're very quickly into turn 2. And if you've got a little bit of understeer, that means that normally the front will just wash out, but the BMW is a a pretty well-balanced car. But there we see the car running still at full course yellow pace. And there's somebody directly behind him just trying to catch which over. That's I think the Lion Speed Porsche. So back on board from the driver's view, Valentino Rossi sitting back. He's not eating his chicken wings as he normally does in the full course yellow. I don't know what he's got in the car with him to eat, because sometimes the driver does get hungry in these endurance events. Continues around at the reduced pace. Yeah, I mean, fortuitous, but good thinking. Batman on the part of the team. Maxim pointed out that they were in the ideal position when it came to that quick call. He was probably just exiting turn 27, and consequently it was just a straight run into the pit, so he was the first person to take advantage of it. The team were.
So drivers trying to keep warmth and pressure in the tyres as we have this long full course yellow period.
Well, there's the safety car out now.
Yeah.
Hasn't been announced that I can see in timing and scoring. It is there, but
yeah. No, we've not yet gone. You're quite right. We've not yet gone to safety car procedure, but the safety car is on track, ready for that to happen. So this is our second neutralization, and it will be a full course yellow to a safety car, which therefore suggests that we're getting close to the end of the incident being cleaned, and therefore we can get the cars at a quicker pace.
Beginning to see little, or not even little, shards of rubber being, as cars are using up the tire. So it's pretty much offline, but it will gradually build and build. We've got another 4.5 hours of this 6-hour event to take place.
So this safety car will bring number 163 closer to the leading BMW. It's also going to shuffle the class situations when we get the wave by as well. So we've not gone safety car yet, but it's on the track, ready to be employed. Number 63, Andrea Caldarelli, has just come in, incidentally, from 21st place. And at turn 13, the hairpin, the bravest of the lot so far, Dustin Blattner, 135 kilometres an hour from Yusufa Vega, and the now out of the race, Mattia Lorena in third place, and it's that corner that we're talking about. So 135 kilometres an hour round that hairpin on the banking. That's the best you've had, and it's the Porsche of Dustin Blattner. Would you do 135 kilometres an hour around there? Well, it's I
think
a challenge.
in the drive we did the other day, I did check the speedo just to make sure I was in the correct gear and all that stuff. I was wearing my full boss outfit. No, you're doing about 50 kilometres per hour.
But everybody that we've heard from this weekend, full of praise for this circuit. Not only as a facility, which you expect these days, I guess, from a modern Grand Prix venue, but for the challenge that the track has. And so much of it is so fast. Yes, the drivers love that, but they're all saying to be so fast and to concentrate for so long for an hour stint, that's pretty hard. Top speed at turn 21, which is this part of the racetrack. Toby Sowery, until he retired, 265 kilometres an hour, all very BMW. Charles Weert's car, 264. Charles Weert's, I think, took over number 32. Yes, he did. And Sam de Haan's BMW, 264 as well. Marvin Kirchhoffer's McLaren, 264, and Valentino Rossi's BMW, 263. So that's BMW corner, turn 21.
Pretty impressive pace, because out of 21, you're straight into 22, and that's a major braking area. So carrying all that speed from the exit of turn 13, where you're doing 135 clicks to 265 clicks. So safety car now deployed formally.
Yeah. So that's been about 25 minutes, that full course yellow period, doing some slightly crude maths. And now you can see how much quicker you can go under the safety car. It's almost like the race has restarted. It hasn't, but now they press on in order to close onto the safety car. The next thing that race control has to handle, and it'll be coming out of turn 13, the hairpin, will be the wave by, which is, of course, common at Spa. And it's turns 13 to 22 that the cars on the lead lap will pull to one side, and the cars that are allowed to unlap will go past them. And it's all got to be done, of course, before here, end of the lap. so it was deemed not safe enough to do it on the pit straight in case anybody suddenly decided to dive for the pit lane. So around the back part of the circuit, it's easier to manage.
It all seems a slightly unnatural thing to do, but it's a regulation that's been introduced. It used to be a big part of North American motorsport.
Yeah.
And it gives the race, keeps the momentum going. But if you're the race leader or your class leader, you might sometimes feel, well, have I been hard done by? But then, you know, what comes around, goes around, comes around, and eventually you may be a beneficiary at a later event.
So now the drivers are pressing on to catch the train of cars. You can see how that lead has disappeared. There's one back marker currently between between Rossi and Pepper, and then Niederhauser, another back marker between Pepper and Niederhauser for third place. So all of that's going to be a little bit different once we do the wave by. Let's head back down to the pit lane though before we go back racing. We're not far away from that, and Darren Lung sadly out of the race after a good season inning. A good result at the end of the year though.
Darren, our hearts go out to you. A disappointing way to end the season, but what a great season it was.
Yeah, as you say, it's a real shame for us to lose out like this. Unfortunately for us, there was a non-live part in the engine which has failed quite far before live, which is a really freak occurrence on a BMW. Normally we're running cars that are bulletproof, so for it to happen in this race when we're fighting for the championship and it's going so well, everyone's just really good for all the lads.
But reflecting on the season, the fact you were pursuing the championship, what a great year you've had.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good year. I think everybody's done a job that they can be really proud of. It just really hurts when you know that you could have done it and probably should have.
Well, we're all very proud of you nevertheless. Thank you very much.
Darren Lung, winner of the Bronze Cup in sprint, represented the UK in the FIA Motorsport Games in a Ferrari rather than a BMW. But yeah, you don't need any extra words to detect the huge disappointment coming from Darren Lung.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've written all over him, and you can tell. I mean, he's an extremely competitive race driver. He's a very successful businessman. Two things sort of go hand in hand, and you know, when you've done all the right things, and then you're let down by a technical issue beyond your control, that adds to the disappointment.
Race leaders working their way down now through turn 27, so the safety car procedure underway. As I say, we are expecting a wave by, and all of that will be undertaken by race control. So for now, the order is as it is, until further notice, if you like, depending on either whether we go green or we get the wave by.
So I wonder how many laps will be given. Just, I mean, it enables drivers also to get some modicum of tire temperature, a little bit of brake temperature. The brake temperature also contributes to heating up the tire, or heating up the hub, the wheel, and then into the tire itself. So yeah, maybe another lap, couple of laps, and then race director Neil Village will let them get back at it. But hopefully, following your observations of many, many years in European endurance racing, safety cars breed safety cars.
This is true. So we are under the safety car, and in a moment or two we can look forward to the next part of the race. But prior to that, we'll have a sort of pit stop of our own up here, because while the cars are on track and we've got drivers cycling through, straight out of a competitive Mercedes, is, I'm delighted to say, having joined us in the booth, Arjun Maini, whose car now is, what, in 20th place, Josef Vega having taken it over. Arjun, we've been reflecting on quite a dramatic last sort of half an hour, 45 minutes, and people have been expecting a really dramatic race anyway, given the nature of the circuit. It's living up to expectation.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope everyone's okay. First of all, I just missed the incident because I just got out of the car. But yeah, it was incredible first stint, I felt, honestly. Like, racing around these streets with the multi-class racing is just not normal. And it threw a whole different perspective of racing for me, and I absolutely enjoyed it. The driving standards in the first stint was very good. It was really nice to be there.
About that, because we were kind of expecting drama right from the get-go, and it didn't come for over an hour.
Honestly, I was hoping for a little bit more chaos, so we could like jump a few more places, of course, safely.
Yeah.
But that didn't actually come. But I really enjoyed the first stint. Yeah.
Better just quickly explain that we've got the wave by happening now, so the cars that are in the classes able to effectively put themselves back on the lead lap. Now, this for you guys, fighting over the likes of gold or silver or bronze, you know, in those classes, this is great news, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it like sort of neglects some of the deficit you have and gives you a chance to, of course, get back into the race. And for example, if you have your strong driver at the end of your stint, it gives you also a really good chance to have an overall finish at the end of the day. And yeah, I think it also prevents a little bit of the chaos that could happen at the restart. So I think it's a great thing.
Just talk us around this lap as best we can. I know we're going at a slower pace under the safety car, but we have in a road car driven around it, and we've been impressed at racing speed. It must be quite awesome, but it's got some really fast bits, some really technical bits, and some pretty slow bits as well, like the hairpins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got the last corner in T1, which is really crucial in terms of braking. Then you got this really flowing fast section through sector 1, end of sector 1, and it's incredible. I mean, you have to really play with the car and listen to the car, to what it's telling you in terms of your throttle inputs, in terms of not unsettling the car, because it's such high speed and so sensitive on the aero. I mean, GT3 cars do produce quite a lot of aero. And then it's sort of got a mix of everything, and I've really enjoyed driving this circuit, especially under the floodlights. It brings a really nice dynamic to it.
Do you have to relearn it? You know, if you've been out in the daylight and you've got reference points, and then you go out now in the floodlights, do you have to relearn, or is it very similar?
To be honest, it feels quite similar.
Okay.
Of course, the tricky thing is the track evolution during the weekend, because usually when you race at a street circuit, it's normally a one car, one driver thing. So having like so few laps in practice and having to keep rotating, and I think that's the biggest thing that I've struggled with.
When you come drive a track like this, do you get out of the car and say to your teammates, it feels a bit like ... any other circuit, or is it absolutely unique? You know, can you say it's a bit like Macau, it's a bit like a flat Spa or anything like that? Is it like anywhere else you race?
I mean, for me it feels really quite unique. I mean, Macau is different in a way. It's really brutal all the way through, whereas here you've got, for me, you can overtake here. From what I saw now, it's got that nice it's got that nice flowing in session, and for me it feels different. I would say I've not felt something like this.
Now let's just, before we go back to racing, have a look at what happened for that full course yellow. The safety car's going to come in this time. Arjun, stay with us for a moment. Let's just try and catch up on what happened. So let's have a quick look. Audi comes into shot, and here, nose to tail, one into the back of the other, and the pair, number 8 Ferrari, number 111 Audi, that was down at turn 22, where you've got it kind of comes across you all a bit suddenly, doesn't it? That is a braking zone. You've got high speed, and then you get to that part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's also you braking while you're turning there, so it's quite tricky with our cars with ABS activation. Sometimes you can't really when you go into the ABS, you sort of lose control of the front, and you sort of like have this feeling that where the car suddenly goes forward. So it's quite tricky. That place in T4 is quite crucial for that.
Drivers have gone to the medical centre to be checked out. That's the good news. They're out of the car safe and sound. We're going to go racing at the end of this lap. That probably means I better let you go. When are you back in the car? How long have you got?
I'm going to do the last stint.
Okay, so you've got time for dinner and go relax and all of that.
Absolutely, yeah. Excellent. I mean, it's nice here with the AC, so...
Well, the car, just to recap, 20th place is where Arjun Mainy's Mercedes is, but we're going to go racing at the end of this lap. Arjun, for now, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the race. We'll do another pit stop in a second. We'll hear back from John Watson and wish Arjun Mainy the very best for the remainder of the race. Thanks to Arjun. Thank you, Mercedes AMG, as well, for ferrying Arjun all the way around from the paddock to see us. Right, perfect timing, all of that. So we are ready to go racing once more. The safety car will peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and Valentino Rossi is going to have to be on his toes here. We know now that he is an accomplished GT3 race winner, but he is about to really feel the pressure, is he not? Because right on his tail is going to be Jordan Pepper, and right on his tail is Patrick Niederhauser, and right up behind him is Christopher Hauser, and then it's Daniel Morad, and then it's Lucas Stolz. That wave-by has helped all of the class drivers get back onto the lead lap, but it's also helped us by giving us an absolutely mega lead battle with no traffic in the way. Here we go at the end of lap number 40. Pull the pin. We're going to go back racing with 4 hours and 17 on the clock, and it is Valentino Rossi who leads the way.
Yes, gets across the start-finish line ahead of Jordan Pepper. No one can overtake until they get past the start-finish line, but here's a run down into for Jordan Pepper having a look. And just behind Patrick Niederhauser being quite defensive. Audi was looking like they might be threatening a move, but it was on the wrong part of the racetrack. So here out of turn 3, the run down to turn 4. Valentino, this is where you're going to prove you're a real racing driver in a 4-wheel vehicle.
And he's doing a good job thus far of keeping Jordan Pepper behind him. Patrick Niederhauser runs 3rd, Christopher Hauser 4th, Daniel Morad 5th, Lucas Stolz 6th, Ben Barker in the Mustang is 7th, and Pepper now starting to really attack Valentino Rossi. The BMW driver is under massive pressure right now not to put a wheel wrong, but he is acquitting himself pretty impressively right now. And give him a couple of laps and things start to calm and settle in the cockpit, then he can get into a rhythm maybe. Incidentally, 19th is where Davide Rigon is, the early race leader, having lost all of that time on the first pit stop. 51 Ferrari has now done 2, and we're side by side for the lead. It's going to be the grunt out of turn 14 now. BMW just ahead, Jordan Pepper to the inside at 15. And he's through into 16, job done.
And Valentino had a lift out of that because he suddenly found himself with a Lamborghini running around there. So look at the team. Yes, get in there, my son. That was a proper racer's overtake. Jordan Pepper is a proper racer.
So Jordan Pepper, race leader. The Pepper assault continues, and he is up front now. Valentino Rossi in 2nd place, and his problems aren't over, are they? Because he's got Niederhauser bearing down on him, and Hauser, and Morad, and Stolz. You know, the list of quick people behind is a long one, and there is Ben Barker going gangbusters in 7th place in the mighty Mustang.
Look, he's in the group of cars. He's been sort of drawn along by the pace of those ahead of him, and if he can stick to the back, but Lucas Stolz in the number 2 Mercedes, that's going to be a great. But look, he's trying to even just think about not overtaking the number 2 coming through the final turn onto the start-finish straight. Remember, the Mustang's got normally great straight-line performance. Side by side, Niederhauser and the Audi. Well, there wasn't an awful lot of space there for the Audi to thread its way through, but it got through cleanly.
Christopher Hauser at the inside, and behind, look, you've got the Mercedes of Daniel Morad trying to buy into this. There's another battle going on between Stolz and Barker. Morad gets run out wide, but Christopher Hauser up to 3rd. Patrick Niederhauser down to 4th. It feels like a sprint race.
Well, Ben Barker and the Ford Mustang nearly got ahead of Lucas Stolz coming into turn 1. The Mustang, again, we know it's got great straight-line performance. Must have good traction to get off turn 27 to give him that thrust and drive up that long pit straight.
There is Ben Barker. Behind him is number 911 Porsche Alex Malikin, then Enrique Chavez. Now, how about this? Up into 9th place, as way wide goes Morad. Let's just see there, the Valkenhorst Aston. 9th, Enrique Chavez. That was the car that started at the back of the grid with Roscan in the first stint. What about that?
Look, Mustang up the inside.
That's the Aston, that's Chavez, but he's up the inside, you're right.
Yes.
And he's done it, he's gone through.
Wow.
So now, 8th place from absolutely flat last on the grid. 45th of the 45 cars that were on the grid, 2 in the pit lane, but what a drive this has been by the Valkenhorst squad.
Absolutely, but I would like to know what is the difference between the Valkenhorst Aston Martin, which has got pace and is able to overtake, and what we've seen from Come To You Racing, because they've really struggled, particularly the 007, the lead car in that family.
Yeah, 7 is in 15th in class, 18th overall, and therefore not scoring points as yet. So Pepper it is, leading the way. And number 34 there, Enrique Chavez. We saw him for Garage 59 last year. We said he was a star. He has been really impressive. And he and David Pittard, Ross Gunn, 3 underrated but very quick young guns. And that car certainly is becoming increasingly one to watch. It's in the overall category as well, so it's part of that lead fight most definitely. And now Chavez released, he's getting closer to Barker.
Just watch this battle with Lucas Stolz, then Barker, and now Chavez likewise. So Dean McDonald, either he ran wide intentionally or he got run wide, can't work it out. So Barker hasn't been able to make any further progress in terms of catching Lucas Stoltz directly ahead of him, but the pace we've seen from Enrique Chavez has been very, very impressive. Oh, another mistake from... Oh, dear me, that was unexpected. Daniel Morad got it all wrong in turn 1 and 2 and almost lost that position, almost gave it away. Patrick Niederhauser. Well, did he overtake Niederhauser?
He did overtake Niederhauser, and I'm wondering what's going on with that Porsche, because that's 2 places lost since the restart. So I was rather anticipating that Niederhauser would be gaining ground rather than losing it, and he's now got Lucas Stoltz pressing on behind him. We were hearing, weren't we, in that full course yellow period that Stoltz had oversteer. Well, now that he's pushing and everything's back up to temperature, tyres-wise and pressures as well, that's coming back to him. Then you've got Barker versus Chavez, and in 9th place, look in the background, Charles Weerts, BMW number 32. We have got a completely different motor race from that we were looking at in the first hour.
Indeed we do. We've got a right little race going on here. There is Charles Weerts in 9th position, and he's going to close down on Enrique Chavez, who's closing down on Ben Barker, who was closing down on Lucas Stoltz. That gap's slightly stretched a bit, but keep an eye on the number 32 WRT BMW.
There's another pit stop penalty coming. It's for number 3 Mercedes of James Kell, and it is for track limit offences, what else? The race leaders then currently are on lap number 43, and we're not that far away from the end of the second hour of the 6. It's been a funny old hour, what with that long, pretty much half an hour's worth of full course yellow / safety car-ness. But right now, we've got the cars unleashed, and Enrique Chavez making up ground. Alex Maliakin falling back in 911, but still looking strong in the Porsche.
Yeah, it's strange to understand what's happened to Niederhauser, because at one point we thought Niederhauser and Jordan Pepper were going to swamp Valentino Rossi. Well, Jordan did that, but Niederhauser's fallen back, and I don't quite understand why.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not Niederhauser's Porsche actually has legitimate pace, if you like, to be there, or whether it got there because of the strategy. And I think it was more to do with the pit stops, because it does not look that quick. Certainly, if you think back to the first hour of the race, the Rutronic Porsches were nowhere compared to Guven's car. And I think what we're now starting to see is actually Niederhauser's car running at its pace, which isn't as good as those around it.
But maybe so. Jordan Pepper certainly is showing the Lamborghini's pace. Over 3 seconds advantage over Valentino Rossi, who is a further 3.6 seconds ahead of. Look at the way, look at the load into the rear of these cars. I mean, through turn 8 and 9, the rear of the car in particular, is so heavily loaded. I mean, the tires are almost squealing, and you know, just so much downforce, so much pressure going through the wheel suspension. So Jordan Pepper running away presently from the second place BMW Valentino Rossi.
He was fastest in pre-qualifying yesterday evening and said at the end of it, we have got to win this race in order to win the championship. Nothing else will do. So very much on a mission. And bearing in mind that number 51 Ferrari, which is also fighting for the championship, is not yet in the points after its bad pit stop. Number 7 Aston Martin is also not yet in the points after just lack of pace. Suddenly the pendulum has rather swung in the direction partly of 163 Lamborghini and also number 99 Audi. Now 99 Audi currently is in 3rd place. That would net 70 points. The Lamborghini is leading. That would give it 72. So right now, championship would go the way of number 163. But we've got 4 hours and 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go. We're certainly just scratching the surface of this race.
Yeah, indeed.
So Daniel Morad closes up to the tail of Christopher Haase, coming to the conclusion of another lap. And just you can see in the background, Patrick Niederhauser has got Lucas Stoltz breathing down the back of the Porsche. There's the Mustang. Oh, Weerts is having a little look at Enrique Chavez, pulled out to the right. Is he going to be quick enough? He's side by side. See, look at them coming down, having a little touch coming in on the inside. Is going to be the advantage, but it'll be the undercut for the BMW. Will it be able to get there? You see, he's getting the nose almost just to the rear guard, but he's going to be on the outside as they come out of turn 3 and all the way down into turn 4.
But Enrique Chavez taking no prisoners. He is not going to roll over just because Charles Weerts is a triple Sprint Cup champion. He's not going to let him go by without a big fight. And bearing in mind that Aston Martin has hauled itself up from the very back of the grid, Enrique Chavez knows he's got decent pace in that car. The BMW tucked up behind, and Dean McDonald, look, has caught back up to Weerts, who's got himself a little bit stuck. The BMW drops a length, in fact, coming out of turn 11. Alex Maliakin in 11th place. In 12th place behind him is Vincent Abril. 13th is where your leading silver is, and that is Lucas Leggeret. And 15th is your leading goal, Lorenzo Ferrari. And 21st, the leading bronze, that's Sam de Haan, number 30 BMW. So there's a lot that's really changed around from the start of the race.
Well, we've seen on our graphics that the BMW would have turned 21. Out of the 5 cars, 4 of them are BMW, so they've got good straight line performance. But it's not just about straight line performance. You've got to get yourself to the point where you can use it successfully. And on the nature of this corner, you've got these long, swooping, very high-speed curves. If you get too close to the car that you're wanting to challenge, then you lose a little bit of front-end downforce, which then offsets the gain you might have had in overall top speed.
So the race leaders coming out of turn 22, that was where we had the incident that triggered that full course yellow a little while ago. And Jordan Pepper trying to build the lead now over Valentino Rossi, and he is building it pretty quickly. 4 seconds already is the margin, but Rossi is only 7/10 up the road from Christopher Hauser. There further back, you've got the Chavez versus Weerts battle. Dean McDonald is closing. Then you've got the next train with a big dive on the inside there from the Audi. Lucas Leggeret goes ahead of Vincent Abril. That was brave stuff, and the Silver Cup leader elbows out, goes by.
Good pass by Leggeret. That was well worked out. Caught Vincent Abril a little bit wrong-footed him, and Leggeret launched it on the inside. Here we go, Charles Weerts once again. And again, he's got to fall back in behind Chavez in the Aston Martin. Again, he's quicker through that transition from left to right. But then the run down into turn 4, where we're looking at as the cars enter. Up the inside this time, is he going to make it stick? No, can't quite get the grunt.
They swoop now out of turn 3, 4, 5. And rather than being on the attack, suddenly Weerts has to go defensive, doesn't he? Because Dean McDonald is right back on his tail.
Well, when you're in that situation that Weerts is in, every part of your mind, thinking eyesight, is looking at the back of the Aston Martin. He might be forgetting that you've got a very rapid Dean McDonald in the Garage 59 McLaren, breathing all over the rear of the BMW.
So Weerts having to think about what's going on behind. I was going to say in his mirrors, but it's partly mirrors, it's partly the little TV screen with a camera that the drivers use these days, but no question he's fallen back from Chavez.
But you can see McDonald has made 1/10 of a second, and lap 45, 1/10 of a second, lap 44, and then it was fractionally down in lap. So he's making progress, but again, he's in the same situation. He'll catch up to the back of the BMW, and then the aero wash from the BMW will have a bearing on the outright pace that we're going to see from the McLaren.
Through has just gone number 25, Paul Everard, the wheel of the Gold Cup Championship. Elect Audi, there it is, just through shot, being chased by, amongst others, the number 3 Mercedes. It's on a bit of a mission in the hands of James Kell right now. Now, we're not far away, of course, from the end of this hour, but with people's pit stops all up in the air.
Well, the first hour was fairly benign, one might say.
Yes, yeah.
Second hour has come alive.
And the brains trusts up and down the pit lane will be working out when now to call in their cars. The longest stint actually is by Jordan Pepper, because he's only done 1 of his 5 stops. Let's just listen into number 30 BMW.
Okay, Sammy, so the guy ahead has got blue flags. Hopefully he does something about it. Pro's behind. Car's starting to get track limits again. Car's starting to get track limits behind again. Pro car's behind, not for position.
And that's the
I'm in a bit of a pressure cooker here for track limits, so if I can get out sooner, great. Yeah, copy. We're doing our job, There's no risk. Bring it back if you need.
Information for Sam de Haan, which is interesting to hear about who he is racing against. So Sam de Haan being told that the car behind is a pro, so he can let that one go. It's not his fight. And the cars around and which category they are in.
A little bit of bodywork on the outside of the exit of turn 3. Race director will have spotted that as well as we have done it. So whether that will be considered to be something that is in a safe or an unsafe place, well, hopefully it will be considered to be far enough off the racing line to be safe. But in this day and age, everything's got to be thought about, because if there was an incident that was the consequence of that bit of bodywork, then that would be a difficult situation to justify.
Now, Jordan Pepper, the race leader, is about 5 minutes away, if that, from a pit stop. The Grasser Racing team are doing this, if you like, by the book. Stop on the hour, stop on the hour. They have not gone off message, whereas other teams have, and done a stint reset. So he's going to have to come in the next 3.5 minutes.
And he's just set the fastest race lap to date, with a 2 minutes and 0.32 of a second. So he is hammering it right now, trying to build that. He's now just a 1/10 of a second away from a 6-second advantage over the 46 BMW. Christopher Hauser is still trying to hunt down Rossi, but he's dropped back to about a second. So Valentino seems to be comfortable in that sort of gap between first and third. Not big challenge, but unable to match the pace of race leader Jordan Pepper.
Confirmation that out of the race, Mattia Larena, Toby Sowery, Dan Harper, they're the 3 retirements, and also Nicolas Rossi and Arthur Rougier were the 2 involved in that accident at turn 22 that caused the full course yellow. They are out of the race as well, of course, with all the damage sustained to those cars. Jordan Pepper goes across the line, 47 laps done. He's 6.5 seconds up the road right now, and Haase catching Rossi that time around by 0.3 of a second.
There is our friend Ben Barker in the Mustang. He's still got Enrique Chavez behind him. Still got Charles Vetz behind him, and now Dean McDonald. So that's a little 4-car train, and it all looks. Just the visual of this race has come alive.
It has, yeah, completely.
Really come alive.
And this is the beauty of long-distance racing, isn't it? There's so much more in a long race like this, whether it's strategy, whether it's incident, whether it's the pace of drivers when you've got 3 to a car and you have to cycle through. It's all fascinating stuff. Daniel Morad then, double stinting in that car. He's the rapid Canadian in the Winwood Racing Mercedes, hunting down Christopher Haase, who in turn is on the tail of Valentino Rossi, but hasn't yet been able to work out how he's going to find a way by. But Valentino doesn't often make mistakes these days, and the pace has got better as well.
Well, he's driving very, very well under pressure. And he couldn't do anything about Jordan Pepper. Just Pepper's pace was too much for the BMW. But he's been able to keep the Audi and consequently Daniel Morad in the 48 Mercedes at bay, and the Porsche, which I thought was going to be another player in this battle for second place, has fallen back. And in fact, Nadia Haase has got just under half a second. You've got Lucas Stoltz behind him.
Yeah, Stoltz for Get Speed, and for Winwood, there is Morad for the Trezzo Attempto squad. Christopher Haase, still part of that Audi family. It might have been scaled back, but he and Ricardo Fella, 2 drivers that were retained on the factory payroll and given to these privateer teams this year. Christopher Haase, a very loyal servant of the Ingolstadt brand, and still quick, that is absolutely for sure. Jordan Pepper now 7.4 seconds clear of anybody else, and is going to have to pit on this lap.
Can he make it down the inside this time? Charles Vetz again sticks the nose of the BMW into the mirror of the Aston Martin, but again not sufficiently alongside to be able to make that move stick.
More debris on the racetrack, yeah, and quite a few bits. Where's that coming out of? Turn 3?
Yeah, yes, it is coming out of turn 2 into turn 3.
Yeah,
yes.
you're right, yeah. So that might end up just needing an interruption. Depends really, I suppose, if A, anybody runs over it and moves it, or B, it's sort of blown away by the side draft of the cars. There is the championship leading Aston Martin, still 17th in the race. Marco Sorensen at the wheel, outside the top 10 for points. So bad news, really, right now.
My concern is that bit of bodywork is sufficiently large. If a car hits it, it'll fracture into a million bits of carbon fiber shard, which then becomes a secondary problem, because that's what then contributes to tires getting cut down. So I fear that might need, again, what's happening here. Chavez goes wide. Now Charles Vetz read it, but was on the outside, couldn't do anything. Well, was that off the back? Might have been off the back of the Aston or part of the BMW. I can't quite.
Certainly one of those two, isn't it?
Yeah.
Between them. So it's either a bit of the back of an Aston Martin or the front of a BMW, yeah. And it sits on the road coming from turns 2 into 3. Right, so we've just tipped over into the third hour of the race, and I'm waiting for number 163 Lamborghini to head to the pit lane. It's in the last sector. There is 33 that's come in. So Andrea Cola was at the wheel. And another of the Attempto cars. Chavez versus Weerts, getting a bit toey this, isn't it? The BMW perhaps a bit frustrated. Yellow flag out in the first sector now. And as the cars come through, Jordan Pepper has stayed out for another lap.
Well, there was a yellow flag in the first sector. He's not going to be able to do any overtaking.
No, indeed.
So he's got to fall in behind, and everybody will have to do likewise, because that's a serious no-no. So there's the Audi that we saw on the pits a second ago, making its way back down to join the track. And what's happened there? I was looking at the pit lane.
That was number 7, Marco Sorensen, going ahead of Thomas Drouet. So we haven't seen much overtaking from the Aston. We finally have now. It has gained a place. So
but that was wave yellow flags down there. Or it was a wave yellow flag going into turn 1.
Well, it's a yellow flag for the debris, but whether that move was completed before the yellow zone, discuss. I think Sorensen was okay. Right now, tied on points in the championship. Mapelli, Pepper and Pereira for the win, and they will be 2 up on Ricardo Feller, Christopher Hauser and Alex Alka.
So here we go again, into turn 13.
And we're going full course yellow in 10 seconds, a third full course yellow.
Not surprised, because that bodywork was significantly substantial, and the safest thing to do, I know it interrupts the flow of the race, but somebody will gain out of it.
Yeah, but this could be quite brief. If a marshal can get to that within, 20 seconds,
I think one of the difficulties of this racetrack is access. There's limited access to all parts of the circuit. So, I mean, for example, you see coming, this is on the, not sure part of the, I can't even read that part of the, I think that's round
16.
Yeah, it's just there's the marshal's post with a yellow flag being waved. There are only a limited number of access points around the circuit.
We've gone back green, so...
Well, got it done quick.
Yeah, very rapid. Marshal out, bodywork scooped. We're back racing, so just a very, very brief interruption to let the marshal safely get to the track and back. And we've had a track limit warning for Enrique Chavez, incidentally. Right, race carries on.
And Murada's got ahead of Hassan.
As indeed, quite right. So we've had that change for third place. The yellow and green Mercedes. There it is, the man-filter liveried car gets up into third place. And as they come now up towards the timing line for the end of the lap, Jordan Pepper is going to be able to extend this stint, isn't he, because of that yellow flag which was within it, but he's coming to the pit lane now. So we've got now Rossi back into the lead of the race from Daniel Murad, and Christopher Hauser still third.
So Murad just covers the entry into turn 1. In case Christopher Hauser thought he might have a way of slipping up the inside. So go to work, get those rear wheels, tyres changed.
And drive the change as well. So from Pereira, I would expect will go in the car now if they're going to do a single stint rotation. It looks good in that livery, the Lamborghini, but Valentino Rossi looking good in the lead of the race. And okay, he may have lost a place to Pepper, but he didn't lose anything else, did he?
No, he maintained his position. He was under challenge all the way through. Now he's got Daniel Murad, and he hops, skips, and jumps, and we've got Niederhauser likewise. And the aggression of hitting that curb and the car at a slip angle is never ideal from a tyre engineer's point of view, but it's in the hands of the drivers. They're the ones who are controlling it.
So the Porsche of Patrick Niederhauser, having lost places and fallen back, its best lap is a 2 minutes 1. All of the cars ahead of it have done a best lap faster than it, so that's really where it is on natural pace.
Oh, absolutely. For some reason, we're not seeing the pace that we saw from the Porsche in other events this year. We saw at Manicourt and we saw at Barcelona. So look, Weerts on the headlights trying to get Chavez to react. I think there's probably more chance of being struck by lightning than flashing your headlights.
Number 2, by the way, is pitted, so Lucas Scholz has given way to Fabian Schiller. So the order is continuing to shuffle while this next round of stops cycles through. Remember, there are 5 that must be made. You don't have to change tyres or all of them. Double stint the tyres, that might be to your favour, but you do have to do these 5 stops with the 79-second refueling connection.
Yeah, with all these pit stops going on, we've got our friends at Ford. Ben Barker's got the car into 6th position. So Rossi leads, Murad second, Hauser third, Niederhauser fourth. So those top 4 now staying out, and Ben Barker. So they're all coming across start-finish line, not quite nose to tail, but not a million miles apart.
Charles Witz has just pitted as well. And you can see, if you look right, the lollipop being waved, and the BMW arrives into its pit box. So currently we're working lap 52, and it's Valentino Rossi in the lead. Who is the next one that we anticipate in? It's going to be
Raffaele.
Sam Dahan, I think.
Oh, sorry, you mean in terms
of pit stop?
Yeah, which next car coming in?
Yeah,
there it is, Sam Dahan.
He's done about 63 minutes plus now, so he's not far off pitting. And I think you're probably right, Raffaele Marciello.
If it follows the pattern that they've done already.
Unless they decide to single stint Martin Rossi, and then Marciello for the end.
That's another option. Yeah, let's do that. Give Raffaele the lion's share for the final 2 hours and let the other 2 hop in and out. Thomas Drouet under pressure, launching the field. This is coming down into turn 13. There's the 97. Ocolaci coming back. That was the car we saw earlier when Goivan had a flat tire, a damaged tire. It took him forever to get around. But that's done. Whereabouts are they? 37th position.
And still a lap down as well, which is the real frustration. So the field accelerates down now towards turn 22. And we are properly at night. It's only 7:10 local time, but it's properly dark around the precinct of the racetrack. Dominic Baumann blasts through in treble 7. He's been in the car from the start, hasn't he? Andre Mukovos, 66 Audi, goes by. And the next pit stop of note should be pretty up in front of the race leader. Dries van Thor has taken over 32, by the way, so single stint for each of the 3 drivers to crack on. Relatively short stint, therefore, for Charles Weers. An effort by James Baldwin up the inside line there, tries to go ahead of the Herbert Porsche. But Robert Renau fending him off. Yeah. James Baldwin, GT race winner for Bob Neville's McLaren team, going back a few years, as well as an esports champion.
He's got a good run going down into turn 1 as we switch back to the tail end of the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari. I don't know who's behind the wheel. Is it Jonathan Wee? Oh, it is Jonathan Wee, yes.
Oh.
So coming up for completion for this driver pairing, coming up to execute 53rd lap. So Jonathan Wee would like to get himself a little bit closer as they come across the start-finish line and then into the braking zone into turn 1. He sticks the nose up the inside, but again, he's more than a car length behind the Audi, so no likelihood of anything other than foolhardiness.
This is 5th and 6th in bronze. Andre Mukovos fending off Jonathan Wee, the Hong Kong driver.
Yeah, Ben Barker, by the way, likewise has just pitted for Ford. So, I mean, a really good effort by Ben Barker, jumping in as a replacement for
Dennis Olsen.
Dennis Olsen, yes, who's back at home, waiting for another baby to arrive.
Or as they're known, another kart racer for a few years' time. Yes.
Maybe.
Dennis Olsen, IGTC champion a few years back when he was a Porsche factory driver.
Oh, you mean that kart? I thought you were about a buggy kart you push a baby in or something.
No.
I know what you mean now.
Yeah. Cadet, 100. Yeah. Next generation of racer.
Well, people they're accustomed to racing in racetracks with the barrier literally as the demarcation area of the racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. Down to turn 27, Cam's number 25 Audi, the white Audi, Paul Everard at the wheel of it. 15th overall, and currently Everard's second in gold. The gold class is being led by 77 Josefo Vega, who's up into 11th place now. That was the car that Arjun Maini, from whom we were hearing earlier, drove early on. There is your Gold Cup leader, so Arjun has gone back to the paddock rather than being up here with us, but I think he'd be pretty chuffed to see his car in the category lead ahead of Paul Everard, and then Dominic Baumann's Mercedes in 3rd place. Racetrack pretty busy right now, isn't it?
Yeah, you're getting groups of cars, running around, sort of not quite nose to tail, but you can't get a lot closer than they are. The nature of the circuit doesn't really encourage you to get right under the rear of the car you're following, just to get the aero wash from the car is going to cause you to lose front grip, front downforce. So that's about as close as you can get, maybe within a half a second or so, and then all you can hope for is when you get onto one of the quicker parts of the circuit that you have been able to exit the previous corner, and that's where you'll gain your advantage.
This is how the Gold Cup looks for the championship. If things stay as they are, it would be the title for Everard, Magnus and Club. They've only got to be in the top 6, so really all in quotes, they have to do is bring it home, just keep out of trouble. But that is easier said than done. 5 cars we have lost already. And actually, Philip Dennis, who had the accident with Dan Harper, is back in the race. I thought that was the end of that Lamborghini.
So did I.
Staggered back out again.
I'll tell you, they make them strong down in wherever they make Lamborghinis. I mean, the whole front sub-chassis in that car is like, it's massive.
Yeah.
So obviously they've managed to get the car back out. I hope it's pointing and steering in the right direction. That was just watching this group of cars. The lead car, the Porsche, went over the inside of turn 23.
So there is the Valkenhorst Aston, Enrique Chavez ahead of Lucas Legere. This little battle pack shuffled, of course, with Louis Pret at the back of it, given the most recent round of pit stops. Valentino Rossi up front. Patrick Niederhauser has just pitted. He got to the 61.5 minute mark. So in he comes. Silver, don't forget, was already won at Monza before Colin Karasani, Dan Arrow and Tanat Satarantirakul. But for second, Ezekiel Perez Companc. Looks as though he's odds on at the moment for Santalok. And him alone, because don't forget, he's been racing for his own team of Mad Panda at the start of the year, and then now for Santalok for Monza and here in Endurance Cup. Niederhauser in the pits.
Interesting that Ezekiel Perez Compact in the Audi. I think he's having more success with Santalok than he did have in his own Mad Panda Mercedes AMG GT3 team, which is a bit ironic. But anyway, the Porsche up on the jacks and fuel going in and waiting. There we go, off the jacks and away he goes.
Mercedes turning through together. They're the Audi R8s. That's the cars I've been talking about, these gold. And you go back to the Audi now, the, what is it, LMS Evo 2. Compare the Audis that you have now from the Audi R8s that graced the grid in the very early days of what was then Blancpain Endurance Series, the forerunner, if you like, to this. They are markedly different. We thought the Audis then looked good, now they are even more brutal, and indeed all the cars have evolved, and GT3 racing has come a long way in a very short space of time, to the point that now, thanks to Motor Racing Legends as a historic race organiser, there are GT3 races and championships being run for the older GT3 cars.
And again, cutting across the inside of turn 23, that's 2 laps in consent. So there we see the Mercedes trying to sweep around the outside of the Porsche. That was the guilty party. Can he get it done into turn 27? The Porsche's going to hog the inside line. The Mercedes can't get around the outside, and he's going to make the cut back to try and get the run. Again, off. So he's on the tail of the Porsche. So this is going to be another little battle going up all the way side by side. Porsche, Mercedes, side by side. Mercedes has got, I think, that little bit of extra straight line performance as they come into the braking zone, but will he be able to consolidate it? I'm not quite sure he will, because the Porsche is side by side, and yes.
Right, number 91, which is the Renault Porsche, is being given a 55-second pit stop penalty for a pit stop infringement. 55 seconds is quite a lot. So what that penalty is, we've not yet been able to unravel, but 55 seconds, big chunk of time.
I'd like to know what the offence was to be given that kind of penalty.
I'm on it. I'm trying to get to the bottom, but for now, let me just let you have that information. 55-second pit stop penalty is due for number 91, the Renault Porsche, that's in 20th place overall.
So the Ferrari dives down, can't get it done. So down in turn 13. Not that, I mean, it's if you get alongside a car, you can make the pass, but you need to be fair and square alongside. Otherwise, the car that you're attempting to overtake will have the slightly. You can use the higher line also, and then turn 13. The banking helps you. So, I mean, I've not seen 2 cars go through turn 13 side by side. Oh, contact with the Mercedes just on the exit. So that was a little light brush. Don't think there'll be any damage done. But it just shows you how easy it is just to be sucked into these barriers. So up into turn 22 as we continue midway around the lap. Still, we've got Valentino in the lead. Jordan Pepper's fastest lap still stands. Dean McDonald into 4th place. Chavez 5th. Leggeret doing a great job in 6th place in the silver Audi, and then Louis Pret in the 2nd of the 2 McLarens. 2 McLarens in the top 7. From there you see that little repeat. It was a brush. I mean, that was, you wouldn't even think about it. You wouldn't even tell your mates about that one.
So what was that? Number 3 Mercedes, wasn't it? James Kell's car. Is he still at the wheel? He is.
Chavez is in the pits.
You may have done this. Dean McDonald has done the fastest lap of the race.
Didn't catch that.
In the McLaren, 2 minutes 0.275. Dean McDonald for Garage 59 as he gets to the end of a tank of fuel. In has come, as you see, Enrique Chavez, and there's going to be a driver change, presumably now to put David Pittard in for a stint.
That's been a great run by the Valkenhorst Aston Martin. I mean, the brand didn't really show strongly through qualifying, but the Valkenhorst team have done a very good job to get that car running as competitively and running with pace all the way through when they were challenging or being challenged by the Ford Mustang and others.
and it's a team that deserves some good fortune. They came with 3 cars. One was out of the event after the test on Thursday with a cracked chassis. Another one had a fire yesterday and he's in the race but struggling. So 34 after its problems in qualifying. A good result, but I think certainly well deserved for the Valkenhorst team. We have got 3 3/4 hours of this race to go, and Enrique Chavez, as you've seen, pitted, and I was right, it's David Pittard that's got behind the wheel, so we'll see what his pace is going to be like, as now, with a bit more shuffling of the order after pit stops, we hunt for the next battle, and we'll see 158, the Garage 59, James Baldwin, McLaren. And I go on about James being much underrated in a real world as well as an esports star, but he is. He's a very, very handy driver.
I don't know an awful lot about esports, but I know a bit more about racing drivers, and we've got another racing driver who's come in, a long, tall, lean racing machine called Jake the Dennis.
I'll let you talk to Jake.
No, you talk to him.
Okay.
No, I talk to him all the time.
Right, that means we'll have a quick headset swap. Let me quickly also catch up on Valentino Rossi has pitted, and so has Daniel Morad as well. So we've had 46 BMW in, we've had number 48 Mercedes in, and that puts number 99 of Christopher Hauser into the race lead. So this will be the full service, if you like. You saw earlier on the pit stops for a stint reset, but this will be for fuel and tyres and a driver change as well. So the order will shuffle accordingly. Right. Dig deep into the book of questions for Jake Dennis, because there's not a lot of your race to talk about, sadly, Jake.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, gentlemen. Yeah, it's been a bit of a shame. Obviously, Toby had a really good first stint, made some really good positions. We were, right in there with the WRT cars, and yeah, we had a bit of a failure with the belt on the engine. Just no oil pressure and stuff like this, so we had to retire. It was quite an abrupt end.
Darren was suggesting in an interview that it was a part that is life, but it was well within life. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was well within its life. Is that a move for the?
That's the
genuine
position.
move. Yeah.
So that's the Mercedes just nipping ahead of the BMW, just to catch up on that. 48 goes ahead of 46. Change on the pit stops. So
yeah,
that illustrates the importance of good pit work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, surprising from WRT. Normally they're.
And all of this for the race lead, effectively, because the Lamborghini, which has made an earlier stop, is going to split the two of them. That's now going to put 48 into the lead of the race, is it not? The BMW up the inside. Whew, didn't quite manage to do that, but yeah, all diving out of the pit lane at the same time. Order shuffles, and when Christopher Hauser pits, then that's going to affect the lead situation as well. Right, sorry about all this. It's just perfect timing. So you've seen what's happening in the pit lane. And now we'll go back to the plot. Christopher Hauser leads. He owes us a pit stop. That's 88 that is a little bit further down the sister car. Right, reset. Back to your BMW.
No, yeah, as Darren mentioned, it was well within the life expectancy. So, but yeah, I think just going back to this move here, the BMW at the moment for us is quite fast down the straight, and we're struggling a little bit in the corners. So I think for the Merc and the Lambo, doing that move in the pit stop there is crucial, because I do think they have a little bit more pace than us. So I think, yeah, who is it? Who's behind Lucas, and who's driving the Lambo?
163 is now from Pereira, I think, on the last pit
they'll
stop,
both be pretty pleased that they're ahead of Rossi and can crack on with some clean air.
One thing that John and I were talking about in qualifying was that the BMWs, actually more the WRT cars than yours or the Rover car, didn't seem to come alive, but come the race, they're up there. Is that pace? Is that strategy, do you think?
I think strategy, they've obviously, Maxime had a really strong first stint. He looked quite strong through the field, and but yeah, you have to give it to WRT. They basically went from 14th to 1st, so yeah, full credit to those guys. But it seems like their race pace is generally a little bit stronger than their qualifying pace. We had a little bit of a BOP adjustment prior to this race for everyone, and I think it was in our favour. But nevertheless, I still don't think it's quite the pace of the Lambo and the Ferrari from what we saw from the first stint. But yeah, bit of a shame that I'm not out there myself, to be honest. It looks good fun.
We've just seen at the top end of the pit lane, number 51 Ferrari come in, which led the first out. You may not have seen what went on in their pit stop, but they had so many cars stacking, they had to put it to the front of the queue, put the dollies under it, slide it into place, and they lost over half a minute to the opposition. So we talk about good pit work. You've been in there, you know what it's like having to go through all of this, but it's strange that a team as experienced as AF Corsa would have done something like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad that they're at the end of the pit lane, because normally you can run a bit long, and then you can reverse it back, or like on the skates. That's the luxury of like being in the middle or at the start. Whereas those guys, they're very limited by the cones, so they can't actually run long into their box and then like jack it up and then spin it round. So that's maybe something what happened to them, and they just had to accept that they couldn't really get into their box and obviously lose that valuable track time. But I mean, it's still a long way to go. We've got 3 hours and 40 minutes, so
true.
I think they'll be able to bring it back. Track limits is a real issue here. You know, we saw cars get a drive-through stop and go within the first 1 hour, and yeah, it does reset thankfully, but nevertheless, you know, we're seeing cars on their final warning with just under 4 hours to go. We've got a spin here as well.
And into the wall goes 66, and that was the car that was leading bronze earlier on. So Andre Mukavels has gone around. He was 5th in bronze. And can he get going? That's not a nice place to be parked.
No, it's not. He is thankfully just a little bit offline there, so he should be pretty safe. See, the car's all quite tight, but that definitely rear wing damage there. Maybe left rear as well. Yeah, hopefully he can get it back round. The tricky thing now is to try and pull out in front of this traffic without...
Yeah.
You know, he's completely blind, so it's it'd be interesting to see what they do here. SCY or... Yeah, double yellow.
He's going to have a go. He's got the car moving at least, so it's not stalled. Go, go, go. Oh, he's got front damage by the look of it.
He's got front damage, surprisingly.
Yeah. Now he needs a bit more lock to get round the corner. Oh dear.
It's not quite the black taxi in London, is it, with the old turning circle? So,
yeah, you never have said that's not a nice place to be parked, nor is that.
Getting reverse in a race car is always a challenge as well. This could end. Yeah, we look pretty safe. It does not look healthy though, does it?
No, and there's more damage to that car than I think we first thought, because front left didn't seem to want to be turning. He's got it going now, and another spin for treble 3. That was Christian Hook's Ferrari. Now Felipe Fernandez-Lazo at the wheel. It's all kicked off all of a sudden.
I've joined at a good time, haven't I? To be honest, it was all quite calm before I arrived. But yeah, seen some good action here. Yeah, definitely left front, but puncture or
doesn't look like it. The splitter looks low, as though there's certainly been a bit of contact. And what's going on here? That's tyre against bodywork, isn't it? Somewhere in all that smoke is a Ferrari
as well, or it's definitely a bronze. Looking at the light,
that I think is treble 3, isn't it? The one we've just seen spinning, Felipe Fernandez-Lazo, and yes, it is coming slowly down towards us at a 38th place, and he's parked. Oh, it's a puncture. There you go. That's why all the smoke was there.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
And what's going on with all these right rears? We saw quite a few earlier on, and there's another one.
Curb strikes, yeah, it's an anti-clockwise circuit, so it's stressing the right rear quite a lot. But to be honest, the wear hasn't been crazy, so I am a little bit surprised. It's definitely not quite like Spa or Ricard in that type of aspect. So it is a little bit strange to see so many punctures. It hasn't really been a worry for us. So yeah, bit of an odd one, to be honest. I didn't really expect it coming into the race.
More pit stop cycle through. We haven't really got yet your opinion. You could say, I don't have one, I've not done enough laps. But on the circuit itself, pretty much everyone we've spoken to absolutely loves this track.
Yeah, it's great. You know, I've actually driven here a lot on the simulator with the work I've done with Red Bull, and coming here in a GT car, it's definitely a challenge in different reasons. You know, it's see, we've got a perfect example here.
Absolutely wedged in, isn't it?
Both McLarens here pinned.
In the
reversed in the pit.
So that's
reversing in the pit lane is not ideal, though. You could pick up a penalty for that.
Stuck behind the Valkenhorst Aston, and people just flood past on track, don't they?
Yeah, and you just hemorrhage lap time. Like even if you can't go 50 kph down the pit lane, you're losing seconds. So it's any stationary lap like time in the pits, you really get punished for it. But yeah, just going back to the track itself, in a GT car, it's pretty special. Super close and tight to the walls. It's rewarding if you take risks, but obviously punishing if you get it wrong. So yeah, qualifying was enjoyable. I think the race is really going to ramp up towards the end. You know, the track rubbers in more, the track temp comes down, and you know the fuel load comes down. So it's going to be a fast pace at the end. And you know, final race of the season, no one's leaving anything on the table. As you can see there with the McLaren fully pushing with the Pro car.
What do you need around here? Is it horsepower? Is it grip? Is it aero? Is it big whatnots personally?
You need it all. But I think what we've seen here with the Lambo and the Ferrari, they've got a really good balance. They've definitely got the aero and the mechanical grip, and that is overpowering the straight line speed over most things. You know, the Mustang's the quickest thing in the straight, but it's not quite got the overall performance. So yeah, you definitely want a nice balance. It helps with tyre wear as well, especially on a 6-hour race. So I think most drivers will always take a good race car through the corners, even though it is quite challenging to overtake a car if you're a little bit slow in the straights. But we're always generally more happy the better the car is behaving through the corner.
And under the lights like this, we talk about, you know, it being a night race as we have a replay of the spin. Hard to gauge from that whether the Audi fell or was pushed. I think it fell.
Yeah, I still don't know how it's picked up that left front damage. It's such a strange crash that. He's obviously been spun round and put into the wall, but it looked like he had some damage beforehand.
Just wonder whether he may have got too tight, skimmed the wall and haven't settled it and turned it around. Another talking point we've had is track limits at turn 11. Everybody seems to be going very wide and up the curb, and I suppose if that's what you do on one lap, you kind of get used to doing it.
That's the thing, you know, we've had a lot of practice this weekend and they haven't been too strict, like they don't delete your lap time, so you can always push the limits, and then it comes to the race and you get 5 warnings before you then get a penalty. So you have to sort of change your philosophy through that whole section, and if you don't quite get it right and you run off the track by 1 millimeter or 4 foot, it makes no difference. Your penalty's a penalty. So, and it's obviously visibility is very hard behind cars. You can't see where the white line is, so you just kind of predict where you're going to end up. And once you arrive at the white line, there's nothing you can do by that point. You can't abort by that stage. So you either just accept it. And then hopefully you just don't go off, and that's the limits we're working with. You can't be leaving 2-3 tenths on the table every lap through turn 11. You know, you're looking at seconds by the end of the stint. So, but it's a balance. You know, we've only got 5 for 6 hours. Yeah. It's a real tough one,
but it's a high curb as well. I mean, it's probably something you think you don't want to be on.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Some cars definitely ride it better than others. You know, we've seen Haase coming into the pits now, the race leader, and. You know, it's I'm not sure if it's one of his last races with Audi. He's been with these guys for 14 years, so I think he wants to go off with a win. It'll be he was my teammate a couple of times, and he's a great guy. The story how he started racing is pretty special.
Go on.
He was I got told that he was actually like just a bit of a motorsport fan and a marshal, and like watching the race cars, and then you know, then he sort of got this opportunity to drive a race car, and obviously took to it pretty well, and his opportunities came about of Audi, and then you know he's turned into one of their most professional drivers and one of their most successful. And
well, he's about to drop back behind 48. Lucas Auer there is now the race leader, and for second place we're going to have from Pereira. Yes, I reckon we are. Maybe not quite. Ricardo Feller takes over the Audi, and he's just ahead. So the Audi second, front Pereira is going to be third. Valentino Rossi will be fourth coming out of turn 2. So a good pit stop by the Audi team, that to keep ahead of the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I know that's super crucial that he stayed in track position. Rossi's doing a great job in fourth as well, to be fair. He's been in the car for quite a while now, well over an hour, I would say, and they're going to be double stinting with Marcello at the end, so I would imagine that car is going to come back into the fight. Yeah, full credit to the WRT team right now as well, and it's going to be a tough battle right at the end.
A quick thought about Valentino, because he's no longer a novelty. He's a proper GT racer now. He's accepted.
He is, yeah, and he's like, I haven't worked with him directly, but just from what the guys have said inside of BMW, you know, he's working hard. He just wants to be on the pace as the pros all the time, and you know, that's just in his nature from what he's achieved in MotoGP. You know, he's never happy with half a second. I think he's always trying to get close. And speaking with like Maxime, you know, there is times where he is very, very close to the top lap times now. So it's great to see. Hopefully one day I can pair it with Rossi for a race or two. I think it'd be pretty cool.
It's on your bucket list, is it?
It would be, yeah, especially somewhere like around Bathurst or something like that. Would be a pretty special event with him in your car. You know, I had a good car a few years ago with Scott Dixon and Rick Kelly, so that lineup there would be difficult to beat.
Let's just listen into Audi 26.
Just for you to know, we are P11, P1 silver, and there is a gap of 21 seconds between you and the second.
That's not too bad to hear, is it? You take that. Leading your class and you're 21 seconds ahead of P2. You're a very happy guy when you hear that.
All of that was to Kobe Powell's. How much radio traffic do you get during the course of a race, and how much is to you relevant, and how much do you often think, go away, leave me alone?
I think different drivers accept different information. For me, I'm always on the side of I want to hear more information. But some guys,
lap times, position.
Yeah, lap times, degradation of the other cars around you. You know how far they're into their stint, the pace of the other BMWs, because you know you might not be fighting a BMW, but you just to see how your pace is compared to, you know, you're the same manufacturer. You have to be realistic at times. And how long's left of your stint, really. So I think one thing is slightly different, like coming from Formula E to GT, like the communication between you and the engineer is very little in the grand scheme of things. So for me, speaking to my engineer like through corners and stuff like this feels quite natural. And yeah, if they speak to me through the likes of Sector 1 where it's very high-end, you know, focus, it's not really too much the end of the world. But I know some guys really like to just be left alone, and I'll speak to you in 29 laps when they say box. So yeah, different preferences for sure, but yeah, you just like to know where you're at, and I think just simple communication like that. You know, he's leading his silver class, he's 21 seconds in the lead, so it's basically just don't do any track limits and bring this back in one piece for the next pit stop, basically.
So for the rest of the evening, what have you got planned? Kicking your heels, I guess, and then...
Yeah, so I was obviously meant to end on a double stint for me, and then it was literally going to be a quick pack-up, and then I was meant to fly back because I'm flying to Brazil next week for the first round of Formula E, so it's a pretty busy time doing this weekend and then straight to Brazil. But, you know, I wouldn't have it any other way, so it's... so yeah, it's going to be a good one, and hopefully we can start the season off well in as we did in season 9.
Excellent. Good luck for next weekend. Jake, really sorry that you're not going to get a drive, but thank you very much for
I'm very jealous of
coming up to join us.
Appreciate it. Enjoy the race, and yeah, thanks for having me in.
No worries. Thanks very much. Jake Dennis, whose BMW sadly ground to a halt after a really good first stint by Toby Sowery earlier on in the race. Jake, many thanks for coming to join us. It would have been Jake Dennis, Toby Sowery, Darren Lung, the 3 drivers of the 991 BMW. And while Jake's been talking to us, you've seen what's been going on. I'll give you the race order in a moment. We've had a few more penalties coming for speeding in the pit lane for the Sky Tempesta Ferrari, for pit lane infringements for 1 or 2 others, including Barwell. Track limit penalties have been flying around as well. It's not really affecting anything for the overall situation, which is led then by Lucas Auer. He is 4 seconds ahead of Ricardo Feller, who is half a second only up on Franck Pereira. This is second and third, Audi versus Lamborghini. And John, you called it absolutely right on the Thursday test. That Audi, number 99, has got some pace.
Well, I mean, just literally standing by the side of the racetrack looking down, I thought some cars looked, I thought, quite slow. Then the Audi came through and it looked, I thought, 10 kilometers or more quicker, and I couldn't understand it, but whatever the pace that Audi have got, certainly in a straight line at that part of the racetrack, clearly looked like it was pretty much the quickest of the bunch that were out there. But in the meantime, the Lamborghini, which has got the same engine as all part of the VW Audi Empire, so it's the V10 Audi engine with a Lamborghini name on the rocker covers. So the 2 cars really ought to be very similar in performance in a straight line. The exception being is the aerodynamics. They're quite different. The bodies of the Lamborghini is a much more almost aggressive looking swoop than the Audi, which is, but if you remember the original Audi TTs that came out way back in the 90s, was like a jelly mold on 4 wheels. So the Audi R8 is sort of a derivative of that, but it's lost a lot of the jelly and a lot of the mold. So you can see just in the final turn, the lowest speed just below 100 kilometers per hour. Before then they accelerate very quickly up to, what, 240 roughly before they get onto the brakes into turn 1. And the gap between second and third, coming across the line, well, waiting for the things, it's what, 0.6 of a second, and that's about as close as you can get before you start getting in this aero wash. And I was trying to listen to what Jake was saying about following cars, in particular through Sector 1, and because you can't see through the corners, you're really stuck with following the car, and even the white lines that are on the racetrack demarcating track limits and then off track limits. It is a difficult sector. You know, the pace these 2 cars are running at, I mean, it's showing 163 kilometers per hour, probably 60 kilometers per hour on an average road car. The door handles will be being scraped off. So, looking and seeing, you're pointing, David, a new, that's unusual, didn't expect that one. The number 80 has set a new fastest lap, and that is the Lion Speed Porsche, and it has been it's boost, Bastien boost, that's what it was. So that's a very, I mean, where did that come from? We haven't seen a pace from a Porsche all evening, anything like that. So that's, can't explain it. Another paper bag, or plastic bag being kicked up into the air. Hopefully those are going to blow away. Don't want one of those getting into your air intakes or your cooling duct or your brake duct. A lot more bits and pieces lying around the circuit. There's another piece, so that might have been a large chunk of rubber, but they looked like a bit of carbon fiber or whatever you would choose to call it. So this chase going on for second place, coming down to the conclusion of lap 66. Frank Pereira unable to do anything in real terms. And Ricardo Fella, I mean, I think he's a great racer. He's one of those young guys. He is racing driver. It's like a bit of, we're going to say, Blackpool rock. And Blackpool written through the rock. Well, he's got racing driver, just like Jake Dennis, actually, just who was in our commentary booth a few minutes ago. He's another proper racer. There's racers and there's racing drivers. So Ricardo Feller and Jake Dennis both fulfill my interpretation of what a racer is. And I love seeing it. I love seeing drivers getting stuck in. You can be quick. You can be quick in a qualifying lap. You can look surreal doing it. But have you got what it takes to get the job done? Some racers do. Well, racers do. Some racing drivers might think they do. Some of them, not really. I don't want to start naming names, but anyway.
Oh, go on.
No, you know who I'm referring to. Anyway, this battle going on for second place. The gap second to first is 4.7 seconds. So Lucas Auer, if you call 4.7 seconds a comfortable lead, he's got a comfortable lead. I mean, it wouldn't take an awful lot for Auer to get, let's say, caught behind a car, which was a slower car on a lap, but quick in a straight line, to start losing 3 4/10 of a second a lap. And that 4.7 seconds can just evaporate in the space of about 8 or 9 laps.
Andrew Guben is back at the wheel at 22 Porsche, but still not on the lead lap after that very, very time-consuming puncture earlier on. Treble 7, Alfazan Al-Zubar has just copped a 30-second penalty for track limits. And that car in 24th place at the moment.
And the 32 BMW, Dries van Thor, behind the wheel, has just overtaken Sven Muller in the 96 Porsche to put himself into the top 6 in 6th position. So a little bit of traffic getting between the Lamborghini in 3rd place, the Ricardo Feller-driven Audi in 2nd. So it's ebbs and flows a little bit. And the thing Ricardo Feller, I'm going to say Frank Pereira needs to be aware of is not allow Ricardo Feller to gain an advantage in traffic and then stretch he's coming across at first. On some occasions he will benefit from it. On other occasions he might catch 3 or 4 cars, and that then also in itself causes other problems.
So there you've got the number 99 Audi running in 2nd place. And that's the lead car, 48 then. Lucas Auer up front and trying to build the advantage, and he is doing so. 5 seconds. That car now looking as it did on Thursday. It looks a bit different yesterday because it had some replacement bodywork. Lucas Auer had the brake pedal go to the floor in the test on Thursday. Did quite a lot of damage. He was okay, the car was okay after a lot of overnight work. And a fear initially that it was too badly damaged, thankfully came to nothing. But right now, a car that was okay in the earlier stint is out on its own up front.
Yes, and the benefit of being out on your own, out front, is that you can drive your own line. You don't have to put yourself under pressure. On you go. So Lucas Auer is just ebbing slightly further ahead from Ricardo Feller in 2nd position, and he'll be most, I think, comfortable, content with that. We are we're 20 minutes to 8. This race will conclude 3 hours 20 or 3 hours 18 minutes from now, so we're not a million miles away from coming up to the halfway point.
That Mercedes looking strong, no question about it. And Ricardo Feller in 2nd place, trying to reduce that margin. His last lap was a personal best, and still slightly slower than Lucas Auer, who's got very nicely into a rhythm. We've seen throughout not just endurance but Sprint Cup, which Lucas has won with Mauro Engel this year, how good a driver he is. The nephew of Gerhard Berger came from single-seater racing into the DTM, into GT racing, and Lucas Auer building that gap all the time now.
Yeah, and you can see there it is coming into turn 1, or entering turn 1 there, 2nd and 3rd. Now, in the space of that lap, the Lamborghini has closed back down to the tail of Ricardo Feller, so Frank Pereira maybe just dropped back to give himself a little bit of moment to catch his breath, just to let the car. You know, the worst thing about running so close behind another car is they dictate your pace. You're not running at your potential. but you're being inhibited by the car ahead of you. So fall back maybe by up to a second, make another charge, try to regroup, make another charge, and hope that you can carry that charge through at a point of the racetrack where you've got the advantage in terms of speed.
Now, we have had a change a little bit further back. Up into 5th place has come Dries van Thor, number 32 BMW. Still don't think you can rule that car out. Valentino Rossi double stinting. He's in 4th place. Now, how is Rossi doing relative to those around him? His last lap was a 2 minutes 1. He's falling away from the top 3, and he is being caught by Van Thor. So Valentino Rossi in 4th place. We heard Jake Dennis talking about how much improved a driver Valentino Rossi is, but at the moment his pace is not quite keeping him in that mix, is it?
Yeah, but also if you're double stinting, you know, there's fatigue could set in. Maybe, I don't know, relative to whether the 32 or the 46, which has been in the pits earlier than the other. So Valentino might be on a slightly older set of tyres than Dries van Thor is in the 32 car, and that would also account for maybe some of the pace that the 32, there it is, you can see just coming in right exit of 22 into 23. So I would imagine that in another couple of laps, 3 laps at most, you're going to see Dries van Thor on the tail of Valentino Rossi, and that will be, well, it'll be a race between the two, but I know that Dries van Thor, any car ahead of him, he just has to overtake.
So there is 46 BMW, and look at the way the gap is coming down, hand over fist. Valentino Rossi's going to stay out for another lap, but the margin between them, it was 2.4 seconds last time, and it is looking much, much reduced this time from 2.4, what have we got, 11 tenths, yeah, so it's more than halved in the space of a lap between those 2 BMWs. So Valentino Rossi, who is coming to pretty much the halfway point of his second stint, might be flagging a little bit, bearing in mind that Dries van Thor is fresh into the car.
Yeah, and also he may be on slightly fresher tyres as well. And of course, Dries van Thor, we know, is the creme de la creme of WRT GT3 drivers. And you know, Valentino Rossi would love to be able to run at Dries van Thor's pace. And he's running at a pretty good pace as it is, but Dries van Thor is outstanding.
So there is Rossi, there is Van Thor behind. And the 2 BMWs together, place change I think is imminent on this lap. So
well,
let's see.
So now this is the leg back to the end of the second sector. So let's see where Dries van Thor is. He's probably taking tenths, maybe hundredths of a second out pretty much every part of the circuit.
21 Aston, Job van Outen being given a 10-second penalty for causing the collision. Plenty of penalties still floating around as you look here at the McLaren-Ferrari fight going on between 188 Adam Smalley, 51 Davide Rigon, who's trying to rebuild the race after that popped pit stop earlier on. So through they sweep. We're on lap number 70 right now, and about 15 minutes away from half distance.
There's the Mustang. Just an interesting Jake Dennis confirming what we always believed, that it's pretty thunderous, not just in terms of its audio, but in terms of its straight line performance. And that's a great thing to have on a circuit like this, where you've got 2 very fast sections, to be able to stretch your legs, keep yourself and your competitors at bay. So down in the final turn, turn 27. So about to complete another lap, coming up to the completion of lap 71.
So Van Thor finally has gone ahead, in fact, as they came across the timing line. So up into 4th place is Dries van Thor. And there 51 Davide Rigon powering his way through on the tail of Adam Smalley. Both of these cars running for the overall battle. Ferrari goes by, and this is for 14th and 15th places overall. So Lucas Auer, Ricardo Feller, the lead gap. And Franck Pereira in 3rd place. Now, what about Van Thor relative to those ahead of him? He wasn't quite as quick last time, but he had to get past some traffic. Fabian Schiller in number 2 Mercedes also lapping faster than those ahead. So I think number 2 might be coming into the mix as well before much longer. How's number 7 doing? Nicky Team now is 13th overall, 11th in class, so he's almost into the points. Number 7 is chipping away.
Yeah, whereabouts did Van Thor get past Rossi? I was looking down, looking at my notes.
I don't think we saw it, but it was...
Okay, it's just happened.
Yeah.
So he's up to 4th, to Van Thor, Rossi. So that was going to be a pass, I would say. That was the teammates, you're quicker than me, I'll step aside, let you get through. It's more a team game than it is an individual game. That's what endurance racing fundamentally is.
So this is how the championship looks at the moment, with Ricardo Feller, Alex Arca and Christopher Hauser ahead. And ahead by some margin, but Marco Mappelli, Jordan Pepper and Franck Pereira know that to win the championship, they've got to win the race. And of course, Lucas Auer, Daniel Morad, Maro Engel, who's yet to go in the race, they can't win endurance, but they could, of course, have something to say about what goes on in the combined championship with a good haul of points out of this race. So, as we've been making the point, there's still quite a lot to shake out. 159 has just picked up a 30-second penalty for track limits. 159
Tom
is
Gamble
the
is in 12th place.
59 McLaren, it's Tom Gamble. You're quite right, thank you, John.
So that is Tom Gamble, I think we're looking at, just as he comes into the chicane.
Yeah, fending off 007. So Nicky Tim ahead of Adam Smalley, and now onto the back of Tom Gamble. So Nicky Tim, like I say, he's almost into the points overall.
And where is the Ferrari? It's just, yeah, okay, it's not a million miles, 2 places behind. The pace that the Ferrari should have, the last lap for the Ferrari was 2 minutes and 5 seconds. The last lap for the Aston's not slow, I can assure you.
No, you're right. But as the race unfolds, the number 7 Aston Martin is becoming a little bit more relevant, isn't it? It's getting up there.
Yeah, we've got just 3 hours, 10 minutes remaining. So half distance is just 10 minutes away. And it should then kick off another round of pit stops for those that are on schedule. Others that have gone off schedule will be coming in at a later time.
And I think our final guest has arrived in the booth, that being James Baldwin, who is a real person, not just at the end of an esports game, but British GT esports champion a couple of years, 3 years ago, plus race winner in British GT for Bob Neville. We'll give him a headset in a moment as we watch this battle going on between 51 Ferrari, Davide Rigon on the back of 188, the Adam Smalley driven McLaren, and 158, the Garage 59 McLaren that James Baldwin has vacated, is the next one that we need to address, and it's just slipped actually down to 27th place. At the wheel of it is Ralph Aaron. Right, James, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you in a car as well. Oh, we have lost you for a moment. Why can we not hear James Baldwin? Ah. We have a technical problem. We will sort James in a moment, bear with, and come back to that. So James Baldwin we will come to.
Okay, here we go, back. So looking at this battle between the Aston Martin and the McLaren as they go through the exit of turn 12. And it's interesting, just going back to Jake Dennis and talking about turn 11, I still believe that part of the reason why we're seeing those tires damaged is the consequence of running up against those curbs. So wait and see whether that's going to be the story or not. In the meantime, still the gap increasing gradually, first to second, 5.4 seconds. Frank Pereira. So, looks like James, so tell us how it has been. First reactions, I'm dying to hear from a race driver. What do you think of the racetrack? Because I think it's, well, okay, you tell me what you think of it first.
There's not really a word. It's unbelievable for me. I guess the only tracks I've raced in recent years is like Monza, Spa, which are quite open, quite predictable. You can see the corner ahead. Whereas you come to Jeddah and like you can't see around the corner, and the walls are really like really narrow. It feels really close and scary in a way, but also exhilarating at the same time. So like, it's just fun. When you get it right, it's fun. But fortunately, not yet. I've not got it wrong. But I can imagine if you get it wrong, it's very punishing.
What's the biggest challenge? Is it the physical challenge or the mental challenge?
The physical challenge isn't too bad. I've been training quite a lot since the last GT World Challenge race at Monza, and I've just done an hour and 20 minutes. Feel fine. It's mainly the heat. The heat caught me out earlier in the week. It was quite extreme in the car when you sat there, especially when you're stationary, because you don't get the airflow.
No, you get the heat soak, and that's the trouble with an enclosed GT car. You sit there, and all the heat that's been dissipated when you're on the racetrack suddenly just envelops you in the cockpit.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was tough, but now I've got used to that, and I just did a stint where I didn't really stop. So now it was really good. We were at the back when I got in the car, but we got a fortunate wave by. And we're now P3 in class, I think. So, yeah, looking good. We're in Bronze Cup in the 158 Garage 59.
So, what other GT cars have you driven aside from the McLaren here this weekend?
I've drove just the McLaren, to be honest.
That's all you've been in, the McLaren?
Yeah, so I drove the original McLaren in 2020, and then when the Evo came out, I drove that this year as well. So I've driven the odd GT4 and Cup car and stuff on a test day, but in race trim, it's only really been the McLaren,
Yeah, so. It's a proper race machine. I mean, it's a full carbon fiber tub to begin with. Sometimes I wonder, surely this is a manufacturer that should be dominating GT racing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question for someone more important than me, my friend. I mean, I just get in and drive. But you're right, that the BOP doesn't always seem to be favourable for the McLaren in the rounds I've been at, to be honest. But right now in that stint, it seemed super fast. Really hooked up balance-wise. On the straight, seemed fairly competitive as well. Made quite a few moves. So, yeah, I thought overtaking would be hard around here.
I'm going to ask you, because one of the things we've been watching is a lot of cars following within about half a second of one another, but they can't quite make the move to overtake. So what do you do to make that overtake stick?
I think it's all about setup. So you've got to, like, get the car in front, sort of offline the corner before, get the run, and then be good on the brakes. I think T1 in the last corner.
Do you know something? It was the same in my day. There's nothing new.
Nothing changes.
Nothing new.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is. I mean, it's much more difficult, particularly in that first sector, because you can't see through a corner. That's one of the real challenges, I think, that everybody's had to deal with coming here to a racetrack, which is, unlike anything else probably in the world.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I think the last corner in T1 are your only opportunities, really. I mean, the dirty air in GT3 is actually quite bad now because the downforce is quite high.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you just can't get... It's really hard to explain to people that don't drive them dirty air because you can't see it.
Well, we call it wash. I mean, it's just the wash coming off the rear of the car.
Yeah.
Turbulence, and it damages what you would like to have on the front, on the nose, so it separates the air from the car.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. So something you have to get used to. Well, something that took me by surprise, definitely.
So you're in the booth with us, giving us a little insight into how it is to drive for Garage 59. When are you going to go back in again?
I'm not sure, so...
It'll be a single stint.
Yeah, it will be a single stint. I think it might be the second to last or the last.
What would you like?
I'd like the last.
Really?
Yeah.
You like the glory then?
Well, I've only taken the checkered flag in GT World Challenge once, so I'd like to do it another time, to be honest. But if I have to go second to last, that's absolutely fine as well. So.
No, I think, finishing a race, an endurance race, I think is always an achievement and a sense of fulfillment.
Yeah.
Which until you have done so, it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
So, go down and tell them you really need to finish the race for the team. Who do you speak to, Andrew Cacolde or who?
I'll pass it on to Andrew. Just
you tell him I told you to put you in the car for the last stint.
Copy that. Yeah, we'll do.
Look at that, getting a bit close, coming out of side by side, almost coming down pit straight. A straight line performance, not a lot of difference between the Aston and the McLaren. The Aston's actually got a slightly better drive, maybe off. The drive, I've been talking about the drive off turn 27 onto the pit straight. That also has a big effect on how quick you can get down that straight.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's such a weird corner, the last corner, because it's so wide. All the grip seems to be on the inside.
Yeah.
But a lot of drivers are braking deep and running wide and losing loads of time.
Well, they're taking what might be considered to be the optimum line, but actually where the grip is not on the optimum line.
Yeah.
And if you actually come in slightly earlier and hug almost there, just right alongside the wall, sometimes I've experienced this, but you think, wow, I should have been doing this for my entire stint.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm just really honoured to say I've driven at Jeddah in a GT3 car, because it's on the calendar for next year, as far as I'm aware. So we might not see it again. Do you know what I mean? It's mad.
No, well, I mean, look, I think it's turned out to be a fantastic event. I didn't know what to expect, as maybe you didn't either, coming here with big, GT3 cars. They're not a high downforce, slightly lighter. I mean, a Formula 1 car isn't a lot lighter than one of these GT3 cars, but they've got a lot more downforce, and of course they've got a lot more power. But what we're seeing, I mean, visually, it is just sensational.
It is. One bit of preparation I did before coming here was watching Verstappen's pole lap, but I put it on 0.75 speed. So it was like a similar lap time, and it was quite helpful, actually, just to get an idea of what it might be like.
Yeah, but forget about what Formula 1 cars are like. I mean, they're just awesome, and the level of grip that you would get from exit of turn 3 all the way down into turn 11, I dread to think what it must be like. If it ever went wrong there, they'd be picking you out of the Red Sea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the neck must go through a lot in an F1 car around here for sure.
Okay, well, look, James, great to have you here.
Likewise.
David's been singing your praises all broadcast.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Is he your PR manager, any chance? I think he might be. He certainly might like to be. When he puts the microphone down and puts his feet up, he can certainly turn around. You could help him, couldn't you? Anyway, many thanks for coming in. That's been great.
No worries. Thanks
and let the maestro get back into the driving seat, because he is the man. So, back to the races, and David's about to plug himself back in. Yes, exactly. Racing drivers are sweaty when they come into the booth, David. Right, off you go. You've been watching all the... I've been talking, you've been watching. What have I missed?
I think we've kind of been calm for a few minutes. Good to hear from James Baldwin.
Yeah, super guy.
Absolutely. Yeah. And somebody that was a real world racer, ran out of money, went esports racing, and did so well that he was given a real world drive and won races, but then his driver categorization changed, which meant that he couldn't get a drive, so he went back to esports.
I know you've talked about esports, and I've got an image of what an esporter looks like. James doesn't. He looks like a racing driver, not an e-sporter.
Yeah. He very much straddles both camps. Good guy, James Baldwin, and gold medalist for the UK in the Motorsport Games 2 years ago.
But also the fact that he took Verstappen's full pole lap here for the Grand Prix and ran at a 3/4 speed. Very clever thing to do.
Absolutely, yeah.
I tell you, that's a lot of guys would. Oh, I'll do that next time if we come back here.
Now, do you remember we got excited about Bastien Bus and the fastest lap?
We did, yes. It's still there.
It is, but the car's...
159.9 now.
Yeah, the car's been retired. So Bastien Bus didn't get much time in that car before he gave it over to Patrick Kolb, and it's all gone horribly wrong quite quickly. Patrick Kolb is out of the race. It's in the garage. It's done. So I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Well, explain, somebody in Porsche, why the 80 Porsche, which is the land speed car, suddenly developed out-and-out pace that we've not seen from the Rotronic cars or others. I mean, doing a 159.9 in race condition, outrageous.
Now, one thing that has happened, here it is, number 7, Nicky Tim, he is up into 12th place. Now, before you go, so what, let me tell you that is 10th in terms of the overall, the Pro Cup classification, so he's nudging closer now towards some points. So also there is 51, which you just see going through shot. That's Ferrari is now in 15th. So number 7, despite the fact, and I still stand by this, we were right to be worried about it earlier on, it is creeping into the mix as Eddie Cheever goes storming by. So the championship situation is not done and dusted. Eddie Cheever, by the way, is in the bronze category, and he's now 3rd in class. James Baldwin's car is 2nd, Mark Sanson, but he's being caught by the charging Cheever, and Cheever is being caught by Casper Stevenson, who is there in the Barwell Lamborghini. So bronze is holding up nicely as well.
We're just 3 minutes past the halfway stage. I mean, we've got to reset and go back, and we start at 5 p.m. here in the evening. It's just turned 8 o'clock in the evening, and still a long way to go in these conditions. And I mean, we've had relatively few safety car interventions, had a few full course yellows, but fundamentally it's not had a big effect. The first full course, there we go. Having said that's one of the Barwell cars, and that's at turn 11, that's gone off, and you can just came out of turn 10, and you can see the tire marks. As that, it almost looks as if he either lost it or something maybe didn't function properly.
I'm wondering if it's a tyre.
Yeah, it could be a tyre. It's gone down. He's got damaged rear suspension as well.
I think it's a right rear puncture, but whether that was effect or cause, can't tell you. Now, let's see whether that car gets going. Also, I need to quickly mention which one it is. It's 78. So that was Sandy Mitchell at the wheel. Sandy Mitchell doesn't often make mistakes. That's what makes me think that it was a tyre, maybe.
Yeah, well, it could well be. And I mean, it's in the area of the racetrack where we have seen a number of incidents. That car, the right rear, you could see there's not a lot of the tyre. Well, it looks like there's not a lot of it as it hobbles away. That's a scary part of the racetrack, to lose a car, because it's heavily loaded as you come out of 10 and then you're going to the left, go through turn 11, and you ride the curve at the same time. So who is in? Lorenzo Patrese is either just getting out of the car or getting into the car. So a little bit of communication, I think, by Lorenzo Ferrari might be in the car. So we're waiting to see whether that's a driver change or it has taken place. So, yes, here we go, David. Sven Muller is up to 6th in the Porsche, and he's got Valentino Rossi only 6 seconds down the road. Now, we saw the Porsche chasing the BMW earlier in the race, didn't make much impression. Maybe Sven Muller might get something more from the Porsche.
Possibly so. 88, Lorenzo Patrese has just pitted, the Gold Cup leader. And right now, 78, which we've been looking at Sandy Mitchell's car. It says rather innocuously on the timing screen, spun and rejoined. Well, by the look of the tyre marks on the road, it was quite a spin. And I suspect if it was a tyre that popped and pitched him into a wild old ride, Sandy will have his eyes out like chapel hat pegs after that. There's the sister car, which is Casper Stevenson at the wheel, who's turned into a very handy GT racer over the last few seasons. Gets on with the job.
I'm sure Sandy Mitchell, after that moment, is going to have to come into the pits. There will be, I believe, some, it might be damage that's minor, it might be something more than that, it may well be a tyre had either deflated or had been damaged, and so there's the sister car. So waiting to see whether Sandy Mitchell, wherever he is on the racetrack, and looking to see where he is. Yeah, you can see him, he's dropping down, he's showing in 37 on that last lap, which is not great. So yeah, 38, so he's hobbling back. I think that's what one would best describe it.
Yeah, he lost about 45 seconds in the first sector alone with the spin, and it could have been a lot worse than that. Number 2, Fabian Schiller, has just come in, incidentally, out of 8th place. Now, what are we looking at here? We're looking at Casper Stevenson in 72 Lamborghini. We're also looking at the fight for second place bearing down on him, because look, Ricardo Feller is being caught, is he not, here by Franck Pereira. This has race and championship implications, and they come into turn 13 pretty much together. There is Fabian Schiller out of the car, and we have had a stint from all of them now. So do they put Jules Gounon back in or Luca Stoltz for the next part of the race?
I would imagine they might hold Jules Gounon back for the final stint. A yellow wave, yellow flag body, or something, a bit of a tyre, looks like, against the wall. Maybe that's from the 78 Barwell Lamborghini.
I think you're probably right. And contact between Fabian Schiller and Sven Muller at turn 4 has been noted by race control. Maybe that triggered the early arrival into the pit lane of Fabian Schiller. So second and third, Feller versus Pereira. And they're bearing down, as I say, on Casper Stevenson then as they come towards turn 27 this time.
Yeah, all three with the same power plant, but Ricardo Feller trying, yes, he's succeeding. He's getting up alongside the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, and I would imagine the Lamborghini will ease the overtake. They're on board with Franck Pereira, so he's hoping that he's in the pit lane, so he's coming in. So Pereira is in.
Okay, done an hour, so bang on cue, and he comes, breaks the beam, comes down the pit lane. So Franck Pereira out of 3rd place. Now, because the other 2 cars made stint reset pit stops, they're out of sequence. And late in the race, this is going to become more interesting as to see when, relative to their pit stop, the order shuffles and who is going to pit last, because the one that pits last will potentially drop back. And Franck Pereira does the driver change.
That's Marco Mopelli, I believe, jumped in.
Yeah.
With the Italian colours on his helmet. So the Grasser Racing team goes to work.
Winners at the Nürburgring, weren't they? Sticker tyres, new tyres going on to the German team car.
There's the fuel Bowser.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of kit. You know, you wouldn't want to be a wimp to try to A, connect and then B, disconnect. It's quite a heavy piece of kit, so that goes into the dry brake connector in the fuel tank, and it dry brakes at the point of exit, and there we see on its way Marco Mappelli.
I'll stop that. So anything round about the 74-second mark is what you are looking at the moment as the cars accelerate their way back on track. There is the Mustang. Now that's fallen back a little, but only as far as 9th place. Fred Verviche at the wheel a bit, but look what's behind. Nicky Thiem up into 10th place overall now, so edging forward. Nicky Thiem, we know he's always spectacular. He's got Tom Gamble riding shotgun, so this could be quite a fight, couldn't it? The Belgian driver Fred Verviche versus Nicky Thiem in the Aston.
But Nicky needs to strike and move on. He doesn't need to be held behind the Mustang. We know the Mustang's got great straight line performance. Maybe not the most nimble car currently in the field. That'll be a work for the winter period. But again, on the straight bits, Nicky Thiem will be pushing his foot through the footwall, the firewall, to try and find extra pace. And it's a frustration, and that also will work to the benefit of Tom Gamble. He'll be sitting there watching and hoping to be the beneficiary of what goes on between the Aston Martin and the Ford Mustang.
Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini back out into the race, incidentally, so just a new tyre put onto the car and dispatched with Ricky Collard now behind the wheel. This year's British GT champion with his dad, Rob. That's Tom Gamble coming down through turn 27, and let's compare and contrast the Mustang and the Aston Martin as they accelerate now up towards the timing line. Oh, we don't do it for very long because Fred Verviche bails.
That's irrelevant. Just you can see that the Mustang was lining itself up to come into the pit lane. So Fred Verviche will be in, and he has come in, as we see. Timing and scoring, seeing him dropping down. So there is Nicky Thiem. There is Tom Gamble, and that's great for Nicky Thiem because he's now got clear air to the lead Silver Cup car, the 26 Audi of Kobe Powell's, and that's about 3.6 seconds up the road.
And Kobe Powell's leading in silver as well. How is Alessio Rivera car? Davide Rigon at the wheel of it going. Number 51 Ferrari 10th. Of course, that's another one in the hunt for the championship. There it is. So 51, Davide Rigon gaining ground with the Mustang's pit stop. And Rigon going after Adam Smalley, who was last year's Carrera Cup GB champion, and he's done a really good job this year in his first GT season. He won the Silver Am part of British GT, did Adam, with Sean Balfe, and going nicely here as well.
Yeah, we've got two McLarens running 8th and 9th, so Tom Gamble ahead of Adam Smalley. Those are the two pro cars. Garage 59 entered a 3-car lineup. When they got here, it's a little bias, a little bit of pit lane chatter. They were given a 2-car garage for 3 cars, and the team were very dissatisfied with that. There were only 2 teams with 3 cars that were given a 2-car garage. One was Valkenhorst and the other was Garage 59. So stomping down to whomever, as you well imagine, and thrown this and that in the air. Anyway, got the job done. So Garage 59 have got 3 garages, which means if they needed to pit stop all 3 cars simultaneously, they could do so. Otherwise, they're going to have someone who's going to be poor little Johnny, no mate's going to have to stay up on the racetrack.
And there, under attack, he's 188. So now Adam Smalley has got seasoned Ferrari GT Pro Davide Rigon right up behind him. Just a little bit further up the road is Tom Gamble. So Garage 59's McLaren's running 8th and 9th here. And then you've got the Bronze Cup entry that little bit further back. Nikolai Kjærgaard has just taken over.
What he did, I'm just watching his right hand. I thought it came off the wheel there from him, maybe to make an adjustment, but certainly back on it now to go through turns 1 and 2. But see how much he can close down the McLaren on the entry into turn 1 and 2. Then on the initial acceleration, the McLaren is able to get the jump, then hard on the brakes into 4. Then this beginning of this sort of sinuous, almost like a sort of a snake through 4, 5, 6, and 7. And it is neck straining.
Yeah.
That's the 93 Sky Tempesta further around the lap. I mentioned earlier, we've got so many cameras around the racetrack, and you can only see a small portion per camera. So that's why we're getting a lot of cut from one camera to another, and not necessarily following always the action that we here. For example, we were watching the Ferrari, and now we're back. We're staying with them for this little segment. Okay, so this is the lead of bronze, so it is relevant.
And it's Eddie Cheever ahead of Casper Stevenson, who is hunting him down. Don't forget that the Sky Tempesta Ferrari not only leads in the race, it leads in the championship and hasn't yet had a win. And Casper Stevenson for Barwell, he's all over him like a rash there, ready to get on board for the next stint is Chris Froggatt. who picked up a couple of penalties early on in the race, but they'd like a win. They definitely like the title. Over the line goes the Ferrari. Over the line goes the Barwell Lamborghini in second spot, and Casper Stevenson is closing at the end of the pit straight. The margin between them, 0.350 over second. Go left, go right, and right now, not only is Eddie Cheever under pressure, but we know that he's coming towards the end of his stint. He's down 51 minutes. He's got a few more laps in him, unless the team feels that there is something to be gained by getting him out of this battle, putting Chris Froggatt in and letting Casper Stevenson go.
So would Casper Stevenson have a fresher set of Pirelli rubber than the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari?
Only by a couple of laps.
Well, then there's no big gain in particular. Over there is Valentino in. We're taking all the plugs and the hoses and whatever else he's got on the car, and he clambers out. And who's going to get in? I think it may well be Maxime Martin, or is it Valentino? Sorry, is it Raffaele Marcello? I think it's going to be, well, I can't tell, only a second guess looking at as best I can at the helmets. So good effort by Valentino.
It would make sense for it to be Max, wouldn't it? And then you double stint Lello at the end of the race.
The final two stints.
Yeah. So well done, Valentino Rossi. Good stint. He brought the car in from third place, just ahead of David Pittard. Sven Muller is in as well, number 96 Porsche. So now with 2 hours 47 on the clock, there's still quite a lot shaking itself out of this race, with a very, very different order right now after that disastrous pit stop early on for 51 Ferrari.
Just watching the fuel bowser being removed, there was a little splash of fuel, just a little residue, but nothing of any consequence. But you know, the guys have to train, because the bowser is heavy, and they've got to train, and it's imperative to be accurate on the first address of putting it up to the female connector of the fuel refueling rig. So Pittard up to fourth, Adenauer down to fifth. Again, I don't think we saw that overtake on the circuit, but certainly the 34 Aston, the Valkenhorst Aston, made its way ahead of Julian Adenauer in the 96 Retronic Porsche. Eddie Cheever, Casper Stevenson. Oh, there we are, Valentino having a debrief. Looks not, I tell you, not bad. You know, considering he's been in the car for a long time, a double stint looks pretty good condition.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And I think he enjoyed the challenge, you know, a double stint, error-free. Now the gap's widened a little bit in bronze, has it not here? Because Eddie Cheever has responded to the challenge of Casper Stevenson, just pulled away fractionally.
It's so quick through the sequence of corners, and that's the conclusion of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I dread to think what a current Formula One car must feel like. The G-loads be off the radar. Even in a GT3 car, your neck, I'm sure, at the end of a 6-hour race, having done 2 of the 6 hours, would realise it's been, you know, hard work today, hard work.
So Eddie Cheever, son of ex-Formula One racer Eddie Cheever, comes out of turn 16, and interesting the way this slightly elasticated gap certainly is stretched out in the advantage of the Ferrari. Casper Stevenson, who was closer a lap or two ago, just dropping back slightly.
David Pittard is flying. He's up to third place now. He's got past Kobe Powell's, leader in the silver category. So whatever they've done to that Valkenhorst Aston Martin, it's really, really come alive. And Nicky Thiem in the Come To You Racing Aston Martin team, similar, basically the same car, but just different preparations. He is currently in fifth, running down. Kobe Powell's just half a second behind them. So I think very soon we're going to see the two Astons running in fourth and fifth. That'll be an interesting little battle to see which of the two teams actually will come out on top.
I'm still interested to see as well whether we can get number 34 into the lead of the race at some stage, even if only briefly, given that it's come from the very back of the grid. It'd be quite a good story, that. You saw Eddie Cheever getting perilously close to the wall, coming out of 27. He'd just broken the beam and gone by. That for him puts now 84 laps in the book, and he's 0.7 of a second up the road on Casper Stevenson. The fact that Chris Froggatt's been standing there for quite a while with his crash helmet on now makes you fully aware that they're not that far off the next scheduled pit stop. So the race leader is Lucas Auer. Their going through is David Pittard. A bit lonely in third place now. Kobe Powell's fourth, some way back. But this has been quite a story, hasn't it? From last on the grid after a turbo issue in qualifying. David Pittard, who's won the Nürburgring 24 hours for the Valkenhorst squad, goes now up through turn 4. He, along with Enrique Chavez and Ross Gunn, doing a very, very impressive job. Valkenhorst, remember, used to be a big BMW team, then made that switch to Aston Martin, and David Pittard has a long-standing relationship with Valkenhorst.
Yes. So, I mean, I think that the Aston, sorry, the Valkenhorst. I mean, Ross Gunn did a stellar stint. I mean, we know how good he is in Aston Martin's, been so for many years, and starting at the back, and just carefully picked his way through the field. Didn't have any contact, didn't take any risks with people that naturally, or maybe were naturally slightly slower. As we see the 007 car, Nicky Team. So he's got himself slightly embedded behind the Audi of Kobe Powell's. But he ought to be able to deal with it pretty quickly, because you'd think that Nicky will get his elbows out, make a big charge coming down into turn 13, which is something that he might try to do.
And that graphic that you can see there with the race order, it's got the gaps, but the alternative is to show the progress from the grid of up or down. And when you see David Pittard has gained 43 places, that rather puts it in context, doesn't it? Yeah. So Sven Muller, number 96 Porsche, being given a penalty of 10 seconds on the next pit stop for causing a collision. So 96 Porsche, which has been sort of there or thereabouts all day, getting a penalty now.
Yeah, and it's these kind of little errors that creep in that can really make or break your race. So just watching again what Nicky Team is trying to do, he's just trying to basically intimidate Kobe Powell's. But the Audi, we noted this earlier in the weekend, has got good straight line performance.
Yeah.
And I mean, he needs to be careful, because Tom Gamble, again, just third car on a line of three, just sitting there watching. Nicky Team thinks he's going to take a punt down the inside and elbow the Audi out of the way. It may not work, and that would be an opportunity for Tom Gamble. Oh, a little bit wide on the entry to turn one from Kobe Powell's. And those are the little errors that Nicky Team is looking at. Puts his car right into the mirror on the left-hand side, using the headlights to try and maybe distract the Audi driver.
Kobe Powell's also, compared to the rest of his class, quite a long way up the road. He's 4th overall. The next silver entry is 12th, says Argazo. That graphic reflecting what we were talking about, Sven Muller and the collision, the extra pit stop time to be served next time around. That's turn 11. We've heard talk from the drivers up in the booth about running wide there and the effect it has, and how it's so hard to see here. You just sort of turn the car in, you don't really know where you're going to end up, which is why perhaps there are so many transgressions on track limits. Might be a racing driver's excuse, you never know. We're currently on lap number 87, as into the pit lane is there the car that was 9th, but it's now dropping, Joel Sturm in 911. The Klaus Backler, Alex Malik in car, and that's Powell's making a mistake and going off the road. Kobe Powell's, and lets Nicky Team go by, and also about to go through as well is Tom Gamble.
But you know, Kobe Powell's didn't need to bother. He's in the silver category. He's not racing for outright victory. He's now trying to get back at Tom Gamble, having allowed Nicky Team to get through. So, I mean, yes, enjoy yourself out there, but remember, your focus is not on winning the race, it's winning your silver category.
And having said he was a long way up the road, good job too, really, isn't it? Seeing that he's now just thrown away a couple of places. Into the pit lane is the leader, Lucas Auer. And I think he's probably going to stay behind the wheel, isn't he?
Looks like it. I mean, we didn't see much action on the driver's side, so...
They double-stinted Morad, and if they're going to keep angle for the end...
Yes, look at the brake.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of brake dust coming off the front discs and calipers. So let's wait and see when they take the left front. Oh, we cut away, so we didn't get to see how much brake dust came out of that as we go back to this battle. And it's, I think, Kobe Powell's is going to be under pressure, if he's not already, from Adam Smalley.
And this down the pit lane is 51 Ferrari, is it not? So this is Davide Rigon, and Nicky Team is in as well.
Yep, so he spent all that time trying to get past the Audi to more or less the following lap make his way into the pit lane as the 48 Mercedes makes its way back down the pit lane to rejoin the track, and he's going to rejoin the track with nobody directly ahead of him. He'll love all that. That's going to be ideal for Lucas Auer. So he's got a clear track ahead of him, nobody behind him. Nothing to distract, so he can get on with the program and focus on what he needs to do.
21, Job van Outert had already copped a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. Now he's got to drive through as well for track limits. And number 48, Mercedes, turning its way on an outlap in the hands of Lucas Auer. So they're double stinting, double stinting, double stinting.
Keep an eye on what Lucas Auer does, because he's on a fresh set of rubber. and albeit he's got more fuel on board, but it'll just be interesting to see how quick he will go in these initial laps. He doesn't have any traffic ahead of him, so it'll enable him to get his head down and try and consolidate what he's got. Others around him who maybe at this point ahead will be battling in that trouble. So it is Ricardo Feller who's in the lead. Lucas Auer appears to have returned in second place. I can't quite think that's correct. We did the timing and scoring to reset after the first flying lap of the 48 Mercedes.
Yeah, I think he's going to be down in about 7th place come the end of the lap, given the amount of traffic that will have gone through in that pit stop, which was 1 minute and 13.8 seconds. So, you know, you're stationary for a long time, but Auer will then buy back many of those places as the other stops cycle through. What he has done, I think you touched on this, is come out in absolutely beautiful, clear track space.
You couldn't have wanted a better scenario. No. I mean, nobody behind you, first of all, so no distractions. More importantly, nobody ahead of you. And it was interesting talking to James Baldwin, confirming what I was trying to explain or describe, that the aero wash from a car that you're following does really disturb the aerodynamics on your car, the front aerodynamics. And that's why we're seeing so many cars running within about half a second, but then struggling to make that pass. So first lap out. This is going to come on to the first flying lap now for Lucas Auer. Ricardo Feller charges on, and his last lap, good last lap, 2 minutes 0.6 of a second is best. It's only 0.3 of a second quicker. So again, I mean, Ricardo Feller just illustrating what a fine GT3 driver he is.
And very, very few drivers, very few cars have got below a 2-minute lap. Only a couple, I think, in real terms. So yeah, Ricardo Feller now ahead of Tom Gamble, because Powell's is in, Smalley is in, Gazzo is in. And as you look at the field pouring out of turn 3, let's go to the pit lane. Valentino Rossi's work is done for the day, and he's got time to talk to Antonio now.
Vale, that double stint was absolutely mega.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm very, very happy because I enjoy and I was able to keep a good pace because the car is good to drive in the race. We have a good balance. So in the first stint, I have a lot of lap with the safety car. So they asked me if you can do the double stint. I say, okay, okay. No, but anyway, double stint is good, but the last 5 or 6 laps are quite hard. But I'm very happy because we are faster than in the practice and we can fight for a good position.
For sure, and not just lead the race, but to do so for so many laps and to keep concentration high. It must be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm very happy because I lead the race and I restart from the safety car from the first position, and the restart was not so bad. The Lambo with Pepper was very fast, but except him, I can stay with the top guys. So this is the target.
Well, we've still got a couple of hours left, so let's see how the rest of the guys get on. Thank you very much.
A very happy Valentino Rossi and a more confident Valentino Rossi. The more track time, and we touched on this when he started, the more he does, the better he will get. When he is a race winner, a repeat race winner, and he's very much now Valentino Rossi GT driver, sports car driver even, rather than just MotoGP champion. He's part of the fabric now.
Yeah, he's given up the handlebars and the 2 wheels. But Raffaele Marcello trying to make some progress, currently running in 11th, so he's got boots and VDS, Mercedes directly having his look at him right on the boot. Now he doesn't know about being within half a second and losing aero. He just drives. He's a machine when it comes to racing.
Look at that, round the outside, late on the brakes. Raffaele Marcello goes through, so almost outbrakes himself going into turn 1. So rather than double stint him at the end, they're going to alternate him, Martin, and then Marcello. But he's already hauling the car back into the mix, isn't he? Really going nicely, getting himself ahead of Ralph Aaron's Mercedes there.
Yeah, and this is the Raffaele Marcello we saw when he was back as a Mercedes AMG GT3 driver. Oh, a McLaren. Which McLaren was that in the pits?
Tom Gamble, I think.
Okay, there's indeed Tom Gamble. So is it Tom Gamble has stayed on board? Seems to be the case until we get the reset when he goes across the line. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, going back to watching Marcello, always one of the most spectacular drivers in any GT3 car we ever commentated on. Never felt quite maybe as home within the BMW brand as we had hoped, but he's looking pretty racy here right now.
Yes, he's had this mix and match season of GT3 and hypercar racing. There, Benjamin Goethe, who has taken over now from Tom Gamble, and a big, big slide as he comes on his outlap trying to push straight away, and the reason he's trying to push is because he's got the Aston Martin bearing down on him behind. So Benji Goethe trying to dial himself in straight away, but that could almost have ended in
it was
disaster.
a very sudden snap oversteer, and that was coming into that section 4, section 5. And again, it's a high-speed part of the racetrack, and you've got a very sudden left, right. So again, if it goes wrong at the beginning, it'll probably end up going wrong all the way through.
Yeah. Right, so this little battle pack getting quite interesting, isn't it? Marco Sorensen, by the way, took over number 7 on the last round of stops. Ross Gunn got back into 34. So the Valkenhorst team cycling through. We've got just over 2.5 hours to go, so we're into the second part of the race. You're looking at 12th and 13th and 14th, where it is now Goethe ahead of Christopher Mies in the Mustang.
Yeah, he's running almost under the rear wing of the McLaren. Directly ahead of him, that's Louis Pret in the 188. So straight line performance from the Mustang will maybe take a couple of 3/10 out of the gap between the McLaren and the Mustang. Was that smoke coming from the front of the, maybe just the way the circuit's illuminated, something just appeared to be coming from the Mustang? Must have been an optical illusion.
I think it's okay. Ricardo Feller is in, so 99 Audi gives up the race lead, and that's going to put 63 potentially out front. Matteo Cairoli, but that owes us a pit stop as well. Right, there is Ricardo Feller, going to give way to Alex Arca potentially, who started the race in that car. So the Tresor Attempto Racing team, who know these cars inside out these days, a team that Alex Arca's father, Arkin Arca, founded, initially making its name in Carrera Cup Germany and Porsche Super Cup with great success, and then spread its wings into GT racing. Took a while to find the right brand. I think they had to go with McLaren, they had to go with one or two others, but it's with Audi that the great success has come.
Yes, and considering that Audi as a manufacturer, as a factory, are not directly involved as they had been many seasons before, it's still, I think, an outstanding effort by the Attempto team to be able to compete at the level. And you consider all the other current brands in this, they're all fundamentally manufacturer-backed, and the benefits that come from that.
Now, I mentioned 63 was going to pick up the lead. It didn't, it pitted, so Matteo Cairoli is coming as well. There is then the 99 Audi back on track, and let's see where it blends in relative to everybody else. This potentially will now give Lucas Auer the lead of the race once more. There is 63 Lamborghini, which is brought in by Matteo Cairoli, the unlinked car. There through number 99. So I'm pretty sure I saw Ricardo Feller get out, but it's still showing his name on the timing display, so that will need attention as 99 then slots into the traffic here.
Just looking at the best laps and the last laps. The last lap for the 48 Mercedes Lucas Auer was 2 minutes and 6/10 of a second. The Lamborghini running in 4th place, Marco Mappelli, was 2/10 of a second quicker. So it's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination for the 48 Mercedes. The 163 Lamborghini is not giving up, and the gap between those two is just under 10 seconds.
So through the traffic comes Alex Arca, trying to thread his way up past number 3, which has gone back to Anthony Bartone to do this stint. And 99 does indeed get through. The racetrack looking a little bit more dirty with rubber and little bits of debris lying around, but most of it thankfully away from the racing line. Now there, look, number 163 is Marco Mappelli, and he is hunting down Audi number 99, so that's a battle for position. The Audi keeping place ahead of the flying Lamborghini on that round of pit stops.
So here we go once again onto a start finish straight, and you can see the gear change similar in 4th gear, revs up to whatever it is, 5th gear. Gets 6th for Aston Martin. Oh yeah, gets 6th.
Drive-through penalty for number 78 for an excessive amount of time for one driver behind the wheel. So number 78 having to serve a drive-through penalty, as there with the lights are flashing, Marco Mappelli saying to Alex Arca and indeed the traffic, I'm on a mission. Lucas Auer does lead by 8.6 seconds, so the Mercedes that didn't really seem to be a major factor in the first part of the race, just getting on with the job very nicely. That
car is catching, though.
Yeah, Mapelli's got to get past Arca first. So the best lap that Lucas Auer has done, a 1:59. His last lap was a 2 minutes, and Marco Mapelli in third place, stuck in the traffic. He's got to get past certainly a McLaren before he can think about getting onto terms with Alex Arca, and that is a sad sight. 22 Porsche that had a puncture earlier on into the garage, and Eintschenguven out of the race.
Well, there you can see the emotion within the team. So whether the puncture has indirectly led to the retirement, when you get a puncture, especially at the rear, I'm probably going to replay or just watching what's going on. You can do damage to a drive shaft, to potentially to your gearbox or your drivetrain. Only second guessing it, but those are the things that partly why a driver, when he has a totally flattened tire, should not come in at race speed. Apart from anything else, the bodywork is going to get flailed with the tire beginning to fall apart.
Well, you saw Guven being embraced by Comme Ledegaard, the CL bit of Schumacher CLRT, but the race is done. Number 46 BMW, by the way. We were getting excited about Raffaele Marciello's pace a little while ago, and he's fifth, but he's also on his last warning. Well, that car is on its last warning, and he's in it for track limits. Right, Arca, he's got to get through traffic. Pallia's got to get through traffic. And behind them in fourth place is Charles Wirtz, in fifth place is Raffaele Marciello, in sixth is Stolz. They're going through as 88. That was the car that led gold earlier on. And it still leads gold. Leonardo Moncini behind the wheel now.
So the Ferrari, that's the tail of this group of cars, way and truly off the racetrack, going through 22 into 23. Trying to come back at the McLaren, trying to get up the inside, and it succeeds in doing so.
Ooh, but dives up the inside.
Going to get pinched. We got through two cars.
Thought for a moment it was all getting a bit leery under braking there. Thought the car was snatching ever so slightly under the braking, but a big push being put in by Alessio Rivera there in the red and yellow Ferrari, the Francorchamps Motor Rente. It goes across the timing line now, and he's up into 11th place, but still behind championship rival number 7 Aston Martin. More traffic to try to get through.
Yeah, Rivera had to go slightly defensive because the McLaren was coming back at it, having had a poor entry into turn 27.
And so Lucas Auer it is that controls the race at the moment. There is the charging Rivera, and the next target for him for position is going to be 88 Audi, which is there, directly ahead of him. Needs to get up the order as far as points and class positions are concerned, but Alessio Rivera then in pro comes through turn 11. Up the curb they all go, but as long as one line's in contact with the white line on the racetrack, that's okay. Rivera to the outside of Moncini, thinks about the inside, and Moncini in turn is on the back of the Aston. Up the inside goes the Ferrari, gap opened up for him, and Rivera zaps straight through on the inside. Nice pass, nicely done that.
Did not need to be invited a second time. The gap was there. The Audi started to close down, but by the time he did it, he realized that got a pretty quick Ferrari up the inside. There was a very, very minor kiss between the two, but of nothing of any significance or consequence. And that was a relatively comfortable pass for Rivera. He didn't need to be again invited a second time. Now he's on the tail of the Aston Martin. So that is going to see, can he continue that Marco Sorensen behind the wheel, and he gets the job done there as well into turn 22. He's flying.
He is indeed. I'm not sure that was the Sorensen Aston. I think that was possibly Nicola Bart's car on a different lap, but either way, you're right. Certainly the pace the Ferrari has got is very, very impressive right now. So there is Alessio Rivera making his way down towards turn 27. To the inside line there of the Aston goes Moncini, trying to fight his way through the pack. Goes by. Moncini hanging on to the lead of Gold. And accelerating now up over the timing line. Alessio Rivera taking no prisoners in this stint. The lead gap continues to go up, though. Lucas Auer getting away all the time in number 48 Mercedes. And there, it's 21, in fact, which is the Aston they're all wriggling past. That is James Jakes now. Remember, that was the first car to be on a final warning for track limits within the first few laps of the race. It's been a troublesome car all season.
Yes, it's not been a successful year for James Jakes, disappointing. Hoping to build a career in GT3 and continue his motor racing career.
It's the Mansfield turns through there with 26, having gone to Ezequiel Perez Compact. That car still leading within silver, and by quite some margin as well, in fairness, carrying on the good work that he did early on, and then gave over to both Lucas Legere and Kirby Powells for stints 2 and 3. So Lucas Auer continuing to lead, and he's nearly 11 seconds up the road now. And that car is also doing very well in terms of track limit warnings, barely any compared to others chasing after him. Right, this is for second and third. Alex Arca just ahead of Marco Mappelli. So the Lamborghini right on the back of the Audi as they come now up past the pits. The margin between the two of them is down from 9/10 to 0.2 of a second, and Mappelli lines up to have a go on the inside. He commits to it at turn 1, almost level, but couldn't quite do it. So Alex Arca just able to fend him off. By the time Marco Mappelli was able to really commit to the move, there was just not enough straight left. And you can see how the pace has been over the last few laps, a little bit up and down by that Lamborghini, but right now it's up, and he's right on the tail of the Audi.
Real nip and tuck stuff. So Marco Mappelli, very forceful in what he was trying to do, but as you point out, didn't quite have sufficient ground to make it stick. So he's now got to go through this sequence of corners and the next opportunity, but he's too far behind. Will be coming down into turn 13. So will he be thinking about, well, where's the opportunity? Could be into turn 22, but that's always very risky. Then the best chance is going to be turning into turn 27. But easy defended. Alex Arca is not going to sort of sit back and open his opportunities to Marco Mappelli to take that advantage.
And they've got to be careful not to get too busy battling, because not that far behind is Charles Weerts, who's taken the car back from Dries Van Voor. He's 4.8 seconds adrift, and last time lap quicker than these two, who had traffic to worry about. So the red BMW, number 32, in 4th place, not out of the story. 5th is 46, Raffaele Marciello. 6th, Mercedes, number 2, Luca Stolz. 7th, Porsche 96, Julian Andlauer. 8th, number 34, Ross Gunn, Aston. 9th, number 7, Marco Sorensen, Aston. And now 10th, Alessio Rivera, number 51, Ferrari, coming back into the mix.
So really it's from here on that we're going to see, has Marco Mappelli got anything to deal with. You can see that the defence coming from Alex Arca, staying tight to the barrier all the way down. He's not going to open it up at the inside. So Mappelli's gone wide, and he's going to make the undercut, and he will be on the throttle a little bit sooner than Alex Arca. And is he gaining a little bit? He is gaining on the exit because he's quicker, and that's the penalty that Alex Arca had to pay by going so defensive. So Lamborghini across the line, side by side. Will he be able to get ahead before? Yes, he does, comfortably. And in fact, the McLaren following behind isn't going to be a million miles back either.
So, up the inside line goes Marco Mappelli to take second place. Alex Arca trying to fight back. Nikolai Kiergaard behind is a lap adrift, so rule him out of the battle, but monitor the pace, because Kiergaard's a quick driver as well. That's the car that he shares with James Baldwin, Mark Sansom. But a new second place man then. It is Marco Mappelli. They know they've got to win this race, and so now the starting point is 13 seconds. It's gone from 8 to 10 to 13 in the space of, what, really only 4 laps. So there's a big task ahead of Marco Mappelli to get onto terms with Lucas Auer, but this was a really quick car in qualifying yesterday, and now Mappelli has a clear road ahead of him.
Yeah, and he was pushing really hard coming through turn 11. You could see the car almost the back end sort of giving up, just couldn't deal with the amount of effort that was being put through the rear suspension. As we look back again, there's the Sky Campbell. So we got Chris Froggatt back behind the wheel of his car. So apparently there has been a little bit of damage around the front. There's maybe on the left front, one of those deflectors just didn't get a good enough view of it. It's into camera so quickly, and of course the headlights as well make it quite difficult to get a good shot, a good look at it.
Does look a little bit dog-eared on that left front, I agree. So Chris Froggatt's car slightly low on that left front corner potentially. Where is he in terms of bronze right now? Quite a long way back after the most recent round of stops. 6th we're going to put him. 29th overall. So Chris Froggatt, presumably his last stint before it goes back to Jonathan Hui, and then Eddie Cheever for the end, making his way towards turn 16. And then all the way down to the end of the lap, that's 16 that he turns into now. So Marco Mappelli chasing after Lucas Auer, whose last lap was a 2-minute 0.8, and for the race lead, Marco Mappelli really has got to be doing sub 2-minute laps to have any chance at all of bringing down that margin.
Well, it was a lovely situation for Lucas Auer when he got into the car, nobody behind him, and clearly nobody directly in front of him. Inevitably, he's going to catch slower cars, and whether you catch them at an easier part of the track to pass, or you get yourself trapped, maybe coming through that long sequence of turn 4 through to turn 11. And you don't want to start losing time, because once you start to do that, then that sets up a frustration. And you can then sometimes begin to overdrive, and that then puts pressure onto the tires, and the car then begins to feel a little bit less balanced, less enjoyable to drive. I'm sure Lucas Auer knows all that.
He'll also know, because the team will tell him, that the gap is going up. In fact, 14 seconds now. So Marco Mappelli not being able to match the pace of the Mercedes, despite the fact he's been released from the traffic. Ricky Collard there going through ahead of Leonardo Moncini and Louis Pret behind. 11th and 12th are Moncini and Pret. So different classes, but a proper battle for track position. And there, off the road, goes Rivera at turn 1.
Oh dear.
Oh, not Rivera, Vidales. Graphic wrong. Updates itself, so David Vidales off the road from 16th place.
That just simply outbraked himself coming into turn 1. But he did the right thing. He didn't try and wring the car's neck and potentially lose it. He just drove across. He didn't gain anything in reality by doing it, and there's no penalty going to be served there, other than it'll be noted for a track limit abuse.
Absolutely so. So 88 Audi, Leonardo Moncini still leading gold, Ezequiel Perez Compact leading silver, and 97 from Rutronic Racing. Luke Hartog at the wheel leading the bronze. Cup, there he is, going into turn 13. Where's the sister Porsche? 7th, Julian Andlau.
Yeah, that sort of car sort of seesawed at one point. It looked like it was going to be a real challenge. Then when Patrick Niederhauser was behind the wheel, it seemed to fall away quite rapidly.
Another car that's fallen away is the Mustang, which is now down in 36th place, 4 laps down after a problem, and it's still in the pits.
That's been in the pits for a problem.
Real shame after going well early on. So there is 97, Luke Hartog, who came out of Carrera Cup Germany, another Porsche specialist, and he's got a whole wave of traffic just up the road ahead of him. At the moment, Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever would be heading for a bronze championship, but not a win in the race all year, but still a title. Now, what can, if anything, Marco Mappelli do about Lucas Auer up the road? Still got 2.25 hours, I'll grant you, but the Mercedes now looking ever so strong.
All he can do is pray. Pray that there's another incident, requires a full course yellow and then a safety car. That's going to be probably his greatest opportunity.
Although we did see in the opening stint, didn't we? Mappelli suddenly got really quick towards the very end. Big dive up the inside by Hertog, and he goes through on the inside of Aurelian Panis. Change for 17th place, therefore. Good effort that by Hertog. Late on the brakes.
Yep, and that was a clean overtake. Wasn't much resistance from the Mercedes, and again, just a good judgment. Get a good run off the final turn, pick your spot, and just stick the nose down the inside. Get it slowed down, make your entry. Job done.
So lap 99 we are on, and the race having got itself into a nice rhythm of late. Although we had that drama for Sandy Mitchell, he was able to rejoin and the race didn't need to be neutralised. He was able to get back and running, and Ricky Collard took over the car. So after that interruption, quite a lengthy one for the incident between Nicolas Rossi and Arthur Rougier, race has calmed down. And number 158, oh dear, Nikolai Sheargard, Mark Sanson, James Baldwin's car has copped 30 seconds now for track limits. So that will give them something to ponder. We can hear, though, next from Ricardo Fella, because he has bailed from number 99. Antonio Rankin in the pit lane. He's with the Audi driver.
Ricardo, you put in a fantastic stint there, and Alex now in 3rd position.
Yeah, was quite good, I would say. I'm still really liking the track, especially in the night. It's awesome. But it seems like we're struggling a bit now, so let's see if we can pick up some pace with the fuel getting less. This would be good, because I think it will be very tight in the end for the championship.
Yeah, as it stands, you're now leading the championship. If you finish where Alex is now, what would that mean for you?
Yeah, after this difficult season, it would mean a lot to me, obviously, but it's not over yet, so there's still a long way to go. the BMWs are coming closer and closer, and yeah, we really need to score more points than the Lambo, obviously.
Thanks so much. Have a nice rest of your race.
Well, the other car they've got to really worry about is the one behind the McLaren. That's Charles Weerts, who is currently in 4th place, and he's just a little over a second behind Alex Arca. There you see it going through. So first, Weerts has got to get past McLaren before he can begin to think about getting on terms with the potential 3rd position, which is the Audi.
And he's absolutely right. The BMWs are coming, getting closer. Weerts 4th, Marcello 5th in the Martin Rossi shared car. And Alex Arca at the moment does not really seem to have the pace. Let's go on board number 30.
Doing a good job. Keep it like this, keep it like this. No risk on track limits. Still P2, still P2.
That's the radio traffic to Ahmed Al-Harthi to say you are P2 in bronze, effectively. Look, Hartog's Porsche that we were talking about a lap or two back leads. This is the car that is in 2nd in class. The Omani driver, Ahmed Al-Harthi, then behind the wheel, going nicely.
Yeah, interesting, the team just encourage him not to take risks. You're doing a good job, stick with what you're doing.
So we've done 100 laps for the leaders, and the gap 14.7 seconds. Although last time, in fairness, Mapelli was fractionally quicker. And there, look, up the inside line, dives Maxi Goetz, and he goes through into 21st place. But again, that's not Al-Harthi's battle.
No, I mean, he did the right thing, didn't try to go racing with the Mercedes, 2 different cars, different categories. So again, how you go about endurance racing is listening to what the team are telling you on the one hand, and not letting your head overrule their advice.
So Lucas Auer leads the way. The yellow-green man filter Mercedes currently in that middle sector. And there, Alex Arca, who is certainly losing time to Charles Weerts. He was a 10th slower last time, and the gap to the eye looking much reduced on this lap. Another 10th pull back in a sector alone. So strange that the Audi in this stint is struggling. Now, that said, it's the heaviest of the cars because it is the least time into a stint compared to those around it. So on fuel, it's a bit heavier. Is that going to make much difference?
Fuel does make a difference, yes. Weight is something. It's like in life, if you're carrying more weight than you should do, you're going to be a little bit slower when it comes to getting onto the airline first ahead of the rest of the queue. You know what I mean?
So Alex Arca has been in the car now for 20 minutes, whereas those around, Lucas Auer 28 minutes, Marco Mapelli 42 minutes. So those cars and the BMW behind 42 minutes have used a lot more fuel, so a good chunk lighter. There is Arca over the line.
So Weerts, bit by bit, clawing his way to the tail of the Audi. He managed to get past the McLaren relatively cleanly and easily, so that was good news for Charles Weerts. He didn't have to use up too much of the tire, too much of the energy of the car. And now the laser focus will be on the rear of Alex Arca as they come down. Yeah, gone through this sequence of corners yet again. And then just, you know, the pace all the way through. Just hanging on for grim death, really. I mean, it's such a fantastic part of the racetrack. Then you exited at turn 11.
It is still the Audi for the championship, crude maths being taken into account, but if it loses another place, go back to the calculator. It's going to be ahead, but only by about 3 points. So it can ill afford to lose a spot to the BM.
BM much better out of turn 13. He was able to hold a much tighter line. The Audi wasn't able to do it, and you can see what's happened. All of a sudden, out of turn 13, Charles Weerts took another few tenths of a second out of Alex Arca, and that was just simply because the BM was much better through the exit of turn 13.
But you have to say the Audi does not look quite as dynamite as it did in the early part of the race, for whatever reason. And you can understand Ricardo Feller's concerns, because Weerts comes up to have a go, even thinks about the outside line at turn 22. He's applying the pressure, but he's going to get the job done, I would propose, by turn 27. He's got the pace, and on this part of the racetrack, the BMW right on the tail of the Audi. They swing down towards the last corner. To the outside line goes Charles Weerts. He tries to go all the way around the outside, and he keeps on coming. The inside line claimed by Alex Arca. Charles Weerts tries to stop the car, duck up the inside coming off the corner. Can he do it? Not quite. Alex Arca just fending him off for now, but he's got to go very defensive.
Yeah, I mean, he did all the right things, but Alex Arca covered it. So now up the rear again, but having to go the long way around coming up into turn one, unless he can get his BMW fully ahead, is not going to be a corner he can take away from the Audi. The Audi will be slightly compromised into turn two. Again, the undercut, but Arca gets on the throttle slightly sooner, I thought, than the BMW, but again, it's so close between these two. Then the rush down into turn four, place that's not easy to overtake. It's quite a narrow entrance into that sequence of corners, so the McLaren has actually been the beneficiary, because the pace that Alex Arca is running at is slowing down Charles Fiat and allowing the McLaren to draw itself back up to the tail of the BMW.
Absolutely right. Out of turn 10 they come then now, and up the curb they all run. Alex Arca doing a good job of defending, and the McLaren you're looking at behind is in 25th spot, Nikolai Shiergaard. That's one out of the Bronze Cup, and of course have got a penalty on its next stop anyway, but it's being able to match them in terms of pace. We know that Nikolai Shiergaard is good, and he's illustrating the point, staying with the Pro Cup cars. So for third in the race, Arca, Weerts, turn 16. It's a big ask, this, of Alex Arca to fend off Charles Weerts all the way to the end of the BMW stint, because that will pit before the Audi pits, but Arca is at least rising to the occasion. So he's fending him off for now as the cars turn their way on towards the next big break at turn 22. Very fast part of the racetrack, this, and then 22 sort of creeps up on you almost, and you have to think about hitting the brakes and turning into that sharp left.
Yeah, you've got to anticipate the apex of the corner. You don't see it until you're over on top of it. So again, thinking about making a move around the outside, which didn't work the previous lap, and Alex Arca is not going to open up the inside, so he's moved over more to the middle of the road. And Charles Fiat's now he's made the cutback, but has he got the pace at the point when he got slightly under the rear of the Audi? I think Alex Arca has done sufficient, and the Audi seems still to have the straight line speed advantage. Again, hogging the left-hand side of the racetrack, coming down into turns 1 and 2, forcing Fiat to make the long way around. Now again, opportunity is the undercut that Fiat is looking for, but again, Arca's doing a good job. He's defending cleanly and well.
He is indeed, and he knows exactly where to put the car. Charles Weerts on the lights, partly in frustration, partly to try to distract Alex Arca, but for now, that Audi hanging onto the position. Lucas Stoltz, by the way, 6th, doing a personal best lap last time, closing on Marcello. Also, Marco Mappelli has brought the gap down fractionally to the race leader as his car gets lighter on fuel. Arca speeding his way now out of turn 16. And remains ahead of the BMW, but for how much longer? Charles Weerts again commits to the inside line, thinks about it, thinks better of it, can't do it.
Just watch the BMW on the exit. It normally is holding that slightly tighter exit line, and again doing the same thing. Whether he's clawed back another tenth or a bit of a second as he closes up, and from now on it flows all the way towards turn 27, but the Audi just seems to have the pace in a straight line, and that's the story of this little battle for currently for 4th and 3rd place.
It is indeed, and while they're squabbling, so Mappelli is already 9 seconds up the road. He's gone, having been able to sort out that Audi. He has disappeared up the road. Arca keeping Charles Weerts at bay, and Raffaele Marciello is trying to close on that. He's lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker, and Stoltz likewise is getting nearer and nearer. Again, Charles Weerts tries that wide line through turn 25 and 26, and then wants the cutback coming out of turn 27. Alex Arca again able to defend the inside line. Charles Weerts wide in, tight out, but Arca gets the drive off the corner slightly better, and now the power of the BMW kicks in.
Yeah, I mean, Weerts has tried the same thing time upon time upon time. This time, has to make a sudden cut back to the left, and this is looking interesting, looking very tasty indeed. Charles Fiat, has he done it? I think yes, he has. He's been patient, he's worked hard, he's found a way to double bluff Alex Arca by thinking, I'm going to go to the right, and Arca went to the right, and then he immediately cut back the undercut. Brilliant job by Charles Fiat.
Absolutely right, that gives him 3rd place then, so he's gone by up into 3rd spot, and Charles Weerts goes by and instantly will start to gap the Audi down into 4th place. So the BMW that's been getting stronger and stronger and stronger all the way through the race now becoming very much a factor as we get towards the conclusion of this 6-hour race. We've got 2 hours and 4 minutes still on the clock. The cars are currently on lap number 105. Now, what's been going on for the race lead? Well, the gap had come down ever so slightly, and then it's gone up again ever so slightly. So it's been a bit sort of elasticated, that, as far as the top two are concerned. It's, again, effectively advantage to Lucas Auer. So, as the field works its way on lap 105, we're looking now at the Aston Martins. One there from Comtieu, and ahead of it is one from Valkenhorst. So this is 8th and 9th. Ross Gunn ahead of Marco Sorensen. And Ross Gunn's advantage was 0.798 of a second, and last time Sorensen lapped quicker. The Comtieu Aston is kind of getting there. The best lap that it's done is a 2 minutes 4. It's certainly not been the slowest car within that leading line. And as the race wears on, number 7 just becoming a little bit more relevant to the fight, but 9th is not good enough to give it the championship, certainly not when you've got the 99 Audi running strongly. Now 99 drops to 4th place, that gives it 66 points for the championship. The Lamborghini running in 2nd has 63, so it's still advantage Audi, but they can't afford to be dropping much more ground, that's for sure. A little bit further back, Ezekiel Perez Compact still leading in silver, and Leonardo Mancini in gold. Look, Hartog is leading bronze, still number 97 Porsche. Speed building coming off turn 27 as you look at number 7 Aston. 160, 170, 180 kilometers an hour. They come past the pits and already they're north of 200 by the time they get to the timing line. So up now towards turn 1 goes Ross Gunn. So from the back of the grid, we've not quite got him into the race lead, had we? He was up to 3rd before pit stops dropped the car back down the pack, but doing a nice job nonetheless. Loris Spinelli, number 63 Lamborghini, the iron-linked car, has gained ground on that last lap. He's up into 13th at the expense of Ezekiel Perez Compact, and Chris Froggatt's dropped away a little bit now, in fact, down to 30th in number 93 Ferrari. So Froggatt's race being a tough one, which actually sort of echoes the season. We've got a drive-through penalty for track limits to number 35. That's Maxime Robin in the white Valkenhorst Aston Martin. And with just about 2 minutes to go before we get to the final third of the race, it is Mercedes AMG from Lamborghini, then BMW, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Aston Martin, Ferrari, and the best McLaren, I better mention it, is 11th because Louis Pret is right there on the tail. So there is Sorensen now going through, having put himself up past Ross Gunn, and Marco Sorensen continues to pound on, looking strong in the Aston, stronger, and Ross Gunn dropping back behind him. So this is looking a little bit more encouraging, I think you would now suggest, for Comtieu. They haven't got the pace necessarily of Lucas Auer, but they're getting back towards the fight.
Yeah, they'll be pleased to see that the pace they've got here at this point, and we're just over the 4-hour point in the race. So yes, good job by all 3 drivers. Watch, here's the overtake. Yeah, that was a pretty courageous pass, but again, just a good momentum from that sequence of turns 22, 3 and 4 gave him the speed, and there we are back onto pit straight. So Comtieu has found a way ahead of Valkenhorst as we come up into turn 1 to go on to the 107th lap. The clock has just literally turned over the 4th hour, 2 hours remaining. Still a comfortable advantage to the 48 Mercedes Lucas Auer, 16.2 seconds ahead of Marco Mappelli. And that's been gradually stretching. Now, maybe a lot of that was to do with the battle that went on with Mappelli and Alex Arca. And now Charles Vert, of course, he's made his way up into 3rd place, but he is just a 1/10 of a second away. A 1/10 of a second of 10 seconds, so he's 9.9 seconds behind Marco Mappelli, so he will hopefully make further progress. And then we've got the second of the WRT BMWs, Raffaele Marcello. I've not seen an awful lot of him here this evening on his stint, so he's pounding around as he always does. He's got a gap of 8.6 seconds to Alex Arca in 4th position. Behind Marcello, Lucas Stolz in the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes. He's only 9/10 of a second behind, so that's Marcello's going to have to be on his toes. So there is the 2, and there's the number 46 just ahead. So this is a battle that might become a joint battle, as the 46 BMW, there it is, hurling around through turn 25, 26. And Lucas Stoltz getting the message that I can sniff an opportunity. Not be an easy overtake, because Raffaele Marcello will fight you to the last millimetre as the 163 comes in. So our second place car, the Lamborghini 163, Grasso Racing, and out gets Marco Mappelli. And back in, we believe it'll be Jordan Pepper. Yeah. So the team go about their job, all methodical. Oh, slightly fumbling. The wheel coming off and the wheel going on. But a good job indeed by the Grasso Racing team. Great to have them back. For many years they weren't featuring so much within the Lamborghini program, but they've come back and done a brilliant job, and a great driver lineup in that 163 Lamborghini. So Marco Mappelli in the pits. Lucas Auer now has got a 26-second advantage over second place Charles Fiat's, and it's only getting better and better for the 48 Mercedes as this race goes into its 5th hour. There is Raffaele Marcello. So currently just 6.2 seconds behind the Audi of 99 of Alex Arca, but being chased down by Lucas Stoltz, who's just 1.6 seconds behind the 46 BMW.
And there's 88 in for Leonardo Moncini to give way in the car that has been leading in gold, doing a good job in the Gold Cup. Race long, in fairness, keeping out of trouble, going nicely. So that car comes in, cycles through the stop, fuel, tyres, driver change, sort of full service, if you like. And also in 71 Ferrari of David Vidales and 25 Paul Everard in the, there it is, Santa Loc Audi that's set to win the Gold Cup within the championship. Confirmation that the Eintjes-Guven CLRT Porsche has been officially retired from the race, so also is the treble 3 Ferrari that Felipe Fernandez-Lazer had a big puncture with and some damage sustained. And in silver, Ezequiel Perez compact, back behind the wheel, going nicely. Quite a long way up the road compared to Aurelian Panis. That's another Audi that has had good pace. I mean, if you look at silver and gold, you've got Audis set for wins potentially, and we have to be talking about an Audi as a potential outright winning car, given the pace early on, at least, of number 99. It's currently in 3rd because of other pit stops cycling through. Jordan Pepper at the wheel of 163 drops down the order, of course, having made a pit stop recently. And why does 88 not want to go? Looks like it's stuck in gear and won't start. They're trying to rock it and free something in the drivetrain, maybe.
Well, the only other thing it can be, sometimes the starter motor gets stuck. So you put it in gear and you rock it backwards and forwards to release the loading on the starter motor. Now, whether that is something as old-fashioned, old school as that, I don't know, but it's certainly confusion having the engineer diving into the cockpit and all looking not good.
No, you're right. And it's hemorrhaging time because that car has now been in the pit lane for nearly 2.5 minutes. And it's going to have to go to the garage, surely, isn't it?
Well, they're certainly getting the wheels up there. Has to put in the dollies under it. The car is going to go into the garage. That is massive disappointment. The car came in running fine, and then when they tried to fire it back up again to send it back out, something which, whether it is starter motor related or whether it's something else, but it needs to be worked on in the garage so more than 2 people at one time can be working on that car. So we'll have a little look and see if Charles Weerts is making any progress. There was about 26 seconds, I think, the last time I looked, between the BMW and the Mercedes in the lead. So still waiting for that time to click up on our timing. Oh, and Weerts is in the pits, so Weerts has decided to come in. So that is coming in on lap 110.
A little bit early, maybe, but I'm not sure he could have squeezed another lap out in the allotted time, because there's been no yellow flag within that last stint that he's done. There is treble 7, which has had a couple of penalties over the course of the race. Mikael Grenier now at the wheel of that car. running in 19th place, as you can see from the Lumirank display on the windscreen. So Charles Weert's in, and let's see, because that was his second stint, whether it's Sheldon van der Linde to take the car back over.
Nice fresh set of sticker tyres going on. The car will feel gorgeous when you go back out again. Nothing beats a brand new set of rubber when you've been driving around, and when the tyre begins to get to the end of its natural life. You know, it's not exactly the most pleasant thing to drive, but brand new tyres restores your faith in racing.
So the car drops down, blasts away, and 32, the WRT, if you like, lead BMW, goes down the pit road ready to blast back into the race. It will, of course, lose a few places in all of this, but as the pit stops unwind, that is 4 of the regulation 5 done for number 32. Benjamin Goethe there you're looking at, 13th place. 5-second pit stop penalty for number 35, which is the Valkenhorst Lorcan Hannafin now driven Aston Martin. 34th place, that was the one that had the fire earlier on in the weekend. Michael Grenier, 19th, pressing on, traffic up the road ahead of him. Another of those Audis. Now what about 88, has it gone out yet? It's lost the lead in gold to this car, I would offer you. So treble 7 now leads Gold Cup, so Michael Grenier has gone ahead in the class, and Leonardo Mancini is still in the pit lane. So the car, after all of the hard work being done early on in the race, Leonardo Mancini, number 88, not only losing the Gold Cup lead, but a whole heap of time as well, like over a lap has been lost, if not more. James Baldwin, by the way, has got back into 158, so he's not going to take the checkered flag after all.
Okay, well, obviously, my comments to James didn't, unfortunately, anyway, listen, he's having the time of his life. As they were just watching Raffaele Marcello having to deal with lapping traffic. Alex Arca into the pit lane, and that's a short stint. I was going to say that sounds very early. Yeah, he's only done 38 minutes and 40 seconds, so there's a problem potentially. So who would they put back in to the 99? I mean, the sport for choice either with Christopher Haase or Ricardo Furrer. Ricardo was the quicker probably of all the 3 drivers. But they need to keep him in abeyance for the end of the race, I would have thought. Looks like they've kept Arca in the car. I wonder whether he has been able to reset. If he stays in the car, it resets his stint time. They put some fuel in the car as well. They've also now done they have done 5 pit stops. The regulations are that you must make 5 pit stops. They're not going to get to the end of the race, of course, like that, but it means that they are now ahead in terms of the number of pit stops served. But why they brought it in there, I still think there must have been a problem that would have triggered that after not quite 40 minutes, like he felt he had a vibration or wasn't happy with something. Yeah, you maybe get a tyre, maybe it's been flat spotted, but it never saw a lock-up from this car, but something like a flat spot would make it unpleasant to drive, and you'd lose time, so the thing would be to maybe make that earlier pit stop. And that is out of the race, number 88, the lead of gold, coming to the pit lane, routine stop, and then it won't fire back up again. A massive disappointment as the Audi Sport technicians try to explain to the team what it might be. Hopefully they'll explain to us what it might be if Antonio gets there, but it's a real shame after a mighty effort for the first 4 hours of the race. And a puncture from Porsche. There's a right rear puncture, a right rear tyre down.
And which Retronic entry is it, 96 or 97? Is it Julian Andlauer at 96? And that's the car out of 7th place then. So Julian Andlauer limps on. We haven't had a puncture for a while, but here's another one that's gone pop. Yep. And so Julian Andlauer near the end of the lap. That's about the one good thing you can offer here.
Yeah, yet another right rear. And okay, it's a, you might call it a counterclockwise circuit, so the predominance of the corners are going to be going to the left, so the right rear is the tyre that gets all the hard yards. But again, I still refer back to my thought is that it's the aggressive use of curbing, particularly in turn 11, and to a lesser degree in turn 22, the exit of 22.
So Julian Andlauer limps on, and even though he's almost at the end of the lap, there's more to come than you really expect. Keeping out of the way, but he's then got to get from the outside of the road to the inside in order to come into the pit lane. So The Pirelli rubber flails as the Porsche limps to the pit lane. It's going as slowly as it can and going as quickly as it can at the same time. Slowly enough not to do any more damage, quickly enough to get it back without losing more time. But this will throw that car down the order. So Julien Andlauer is in. That's the good news. And they're very disappointed drivers in the Gold Cup Attempto Tresor Audi squad.
Just looking at the back of the Porsche, something that used to happen years ago, not that long ago, teams were using a lot of rear camber, and what it did do, it overheated the inside shoulder of a tyre, which then led to a tyre failure. Now, I don't think that's the situation now, because Pirelli give a recommendation as to what should be the maximum amount of rear camber you should apply to your car. But it's strange that it's the right rear fundamentally on a lot of different brands that's been the tyre that's suffering.
Took a little while to get the car up in the air, but there's the shredded tyres. Into the pit lane has come Raffaele Marciello. So 46 BMW and a driver change to put Maxime Martin in for the penultimate stint, and then Lello to bring it to the end. We've still got, of course, don't forget, just under an hour and 50 to go.
I'm still surprised to see how much brake dust is coming off these cars. It's not what I would call a heavy brake circuit. I mean, there's two big brakes. But unlike somewhere like Monza, which is, you've got high speed, then three chicanes where you've got to really slow the car down. The third of those was the Ascari, where the braking is not maybe quite so severe, but nonetheless, one of the more hard circuits on the brakes of a GT3 car.
The fuel nozzle disconnected, the car instantly drops down because it's all connected, and so as the car then blasts down the pit lane, Lucas Auer is not far away from his next pit stop, about 8 minutes, just under. And number 91 now gets a penalty for track limits. Number 91 being the Herberth Motorsport Porsche Ralph Bohn at the wheel of it.
They're such nice people, you wouldn't have thought they would have any track limit abuse at all.
Quite. Another Porsche to the pit lane, 911, Alex Malikin. So that's the pure racing entry that's been hanging on in there in the top 15 pretty much all day. That's the rear of the car as you look at the driver change and the refueling and the tyre stop all being undertaken.
You see the rear of the current Porsche GT3, you realise what such a large car it is compared to, when you think back to 1964 when the first 911 Porsche appeared. It looks like the current, the original 911 now looks like an original VW Beetle in comparison to where we are with these current GT3 cars.
So Lucas Auer continues to lead. In the meantime, we still have number 26, which is Ezequiel Perez Compact, heading in silver. And another penalty going to the Lorcan Hannafin Aston, this time for speeding in the pit lane. So plenty of cars racking up myriad penalties, whereas that Santalock silver Audi just keeping out of trouble in the Silver Cup and getting on nicely with the programme.
They've set a plan, they're sticking to the plan. When it gets to the pit stops, they're doing what they're required to do, and when it's on the racetrack, the drivers are not taking all they have to do is just continue. They're running in 8th place, Ezequiel Perez Compact behind the wheel. And Ezequiel's having a wonderful time since he's joined Santalock Audi. I mean, he raced for WRT about 4 years ago and didn't seem to be quite as settled as he is here with the French-based Audi team, and doing an excellent job.
So the Santalock Audi coming under attack because Benjamin Goethe right there behind as they accelerate their way now out of turn 10.
But Perez Compact is in 8th position, and he's got a load of professional cars around him, so he's not really bothered by what goes on. The McLaren is going to make its way past Benjamin Goethe. Well, it wasn't quite as easy as he had maybe hoped, but he got through cleanly, and he'll sail on his way. Ezequiel Perez Compact will be, so far ahead of my nearest competitor, who's the number 12 Aston Martin, Marcel Lismore, and he's now dropped down one more position to 19th.
Picking his battles, Ezekiel Perez Compact, very cleverly. Here is now the Gold Cup leading car, Michael Grenier, number 777. So with the demise of the Attempto Audi 88, with great confusion from the team as to why, this car, which got some penalties early on, has now found itself in the lead of the class. So treble 7 comes out of turn 10. Had a 5-second penalty early on for track limit infringement. It ain't going to factor necessarily as far as the championship is concerned unless the white Santa Lock Audi hits trouble.
Well, there's 13 points difference between the Audi and the second place Mercedes, so it's all possible.
Right, Ricardo Feller is being shown as being behind the wheel of 99. I didn't spot a driver change, but it must have happened. And so Ricardo Feller now didn't get much of a break, did he? He was out of the car for about not even 40 minutes.
Barely less than a stint length, so the team have decided to put him back in, but he certainly was showing outstanding pace during his stint. Alex Arca, in the second stint, didn't seem to be able to maybe perform at the level he did earlier when he had his first stint.
Or maybe in these cooler temperatures of the evening, the Audi just not quite the car it was. So Lucas Auer, very much the man he was. He is, as I say, getting close to the end of a stint now. He's done 56, very nearly 57 minutes. So a lap, 2 laps more, and he will be in. There rejoining the race is the 188 McLaren.
So that is, where is the 188 lying? It's in 5th place, or it was in 5th place.
Adam Smalley,
yep,
the driver. So back on track, Garage 59 going pretty well across all 3 cars. I know that 1 or 2 have had penalties, but it's good to have the McLarens going nicely and going reliably as well without too many incidents.
Yes, I mean, they've had very good performances at different points in the season, but to have all 3 cars running, 2 of them running in the top 10, those are the 2 pro cars, then the bronze car running currently James Baldwin behind the wheel. It's running in 28th, but it is 4th in class, 5th in class.
Which one? Sorry, Baldwin's car.
Yeah.
5th in class, yeah. Now I'm looking for what happened to 96. Patrick Niederhauser has taken the car back into the race, but it's lost another lap now. In fact, very nearly 2 laps. So Patrick Niederhauser is 23rd. There, number 46, Maxime Martin, who started the race in that car, back at the wheel of it for his 2nd stint.
So he's got Ricardo Feller directly ahead of him.
Yeah.
And that'll be no easy challenge.
It'll be interesting contrast, won't it, and comparison between the 2, because the Audi, again, look, he's not really getting away. Ricardo Feller may have had good pace earlier on, but there's clearly something that's not clicked with the Audi since the mid part of the race. It's not coming alive in the way that it did earlier on.
Well, that was, I think, Feller's more or less first lap out. He's now on his first flying lap, I think.
Yeah. But he needs to be pushing, doesn't he?
Well, Maxime Martin wasn't in the pit lane that long ago either. He clearly, you can see by the shape of the BMW, is pushing.
There are only about 2 laps difference in terms of fuel load between those 2 cars, with the BMW being the heavier of the 2 at the minute. But Ricardo Feller needs to be lapping below 2 minutes to be making any progress away from Martin and onto the back of the traffic ahead. The only thing they might be trying to do with that short pit stop to get Arca out and to put Feller in is to try and luck into places, buy places on the last couple of rounds of pit stops.
So 777 in, and looks a fairly routine driver change, service, chamois down and send it out.
And there is 77, which is Michele Beretta. Oh, excellent, we've got Beretta and Gunn in the same stint. And Michele Beretta in the car that Arjun Maini was driving earlier on. He will give it back to Arjun Maini for the very end. And this is now 2nd in gold.
Again, another car running in its own class, running its own race, not getting involved with competitors either in the class that would be above them. So what's holding the Mercedes? It's okay, a little bit slow and getting to roll down the pit lane. So job done, driver change executed. So who's that? Oh, that's the Aston.
Yeah. And the other car that we need to just go back to is 51. Alessandro Pierguidi has taken it over. And it's dropping on this outlap. So Pierguidi falling down the order.
Well, remember back at that pit stop where it went all wrong for the 51 Ferrari when they came in. The Louis Mackill's car was in its box. They're the very end pits in the pit lane. And the pit boxes for each car, they're not particularly large. And you've got to come and make a very acute turn one way or the other. So they lost a bunch of time, and they've never really looked like they're fully recovered.
The last pit stop of number 99 Audi, Ricardo Feller's car, is under investigation. Now, was that because the engine was running when it shouldn't have been? Was it for too many people? Was it for being in the fast lane when they shouldn't? Lots of imponderables about that, but it's under investigation. So the story for number 99's race might be going from bad to worse, and we're getting a replay here of Maxime Martin going ahead of Ricardo Feller, making short work of him.
Yeah, he didn't wait too long. He knew that if he didn't make the pass quickly, then he would be sort of swamped by the pace of the Audi. So the Mercedes 48, and we didn't see if there was a driver change. We're assuming Lucas Howard stayed on board. Marcus Sorensen likewise in with the number 7 Aston.
I would offer you Mauro Engel now for number 48 because he's not driven yet. He's got to get on with this.
So we didn't see the driver change.
No.
But let's imagine, yes, we've got what?
An hour and 37 to go. So Mauro Engel installed now to the end of the race.
Okie dokie. So there is the Mercedes number 48, the car that was in the lead. Will probably very shortly regain that lead when all the other competitors around then fulfill their penultimate pit stop.
Yeah, so there's 48, which was leading when it came in. It has to make one more stop. Remember, a stint is 60 minutes. As into the pit lane comes number 26, Ezequiel Perez Companc, done for the day, and Lucas Legeret will fold himself into the car and take that car back out.
Another job they're doing, removing one of these tear-off, and all of a sudden, show me or give me light. It makes, you cannot believe the difference when you take a tear-off off what it's like. Suddenly that you can see clearly through the windscreen when you've been maybe driving around for goodness knows how many stints with that sheet of plastic on the windscreen. Eventually it has to be torn back. Some teams run 2 or 3 or 4 tear-offs if you're doing a very long endurance race, Spa particularly.
Now 188, which is Adam Smalley's Garage 59 McLaren, is also going to get a penalty for 30 seconds on its next pit stop for track limit offences.
That's a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Adam, it's all of them that have been driving that car, Marvin Kirchhoff and Louis Pret, but he's in it at the moment, so next time the car pits, it will have to serve it. And of course, any penalties that are applied in the last stint and you don't take the pit stop, they're applied at the end of the race.
Yeah, they're added on. So there is the silver class leader rejoining the circuit. And again, they've got that very, very comfortable advantage over the nearest competitor, which is down in 18.
And that's your Bronze Cup leading Porsche. It's Dennis Marshall at the wheel, who was part of the Audi and largely a Temto team up until this year. And of course, not much of the Audi Sport family remaining. So Dennis was on the market, snapped up by the Rutronic Racing team, dropped into this Bronze Cup car, and it goes very, very well.
It's a nice little operation. Some excellent drivers on board, and and carrying the brand, doing a good job.
And Klaus
Rutronic is.
Yeah, Klaus Graf that runs the team, former racer himself, good sports car racer, drove amongst other things, but for Panos drove in Formula 3000. And there is Dennis Marshall then leading his class, and he is also the best placed Porsche driver, he says, hesitantly, as he is, because he's ahead of Joel Sturms, number 91. Right, so Mauro Engel is the race leader. Benjamin Goethe is in, number 159, at the end of his most recent stint. And now, oh dear, number 34, that is the Pitard Gun Chavez Aston.
Yeah.
Track limits, 30-second penalty.
Yep, that's, and it's, keep repeating it. Just avoid. I know it's easy to say and easy to say, well, if I was driving, I wouldn't be doing track limits. It's a challenging circuit. And in two parts of the circuit in particular, it's easy to just run four wheels off the racetrack, but with the amount of observation around circuits, television, whatever, on boards, there's nowhere to hide.
No, you're right. There is number 30 BMW, that is now Jens Klingmann. That's the car that won outright at Monza, remember, in that extraordinary race. History-making. First time a Bronze Cup car has taken an overall win. Maybe the last, because it was such an amazing strategy that they employed.
Yeah.
But currently going strongly to be second in bronze, and then third bronze, 72, which has now got Patrick Kuyler behind the wheel. Now, Patrick absolutely loves this circuit, and that's going to be a very quick car. He will take it to the end. So there is number 30 BMW. Jens Klingmann running in 20th place overall.
He did the job he did in Monza. I mean, I know it was basically the victory came because of the strategy that WRT applied, but all three drivers were very good indeed. But Klinsmann was the one of all three that he had to bring the car home, and he was the one that was going to be under pressure from all the other, pro teams, whatever, and he did an excellent drive to score victory.
Now that is Patrick Kuyler almost up against the wall coming off turn 27, but this is the car now that is third in bronze, and knowing how quick Patrick Kuyler is, one to watch. He's got a bit of ground to make up for sure against Jens Klingmann, but with an hour and 32 minutes remaining, let's see what can be done. That was the car that we saw Casper Stevenson working his magic in earlier on. I think Gabriel Rindoni had a spin, didn't he, earlier on in the race in that car too, from memory. But Kuyler now accelerates towards turn 4, running third in his class. Patrick Niederhauser, number 96, back in after only 14 minutes. That suggests that there was some damage done when that puncture happened, because it was a long stop and then 14 minutes before the car came back in. Bit worried about that.
Yeah, I mean, you get damage. The underfloor, the diffuser section of the rear bodywork can be damaged. You can maybe get some suspension damage. There's a number of things that are under the car that could. Yes, it's been a bit of an up and down day for the 96 Rotronic Porsche.
As rather, but I rather fear that the problems persist. Has it stayed in the pit lane? Yeah, it's still there, and it's a long stop, so there's a problem for sure. There, number 25 is Jim Pla, and there's the answer. That's Niederhauser out of the car. That's the Rotronic car done.
Their race is over, sadly to say. Now, whether that was a cause or effect, whether the puncture led to the reliability or the reliability was the cause of the puncture, whatever it was anyway, I suspect it was the puncture led to the reliability. And disappointment indeed, Patrick Niederhauser, and for the whole 96 crew there. Again, a group of drivers, team that we thought could be a major challenger for victory at the end of 6 hours.
So that means that 97 upholds Rotronic Racing honour and leads bronze. Dennis Marshall just had Maxi Goetz pit number 9. Still this pit stop for 99, the Feller Haase Arca Audi under investigation for Sky Tempesta Racing. You've now got Jonathan Hui back at the wheel, and the Hong Kong driver 5th in class, but still on target to win the championship, but not by very much, that's for sure. Dennis Marshall at the wheel of 97, 2nd in the championship, but leading the class on track, can do no more really. He has to hope more people get ahead of number 93.
Well, you can control what you do, but you can't control your competitors. So all they can think about doing is just push, 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 and then it's in the lap of whatever.
So Jonathan Hui, with the main target here, just keeping out of trouble, accelerates down to the end of the lap. Lap 121 we are on, and just about an hour and a half of the race still to go. So Maro Engel is in the lead. His last lap was a 2 minutes 1, and it is Loris Spinelli, number 63, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, that's doing the chasing right now. But he is now pitted, and so Jordan Pepper is going to be up into 2nd place. Now, Engel and Pepper have one more pit stop to do. They can't go to the end without a pit stop. And Jordan Pepper will have to stop before Engel. How close can he get in order to be able to try to pick up the lead on the last pit stop that number 48 Mercedes makes, is my new question.
I think you should answer that, David. It's probably too much for me at this time of night.
Okay. Well, right now, he is 14 seconds back.
Yep.
And he's not going to be able to make that up when the Mercedes pits. So, it's all eyes on Jordan Pepper. He has got to go for broke.
Yeah, and Jordan Pepper does that every time he's in a car, so it'll be max attack.
Let's listen to Patrick Kuyler and the Barwell team.
Front left tire. And 5. It looks like it goes 168, 170, so I'm not sure, and it feels weird. Telemetry looks all okay. It says not do that on the telemetry. It might just be the sensor or an issue with the CAN stream for the dash, so all good, we're monitoring. Ready, I need you to pick up the pace now. You're P3 in class. Car behind is 5 seconds back, but he's now doing mid. Well, I don't think I can pick up the pace. As soon as I push, the pedal gets very long. So I'm not liking it. I gotta brake very, very smooth. And I'm having vibrations in the front left.
So a concerned Kuyler. He doesn't like the way the car feels with that tyre.
Well, he's got temperature sensors giving information in the cockpit. He knows what the tyres are, and that team are saying you've got 100, whatever it is, one side and a different reading on the second side, so that's why he's showing concern. And the team are saying, well, maybe is it a sensor? We don't know. We're not getting anything that we're concerned about here back in our pit lane, pit wall. Patrick Kucha, once you get a thing in your brain, it's very difficult to get rid of it.
Number 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, a 30-second penalty for track limit offences. So number 51 Ferrari, fighting for the championship, led the race in the first stint, gets a penalty. 30 seconds on the next and final pit stop, and that, I'm afraid, puts the final nail in the whatnot, doesn't it, as far as their championship hopes are concerned. That is an absolute calamity.
Well, I would say you're right. The only thing that might salvage a hope would be, again, if there's an incident where we had a full course yellow, then a safety car. That's the only way they're going to draw back some of the time, the 30 seconds that might be lost. So it's not the way you want to do it, but that's what GT racing, endurance racing is. It's not always about what you do. It's always sometimes about the circumstances that you benefit from.
There is Patrick Kuyler, still third. You heard the radio chatter saying he was P3 in bronze. So the very quick Finn coming now through turns 5 and 6 with Mauro Engel 14 seconds ahead of Jordan Pepper, who last time did lap quicker, only by a couple of tenths, but quicker.
Yeah, but Kuchler on his last lap was down. I mean, compared to his best, obviously he's not going to be as quick as his best. But it's this thing of you feel there's something not right. You're talking to the team are not maybe giving you the information that you want to hear. So whether Kuchler can put that behind him and trust in the engineering in the car and just get on and pursue that class victory. Actually, he's a long way back from Dennis Marshall, who's in 15th place.
Yeah, Jens Klingman is his next target for second in bronze. Lead gap last time around down by another couple of tenths. So Jordan Pepper is certainly pushing. And now 5-second pit stop for Loris Spinelli's car, which has got Matteo Cairoli at the wheel for speeding in the pit lane. So 63 gets a penalty. The longer pit stop penalties are for track limits. 5 seconds is just for pit lane speeding. So
yeah, I mean, it's still a pain because you've got to wait before the team can go to work on the car, and those 5 seconds seem an eternity. But in relative terms, you can sort of say, well, I got away with it, didn't I?
So Mauro Engel up front, I get the feeling he's sort of driving to a pace now. Doesn't need to be absolutely flat out as long as he can keep a margin over Jordan Pepper. Sheldon van der Linde running in third, though. He's lapping quicker than the two ahead of him.
Yeah, but Sheldon van der Linde is 4.5 seconds behind Jordan Pepper. I mean, what Lucas Auer, or I beg, Mauro Engel, I believe, will do is base his pace on the pace of those that are the pursuers. He doesn't need to extend the lead. It would be nice to have a 20-second advantage, but if that means he's going to put himself, into track limit, violations by doing so, then stick with the pace you've got. It seems to be a comfortable pace. The last lap was at 2 minutes and 1.3 seconds, so it's not exactly the quickest of everybody out there, but that was his last lap. We don't know what levels of traffic that might have been around him when he was getting that lap recorded.
Kuyla ahead of Baldwin. Now this is for third in bronze, don't forget. James Baldwin, who was up here a little earlier on talking about the circuit, talking about the car, and coming out of turn 13, he is hunting down Kuyla, and he's quicker than Kuyla. And with all due deference, that's a little bit of a surprise in a sense, because we know that Patrick Kuyla is very, very fast and spends a lot more time of a season in a car than does James, given that he doesn't get too many drives, sadly, these days. But that gives further evidence, does it, of Patrick Kuyla not being 100% happy.
I think you're right. I think that once you get the worm turning in your head, that then makes you sensitive to anything that you might feel in the car, and then you start to imagine things. Whereas James Baldwin is on a charge, he's got a momentum, he's catching, you can see visually, closing down on the Lamborghini. And, I mean, within another couple of laps, one's assuming he's going to be in a position to offer a challenge.
We've had all of these pit stop penalties for track limits. There are people still racking them up, like number 21 Aston Martin, that's now got 17 track limit warnings. But out of all of this, there are only 2 track limit warnings to the leading car after effectively 4.5 hours plus, but only 1 track limit warning to number 26, the silver Santa Lock Audi, and that's
a 77
off the road.
Yeah, turn 2, spun out of turn 1 into turn 2. Luckily, doesn't appear to have done any damage to the rear wing, the rear diffuser, and rolling again. So yeah, maybe under brakes just a little bit too quick in, and snatched the rear wheel, and around she went.
Yusuf Ovega at the wheel. Got away with that pretty lightly, didn't he? Not too much time lost. So Ovega drops a place in gold, falls to third, and 25 Jim Pla in the Audi back in the lead of that.
Yeah. The key for Ovega was that he managed to get the car stopped before Let's Watch and See comes in. Oh, that's what happened. He got whacked right, I mean, fairly, and in the right, left rear. That was a nasty. That could do. He's actually bumped into the tech pro barrier, but only at a very low speed. But that impact on that right rear, again, it may not cause a problem right now, but it could lead to a problem before we get to the conclusion of the 6 hours.
It was David Pittard in Valkenhorst Aston that was going for the move, and the contact made, so that may well be noted, and that might well bite 34.
Well, it could be a penalty.
Yeah, indeed.
Because a pro car hitting, not hitting a car wasn't a gentleman driver, put it that way, but nevertheless, the pro drivers will always be seen to be the ones at fault if they have contact with a car from a different category.
So 34, David Pittard goes through. He's being chased by number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, in 8th place, but as I made the point a little while ago, Pierguidi has this penalty to serve on the pit stop. That car, however, is ahead now of number 7. So the Ferrari has got ahead of the Matteo Drudi Comptiu Aston Martin. So they've both had a tough day for myriad reasons, but are now starting to get back into the mix. So that's going to put the Ferrari into 8th place, 55 points. It is going to put the Aston Martin into 9th, 56 points. It would still be ahead. Where is number 99? That is 5th, 63 points, head its way. And so that for a championship question mark. What about Mapelli? 2nd, 63 points as well. They've had a win each. Then you'd have to go back to 2nd places on the tie break. So right now it couldn't be closer.
Yeah. While all this is going on, Ricardo Feller, we haven't seen him for a while. He's within 1 second of Maxime Martin in the 46 BMW. So that's a battle for position. So Feller trying to claw back some of the time that we felt was lost when Alex Arco was in. He did a short, roughly a 40-minute stint. So there we are. Look, there are the points. Overall, the Lamborghini ahead, 63, 63, 63, 63. Even Stevens and Rivera and the Ferrari, well, they're out of it effectively. See if we can get an eye of where there are sort of indicators there, reference points to where you want to brake, but there's no old-fashioned 200, 150, 100-meter boards that you would see on a what you might call a more traditional, old-school racetrack. So again, the Ferrari closing up to the back of the Aston Martin, so this is going to be an opportunity for Alessandro Pierguidi to find a way around David Pittard. There is the Aston Martin, there is the Ferrari. As we now go into our sequence of lefts and rights. Using a fair bit of the curb on the inside, just trying to make up as much ground as quickly as possible. Again, running the curb on the exit on the way out down to turn 13. So you got the Pittard, Aston Martin in 7th, the Ferrari 8th, and then Matteo Drudi running a little bit further behind. Alessandro Pierguidi in the Come To You Racing, he's 2.2 seconds according to timing and scoring the last time through. But one would assume that Pierguidi, in the pace that the Ferrari has, should gobble up the Aston Martin relatively easily, but it doesn't always work like that. There are the respective gains on the Ferrari over the previous 2 laps. So it's the last 2 laps he's begun to sort of bite into that 7th position as they make their way now. Again, this is the run down to turn 27, which is the obvious and easy place to try and make a pass, but the speed in the straight line of the Aston is probably as good as that of the Ferrari. So Pierguidi's thinking, what am I going to do? All I can do is maybe try and get a little bit of ground under braking, and he closed up marginally under braking coming into turn 27. Might be a quicker car overall in the lap, but if I'm not able to sort of let the car perform, I'm sort of getting, again, the aero wash off the back of the Aston, and it's maybe not giving me the feel, the bite that I want when I turn into one of these corners coming into turn 1 and 2.
So we're looking at an hour and a quarter of the race to go. We're looking at Mauro Engel being 15 seconds up the road, having upped his pace a little bit last time. Jordan Pepper not only needs a race win for pride, he needs to make sure that happens for the championship now, because for as long as Riccardo Fella is in 5th place, then they're going to be tied on points, as you saw, and as I've been explaining. And then you go back to 2nds and 3rds and 4th to do the tie-break, because they would have had a win each, and it would go the advantage to the subsequent cars. Now, the number 99 Audi took a notional win by getting the points at 12 hours of Spa. It wasn't a race win, but it was a sort of maximum points haul for that point. So whether you count that as a victory, discuss, but it'll go to a tie-break. And there is 34, which is David Pittard, having been a bit aggressive earlier on, but for the moment, getting away without censure for that contact with Ovega. So an outright win for Jordan Pepper, for Franck Pereira, and for Marco Mappelli. That was at the Nürburgring. For the Audi team, they've had a more consistent season, but not an actual outright race win. They did take the maximum points available at the 12-hour mark in the 24 hours of Spa. That was one of the catalysts to them being in the mix for the championship. So Fella needs a place, doesn't he? Now, his lap time is fractionally quicker than Martin, and he's only 1.4 seconds back. So Riccardo Fella does have a chance of gaining a place, but fast forward to the last stint, you're going to put Christopher Haase in the car up against Raffaele Marciello. Ooh. And I would say Raffaele's a bit quicker.
Well, I would say not so much about the drivers, it'll be about the respective pace of the Audi and the BMW.
Yeah.
In the final hour, which of those 2 car driver combinations is going to have enough performance left to get the deal done.
34 still pushing hard, which is the David Pittard Aston. An amazing effort, this, up from the back of the grid. Running currently in 7th place. The next target for that car being Fabian Schiller, just a little bit further up the road. Now, we've had Maxime Martin responding here by doing a personal best within the first sector, trying to get away from Riccardo Feller, who is absolutely committed to the task, but it's going to be a very, very tense championship showdown right now.
I think, just looking at time and scoring, the way it's been sort of seesawing, that Maxime Martin actually, in spite of what Riccardo Feller is trying to do, he's just got enough to keep that gap. It was about a second at one stage, it's now up to about 1.5 second, 1.496 to be precise. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough gig for Riccardo Feller to get on top of the 46 BMW with Maxime Martin. And then, of course, as you say, David, you're going to put in Raffaele Marcello for the final hour, or bit of an hour, whatever it happens to be.
And number 21, Job van Outert's car, which he shares for the purposes of the weekend, the COMTU entry with James Jakes and Niels Kullen, has now been reported to the stewards for 18 track limit offences.
That's pretty consistent.
Now, contact between Ovega and Pittard at turn 2 has been noted. So race control have had a chance to get to other incidents. There's been a lot to occupy them from earlier on. And, of course, really, for Riccardo Feller, he needs somebody to drop out ahead to give him a place. That would be the easy way, but it can't be. Mauro Engel, the race leader, as Baldwin dives up the inside and gets ahead of Kuila with a really good late-breaking move.
Very good indeed. That was into turn 27.
Yeah.
So that was a well-judged and executed overtake. And I think Patrick Kuila, okay, he's been complaining about issues, but he believes there's a tyre issue that he's not comfortable with. But nonetheless, James Baldwin got the job done.
Let's listen into 72.
Information is getting worse. Yeah, I cannot stop the car in the last corner. Copy. Looking into it right now.
Patrick Kuila certainly not happy, so it may well be that that car is to pit soon. It's only done 39 minutes, but you can tell the stress level is there.
Yeah, he's got it in his head. Whether there is or whether there isn't, if he believes there's a problem with the car, nothing that the team pit lane are going to say is going to change his mind. This is what happens. A racing driver, you know, the mindset just gets set. So what the team is going to do? Well, can they bring him in early? It's going to lose them a lot of position in doing so.
In the Silver Cup, it is Lucas Leggeret still clear, and that car with just the one track limit warning, and 18 for others. And that's very impressive.
That's good. I think, I mean, again, it sums up, you know, Santa Lock have done a good job with their drivers. They've obviously they had their team briefings. They've told them, look, we're here to win our category. We're not here to win the race overall. If that happened, that's obviously a bonus. But you know, just do not add up penalties for track limits, add time, pit stops, whatever. And it's not actually. I know it sounds simple to sit and say it, but it isn't rocket science.
And Lucas Leggeret switching teams back to Santa Lock. He's raced and won for them before, going nicely, as we've been saying throughout the race. 85 that we had Philippe Denish having his accident with early on into the back of Dan Harper. The car's 12 laps behind, but it is still circulating, and the team has done a good effort with that to keep it in the race, really, because it was got a lot of damage. But fair play to Imperiale Racing.
I was not positive about seeing the car being driven back with the right front wheel looking at 90 degrees to the direction of travel, and they got the car back and they've repaired it, and you know, great effort by the team to do so.
Now the battle between Maxime Martin and Riccardo Feller, the gap has gone up again from 1.4 to 2.2 seconds, so there is something not quite right for the Audi. Meanwhile, we're going to have another place change here, look, because to the inside line goes Esteban Mut, and the Mercedes goes ahead of the Lamborghini. It's not for position, that, but it is at least a gain on the track. The leader is in the background, in fact, as up towards the timing line now goes Esteban Mut, Belgian driver. And the race leader, Mauro Engel, ticking off the laps. A very different kind of race from one he was in a couple of weeks ago when he won the FIA GT World Cup at Macau in a fabulous lead battle, which fell into his lap, really. But he then had to overcome a 5-second penalty for contact early on with Dries van Thorp before he could claim the win. And it looks as though here, 48 Mercedes is clear up the road. Nicolas Bart going through. Or Mathis Lismon in Nicolas Bart's car, third in silver right now.
So, what, we're coming up to the conclusion of the 5th hour. And normally at this stage you say, well, it's the run to the finish. But there's still enough sort of question marks around the top 3, top 4. You can also argue top 5 to include Ricardo Feller, that it isn't necessarily going to be a slam dunk for the 48 Mercedes. But maybe the way that Mauro Engel's good fortune has been running over recent times, it looks like it's their race to lose.
Yeah, we've still got another pit stop for most, because they can't go to the end. They'll be over the drive time, so there'll have to be a final stop, even if it's only a stint reset. But I think they would need a bit more fuel to get them through that last hour of the race. So there is Dennis Marchal leading in bronze, 15th overall. The best place to the Porsche drivers. And it's been a good effort by that Retronic Porsche. Behind is the Joel Sturm-driven 911, number 911. There it is, the red car. Different classes, but the same type of car. The classes isn't specification, of course. It is the combination of the grading of the drivers that makes up the entry for that specific car. Bergeret comes through, the silver leader, the bronze leader behind him, so 14th and 15th. And oddly, the gold cup leader is a bit further behind. Jim Plower only in 20th place, but they've got to be in the top 6 in the class, and they're doing a bit like Santalok, 26, Santalok 25, doing exactly the right way to win a championship.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've got a class win waiting for you, as opposed to looking for an outright victory, focus on your class win. 21
has a 1-minute stop and go for track limits. So it is currently Job van Outert at the wheel. If you have a very long memory, you might remember his uncle raced in Formula Ford in the UK in the days when Marlboro used to support Formula Ford cars and teams, and the Marlboro Challenge to find talent, Gerald van Outert. But Job van Outert, it is behind the wheel here, and he's got this 1-minute penalty to serve for the track limits, as the Porsches also get pretty cavalier with the curbing at 11.
Yeah, that was hitting the curbing slightly the wrong angle, and it just caused the car to go all unstable. And again, that's just a little wake-up moment. You think everything's running smoothly and you've got control. Jens Klinsmann is still behind the wheel of the 30 BMW, and I have to say, I mean, I'm watching in Monza, I didn't know very much about Jens Klinsmann of recent times, but I thought he was outstanding in this car, and again here this evening doing an excellent job. So he will be pleased to be running in second place in that bronze category. Dennis Marchal still further down the road. Marchal is 15th and Klinsmann is 19th.
As far as the lead is concerned, the gap was down slightly last time. As far as Martin and Feller is concerned, that gap has gone up. This is Jens Klingmann in replay. Let's have a look how close to the wall he gets. Wow. Coat of paint.
Yeah, but remember, James Baldwin told us that actually there's a lot of grip if you can get in tight to the wall. Sometimes the natural line, the obvious line on a street track or a circuit that is a racetrack but looks like a street track, if you actually get the car hugged in tight to the barrier, you can pick up grip. I don't know why, I've experienced it. But anyway, Klinsmann's found some way of getting a lot of grip and a lot of pace out of his BMW. And, well, let's wait and see.
Down to turn 27 he comes. Then he's got a mountain to climb if he wants to get onto terms with Dennis Marchal. But it only takes one bad pit stop.
But David, he's doing the same thing there in turn 27. He's coming in and he's hugging the inside of the corner all the way around. He's not taking that wide loop and then cutting back. So there is a potential grip in parts of the circuit that some have discovered, others have not even bothered looking.
David Pittard, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. We saw him turn Vega around and the stewards say foul. So yeah, I mean, David Pittard gets the penalty.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious it was going to be a penalty. It was a clumsy move, wasn't intentional, but the penalty is the consequence of a mistake.
And Garage 59, third currently in bronze is James Baldwin, 10th overall is 188 of Adam Smalley. And what happened to the Goethe car? Dean McDonald is 12th in number 159. So yeah, they're still going strong. But that is the strongest of all, the race lead car, Mauro Engel at the wheel of it, and 14.4 seconds ahead right now of Jordan Pepper. And for a car that didn't really sparkle in the opening stint, again, good strategy, consistent pace, keeping out of trouble has paid dividends.
Yeah, I mean, these are not 1-hour sprints. These are 6-hour endurance, albeit they feel like a sprint because 5 of those hours are virtually gone. It's hard to believe we started this race at 5 o'clock in the evening, and we're now coming up to 10 o'clock in the evening. The race will be flagged off at 11 p.m. at night. And history has been made. Endurance racing's come to the Jeddah Corniche Circuit. Been fabulous, absolutely, I think fantastic. And every driver that we have had in here this evening, I'm just eulogizing him on what a great circuit it is.
And a race that's really evolved. Every stint seems to have been different, but right now the most consistent car has been this in terms of pace and also how it's run through the pit stops. So Maro Engel leads the way, and in super slow-mo, a spin for number 12 then in the replay. So that is Mattis Liesmon at the wheel of it, and getting away from a spin at turn 2. Engel then just metronomically getting on with the job. He's under no real pressure now. There's nobody close enough to apply pressure from behind.
Yeah, just watching Mercedes coming through that sequence of corners that we watched Jens Klinsmann, who's just made it in the pits. Maro Engel giving a lot more, maybe up to a foot of a gap between himself and the wall, whereas Klinsmann was almost shaving the advertising hoardings off the wall.
So Klingman will stay behind the wheel, and that should be the car's last pit stop, shouldn't it? But depending on when he rejoins, might just be ever so slightly over the stint time. We'll see. Meanwhile, Alfazal Zubar is there, and a big send by 51 up the inside. Alessandro Pierguidi against David Pittard, who's got to serve that drive-through anyway, but Pierguidi is in a big hurry. More debris flies.
Yep. Now, did that come off the Aston or off the Ferrari? And that was nothing given whatsoever. Yeah. The Ferrari definitely wanted the position. The Aston Martin definitely did not want to concede it.
Pierguidi, remember, going for a third Endurance GT title here. He was the 2020-2021 champion, but David Pittard is going to have to serve a penalty. Right now, 8th, soon to become 7th, is Pierguidi, coming down now towards the hairpin, and he's on the back of David Pittard.
Let's have a look at it again. So he comes from a long way, actually under the rear wing, but down the inside, the Aston squeezing to the point where he had to bail and take the inside line for turn 2. And neither driver actually was prepared to concede. And in fairness, I would have to say, looking at it, both were at fault in terms of neither would concede, neither would accept the inevitable sort of contact was going to happen. But there, Pierguidi snapping again at the back of the Aston Martin. So will he have another go, thinking about coming down into turn 27? So he needs to get himself a little bit closer to the tail of the Aston Martin to make that wish fulfilled. So nothing for Pierguidi here. Oh, look how much quicker he is in the middle of the corner, though. Suddenly he seemed to find a little bit more bite and grip and get on the throttle a little bit earlier. So here we go, a replay. Pittard into the pit, so all for nothing.
And that will be also for the drive-through. There you've got 33 Audi going through its last stop. And we are just about to nudge into the final hour. Alessandro Pierguidi has not only done the car's best lap, but has also done an absolute best in the middle sector. So Pierguidi, dander up and all of that, knows he's got really one last roll of the dice to try to take the championship. I think Alessio Rivera will do the final part of the race in that. So Pierguidi getting to the end of his stint with about 5 minutes to go. The car light on fuel and certainly pushing. David Pittard rejoins. Andrea Cola in 33. And Ricardo Feller's pace has been going up and he's been dropping away from Maxime Martin. So the frustration is palpable for Attempto Racing now.
So it wasn't necessarily Alex Arca who just couldn't run at the pace of. So in the second half of the race, the Audi seems to have been losing maximum pace that we enjoyed when Ricardo Feller was behind the wheel. Look, again, there's debris in the racetrack. That was, I think, the consequence of the contact between the Aston and the Ferrari. And it's just lying fractionally offline. Not great to have it there, but hopefully it'll not be an issue for anybody.
Last pit stop then for number 97, Dennis Marshall. I think he's still in the car, so it makes sense. He's the quickest driver, getting him to bring the car to the end. And there is 163 in, so Franck Pereira will be installed for the final 58 minutes and a bit. They're going to clean the screen, they're going to give it new tyres, they're going to give it a full tank of fuel. So that car making its last stop ahead of the Winwood Racing Mercedes, but he's got to be able to close on the Mercedes to try to move ahead when the Merc makes its last stop. This cannot be a pit stop with any time wasted. 79 seconds, that refueling hose must be connected for. As soon as the time is up, fuel is in, they'll pull that, the car will drop down. And away goes Franck Pereira down the pit lane. And this stint will determine whether they take the championship or whether it goes the way of number 99 for Christopher Haase to take that car back into the race when Ricardo Feller pits, because I think I'm right in saying that Christopher has still to do time, so to speak, behind the wheel, and Ricardo Feller may well have used up the bulk of his. So back on track goes Pereira.
So it's unfortunate he's just come out behind one of the 3 McLarens in this race, so he needs to get ahead of that as quickly as he possibly can. Doesn't want to lose too much. That's the car of Adam Smalley's running behind. So Adam Smalley ain't any walk in the park when it comes to being overtaken. He's pretty quick. There is our race leader serenely wafting down the straight.
Now, if you take sprint and endurance together, this is how the championship would be. Charles Witz and Dries van Thor would be the winners of the overall, the combined championship, and the 2 Mercedes almost get together over the debris. Runs Mara Engel as he came through, just getting ahead of Jules Gounon, who was coming out of the pit lane. And let's hope there's no damage done by running over that little bit of debris. So for 32 BMW, second in the race now, but owing us a pit stop, the combined championship, the overall championship, dress it how you will, is heading its way.
Yeah, that's the kind of issue that could lead to a tyre getting cut. I mean, having debris on the racetrack has been there for a few laps, in fact, a considerable length of time. Everybody's managed to avoid it, but due to the circumstances of one car rejoining the track as our race leader was coming through, inevitably that bit of bodywork, whatever it was, probably isn't about God knows how many splinters, and hopefully those will not be carbon fibre shards that are going to be on the racetrack.
David Pittard is under investigation for crossing the white line at pit exit now, so he had the drive-through, and then in his zealotry to get back into the race, may well have crossed the white line. Last pit stop for the champions-elect within gold. 25 Audi, Jim Pla brought it in, and I suspect Gilles Magnus will be the driver that brings it home. Championship there for the taking. Mauro Engel in the meantime working his way up towards the completion of lap 138. So only 1 safety car period, 3 full course yellows, 2 in isolation, 1 that led to a safety car, which is a lot less than we anticipated.
I mean, everybody was thinking there was going to be a crash fest because the nature of the circuit we know is very challenging indeed, and there's a great disparity of abilities and skills amongst the 47 entries. And multiply that by 3, so you've got 140-odd drivers. So I think, on balance, well, we've seen a lot of track limit abuse, penalties being handed out. Overall, I think the driving standard has been very good.
As to the pit lane comes 32. So that is Sheldon van der Linde in. Dries van Thor will take over. And we'll run then to the end with 55 minutes on the clock right now. But that BMW trying to stave off the attack of to come, Raffaele Marciello and potentially Christopher Haase. So the driver change undertaken, new tyres go on, the fuel will go in, screen cleared. And WRT, we know, fantastic with the pit work, more brake dust coming out of the front. Tyres are all done.
I tell you what, by the time they finish the 6 hours, there's not going to be a lot of brake pad left in these cars. That's a lot of brake dust coming out, and we've seen people changing discs and pads through the sessions we had before the race got underway, maybe in anticipation that they might have to change a disc or a pad, but nobody we've seen has been required to do that. the refuel, having to really push hard to make sure that the connection, the dry brake, there's a good clean disconnect from the 32 BMW, and it rolls down the pit lane, and that's just its final stop and to the flag.
Yeah, if it comes in again, it's got a problem. So yeah, final mandatory stop, and into the last stint goes Dries Van Voor, and let's see where he blends back in. Just ahead of 63, Matteo Cairoli, who is up to speed, and the Lamborghini tried to go through but couldn't quite do it. The BMW 32 then is behind 163 of Franck Pereira. So that is as you were prior to the pit stops. BMW behind Lamborghini, and Cairoli looking for a way by, trying to strike, whilst Dries Van Voor just beds himself in for the first few corners here, but he's not going to be able to do it, I don't think.
I mean, if he couldn't get it done by simply being just that fraction quicker on the last lap and getting out of turn 2 ahead of the BMW, it's going to be a big challenge, albeit the BMW's got a fresh set of tires on board, but it's got a big load of fuel as well. So you're going to have to find a way, work hard to try and make that overtake.
So through they turn, and now we are awaiting Maxime Martin, who is in second place on the road. He's got about 6 minutes or so to complete the stint.
Interestingly, Maxime Martin in Sector 3 just set the fastest sector time on his previous lap. So, I mean, where do these times suddenly pop up from? I mean, it's hard to explain that you've been running in a particular lap time for lap after lap, then bang, pop, there it is.
Yeah, an absolute best Sector 3, personal best lap, the car's best lap of the race. And Maxime Martin trying to get away from Ricardo Feller, who is trying his best to match him. There is Ricardo Feller. He has got to gain one more place effectively out of the race to win the championship here. Very, very tight indeed. What goes against them on the tiebreak is that this car didn't score an outright race win. They took maximum points, or the points available at 12 hours at Spa, but not an actual race win. So through swoops Feller. He doesn't need anybody to drop out of the race ahead of 163 Lamborghini, because that helps them. He needs a car between the Lamborghini and him to drop out or have a problem and fall down the order.
Yeah, it's a lot of things that he can't control. All he can do is what he's got the control of, and that's his own destiny. So he is going to push, as we know Ricardo Feller will always do. And again, it's still, what, 50 minutes remaining, and there's still a lot of on-force errors that can take place. You can find yourself in another full course yellow safety car intervention.
Yeah.
It's not done until it's over.
This is true. So Ricardo Feller accelerates on, but it's going to be interesting to see how Christopher Hauser scrubs up, if it is him to do the last stint, in terms of pace. So Feller is at the hour mark. He's going to have to come in this time, isn't he?
Yes,
so
he
Audi
is.
comes in.
Yes, he is.
Don't forget, they're also being investigated for the previous pit stop. So Ricardo Feller down the pit road, gets to the speed limit line, and this is the last stop of the race of the season for number 99. At the pit lane comes Ricardo Feller. The team will be ready with tyres, with fuel, and into its pit area comes number 99 Audi.
You could hear it coming down the pit lane with the pit limit, the speed limit button being pressed. It makes it sound as flat as a proverbial. But that's, without that, it'd be impossible to gauge your speed.
Christopher Hauser will take it over then for this last 50 minutes, just under, and it goes back out. There is 163 from Pereira. Now, is he quick enough to be ahead of the Audi by the end of the pit straight? He was ahead in the first place, so he should be. So here he comes, up towards the line. That car was ahead comfortably anyway of number 99, so it will stay ahead because the Audi is still serving its stop. So in no jeopardy, really, is Franck Pereira there. He's gone through, and the BMW goes through, and also 63.
So the Audi is just off as Jackson rolling, but it's the Lambo's gone, and it's going to have a 15, maybe 20-second advantage by the time they conclude this lap.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad stop. A minute and 13.9. That's round about what most people are doing. So the next one that we expect will be number 46 BMW of Maxime Martin to come in. And after that, we concentrate on Mauro Engel, whose last stint is going to be a relatively short one, therefore. 63, Matteo Cairoli in 8th place, going after Dries Van Voor. 32 comes through out of turn 13. So we're looking at Franck Pereira running 6th in the order at the moment. And that's the best place of the cars that has done its last stop. Maxime Martin is now in from 2nd place, and we anticipate Raffaele Marciello to take over number 46 BMW to go to the end.
Question is, can the Lamborghini get round before this car exits the pit lane? Not just leaves the pit lane here, but gets on to the circuit at the exit of turn 2. So that's going to be a big call.
And also, where will this be in terms of a gap to number 99? It was about 3 seconds that this car had in hand over the number 99 Audi prior to the pit stop, so that's going to be worth looking at as well. So Marciello is in to that car.
Ooh,
this ought to hang on a 2nd place, shouldn't it? Because it was away up the road.
I'm just wondering how close it's going to be, because the BMW still has got the fuel hose in.
Yeah.
The Lamborghini is now on to start-finish straight. Maxime Martin is sitting there waiting to be given the signal to go, and the Lamborghini is going to be coming down. You can see the BMW still up on its jacks, waiting for the fuel to be released, and it's gone past. So there's the BMW down.
Yeah, but where's the Audi is the real question, because that's the car it was fighting. So away goes the BMW, and number 99 Audi has only come onto the pit straight now, so it's not going to be able to jump ahead. It will be Raffaele Marciello ahead of Christopher Hauser, and that's bad news for the Audi, which is there, coming down towards the chicane behind the Ferrari at turns 1 and 2. So Christopher Hauser has got a big task now. They've actually lost more time, I would suggest, over the pit stop. The pit stop time for the BMW was a 13.1. For the Audi, yeah, they lost 0.8 of a second in the pits. Might not seem a lot, but when you're up against Raffaele Marciello, it's a lot.
Oh no, there's time lost. There's time lost. It's difficult to make it up on the racetrack for sure.
But Christopher Hauser will push. So that means, I'll give you the order at the end of the lap, because Alessandro Pierguidi, I think, still has to make his last pit stop. Yes, he does. And also Mattia Drudi. So there are places to be gained back by those cars that we've just seen stopping. And we know that Mauro Engel, also the race leader, has got to come in to serve his final pit stop as well. It's not that they can't go to the end on the fuel. It's more the fact that, that might be a factor, but it's more the fact that you can't do more than 60 minutes to a stint. And so they've got to come in and reset that drive stint time. And Engel will be in within about 9 minutes.
So Dries van Voor, who we saw coming out of the pits ahead of Matteo Caroli, has managed to keep the Lamborghini behind him, and Dries van Voor, personal best in Sector 1 in the present lap. So that number 32 BMW in 6th position. So again, possibility of a podium. Is it too much to ask?
So they're moving its way through Alessandro Pierguidi, but he's got a pit stop in abeyance. He needs to come in within the next 3 laps. So a race that at the beginning looked as though it was going to be theirs, and you have to say that AF Corsa managed to really trip themselves over by that first pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, they were unfortunate because they were the very end pit in the pit lane, and they'd already got the 52 Ferrari, and it had slightly overrun, I believe, looking back at the images we saw, and that compromised completely in the 51 on its entry. It had to sit in the fast lane, almost waiting for the 52 to be pushed back, and it was casino, and there's an Aston's come to a standstill. Whereabouts? Going
Into
to turn 1.
Yeah, that's Job van Outert, the car that's had 20 track limit warnings, and this, if it can't move, is going to throw another curveball at us, isn't it? Because it's going to have to neutralise the race.
It is.
It's ground to a halt. It was slow, I thought. We saw it on an onboard coming onto the pit straight, but it didn't pit. It just limped on and has now come to a halt, and that's going to need moving.
Well, that's going to be a full Courcello at least.
Fastest lap of the race, Dries van Voor on lap 142, a 1:59.959. Dries van Voor, fastest lap.
Well, why am I surprised? I just picked up the fastest as personal best in Sector 1 on the previous lap. So there you go, the little genius from Belgium behind the wheel of a BMW, driving his heart and soul. There he goes, heart and soul out for the WRT team. Arguably the most successful team and certainly current times in GT3 racing.
So Van Voor charging. Going after Franck Pereira. He's only 1.6 seconds back as well. Now, if he gets ahead of that Lamborghini, that changes things for the Audi team, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, the whole thing is, I mean, regardless of that car, the Aston being stopped in the pit straight, you're getting a real charge from Dries van Voor, which is what you always anticipate he's going to do. And just comes out, almost brushes the wall on the exit of turn 27. There's the Lamborghini directly ahead. Wait until we get a time between, and what is it, the gap between fourth and third, 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit slower that from Vanthorpe. The Aston is still there. Can't believe it's going to stay there for 43 minutes.
I would be surprised. I mean, it's not in a dangerous position. Nevertheless, if you get a car thinking they're going to dive down the inside and he gets on-sided, that could be a very unfortunate situation. So I would imagine that race director is giving the team and the driver every opportunity to see if they can get the car rolling again before then he maybe has to do the inevitable, and that'll be a full course yellow. Then will it be followed by a safety car? Would depend how quickly the Aston could be recovered. I mean, the car is sitting there, it's not damaged, it's not as if it needs to be. Okay, in the pits comes the silver category leader, Lucas Legere behind the wheel.
Out he gets. And final driver change for that car, presumably to put Kobe Powell's back in for the end. We'll check in a second. Right, still that yellow flag is in the first sector. I'm looking to see whether there's any news about a full course yellow coming. Not there yet. It wouldn't be that long an incident to clear, I wouldn't have thought.
But again, it depends where the rescue crews would have access to that part of the circuit. Do they need to bring a recovery vehicle in to tow it to safety? I don't think they would like to see corner workers or marshals pushing the car. That's not something that is much in favour these days. Certainly if there's not an easy access.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds. So we are going to have, with 42 minutes on the clock, a full course yellow. And this will be our fourth interruption to the race.
So is this going to be the ultimate joker? Or are we looking at a victory still for the 48 Mercedes, regardless of whatever the outcome is once this Aston has been recovered?
I think it's going to help the Mercedes, isn't it? Because they're going to be able to serve their last stop under a slower pace of a full course yellow. So I think it's going to actually favour 48. It might even help 51 Ferrari as well, because they can serve their final stops with everybody else going slowly, so they'll lose less time in the pit lane.
Well, Alessandro Piaguidi couldn't get much closer to the tail of the Audi. So it's going to be a push, get it round. They enter turn one, and then it'll be. They can't push it up the pit lane. They're going to have to find somewhere safe to leave it.
But what's going to be interesting here is whether or not, once that car is off the track, we can go straight back to green, or whether race director will decide to use a safety car for a lap or two to get things back up to speed. It depends how long that takes, because if you pit under a full course yellow, but then suddenly the race goes green, you are going to lose time after all.
Yes. Yes.
So there is the Audi rejoining after its pit stop, and bang, gets a massive whack from the Ferrari.
And that was the silver category leading Audi.
Kobe Powell's being given a big whack. The Aston is almost off the road.
Well, they're looking for a slot to push it into. Of course, these cars don't have a massive amount of steering lock.
Yeah.
So they're going to push it across the pit lane exit with cars exiting the pits.
Yeah, they can't push it down the pit lane against the flow of traffic. So now, very bravely, they are going to give it a big push and try and get it to the access point there.
There's an access point. So
right, Cairoli has been in to give way to Caldarelli. Pittard is in, McDonald is in, but the race lead car not yet to the pit lane, nor Pierre Guidi. And that was the big whack.
Yeah, there's always a contentious pit lane exit here at Qatar, because the attitude of a car rejoining the circuit is going to naturally dovetail into the car that's on a flying lap. So both drivers, certainly the Ferrari, could have maybe done better. I'm not sure who was behind the wheel of because Kobe Powell was behind the wheel of whether he would have seen. Here we go.
Here you go, this is your last full course yellow pit stop. Leader is in, and Pierre Guidi didn't come in, and I think, again, AF Corsa have misread that. They should have brought him in, and they didn't, and so the Mercedes serving its last stop. They may not have had the full course yellow clarification when the Ferrari headed towards the timing line, but maybe AF Corsa could have read that and gambled. Anyway, it works out in favour of the Winwood Racing team.
And the Ferrari is still behind Kubi Powell's in the Audi, so in spite of banging into him at the pit lane exit, it didn't do him any good, and it's probably ultimately done him some harm.
Okay, the longer this full course yellow period lasts, the more likely we are to have a safety car. But Engel's done his last stop. We've got 39 minutes and counting. And here they come, up towards the exit now of turn 3. So I'm waiting for 51 Ferrari and also for number 7 Aston, and they will need to make their final pit stops. But I think that's just played very nicely into the hands of Mauro Engel.
Well, the Aston's well and truly out of the way. It's a question of now whether the race director decides the appropriate action is to get the safety car on the track and get everybody all back up to speed. I mean, this is the trouble of running in night time. Okay, the ambient temperature is 34.9. It's not exactly cool outside. Track temperature 28 Celsius. But you know, when you slow down, as we are doing here, running to a delta time, delta speed, temperature will drop away from the tires pretty quickly, and that means pressures also are inclined to fall. Who's coming into the pits?
51, Pierre Guidi.
Okay.
So presumably to give way to Alessio Rivera for the last part of the race. And it has also got this 30-second penalty to serve for the earlier track limit infringement. So even though it's kind of pitting at the right time, it's still going to be a long stop. Look, this is the 30 seconds before anything can be done to the car.
Yeah, that's a third of a lap. Just over, well, just under a third of a lap. Anyway, it's a great shame because a lot of people thought that, of course, with the Ferrari, the pace it's shown, certainly at Spa and then at Monza, was going to be a little bit of a slam dunk to take a victory here this evening. But a series of either mistakes or miscalculations has mitigated that.
And the other car that came in as the championship leader that's had a really tough weekend, Mattia Drudi has brought the car in to give way to Nicky Tim for the last stint. So 2 teams there cycling through the last pit stop, both of them thinking about what might have been. Tear off windscreen from the Aston.
They're putting in some, is that, what are they doing? They're putting in oil.
Possibly.
I didn't know you're allowed to. Anyway, I suspect that's where an oil tank is located. Looks like a small charge of some fluid going in.
Aston drops down. Gets away ahead of the Ferrari, so it jumps ahead, but of course it will do, given that it didn't have to serve the extra 30 seconds. So the Aston Martin gains track position over championship rival 51, but both of them now looking at a rather forlorn outcome to their championship dream.
It's a cruel old sport at times, isn't it?
Yes, if you go along our corridor of commentary booths, next door the French language is conducted by Belgian commentator Thomas Bastin, who's watching Comteus struggle. Next door to him is the Italian booth, who are now watching AF Corsa struggle. And next to that is the German booth, where they're getting quite excited about Mauro Engel and Austrian Lucas Auer. Us Brits, I'm trying to find something to cheer about.
I'm just going to say, who are we?
We're not laughing.
no, we're just wondering who we referred to. I can't see a British driver.
We might win bronze in the championship with Sky Tempesta. Yeah. Come on, Chris Froggatt. Yeah.
Well, the nearest, I think, British entry is going to be the Garage 59 McLaren's currently in 9th place at the minute, Benjamin Goethe.
Yes, you're right. Silver is going the way of Santalok. Bronze towards Rutronic, German team. I think the championship for bronze will go to Sky Tempesta Racing with the British driver. Anyway, right now we're still under full course yellow conditions, 35 minutes on the clock remaining. Dries van Voor has done the fastest lap. Mauro Engel has done his last pit stop, and we'll confirm the order next time around, where they complete 146 laps.
Why would you think it's such a long full course yellow? Because the car's basically been cleared.
Without seeing the incident zone, I wouldn't know, but I could only offer you that marshals need to go back to post.
Good, yeah, that's right.
And again, that needs to be done safely with cars coming in and out of the pit lane. And it might be that race director is taking the opportunity to get bits of debris moved from elsewhere while we're under a neutralization like this. I'm speculating clearly because I can't see the whole track.
Interesting, because ordinarily by this stage, if there was going to be a safety car, then the safety car would have been set on track. But anyway, because it's a relatively long lap, it's the third longest circuit that in the motorsport calendar. So maybe, yes, maybe there's a reason for it. So an average at race pace of a 2 minutes lap.
You've just seen the safety car on track as well. There it is. Lights are not yet on, so we're not under safety car conditions. So what this is going to give us is another intriguing situation. It's going to give us a wave-by for the gold and the silver and the bronze cup drivers, and that will of course take some of the traffic out of the line behind the leader. So when he comes through next time, we'll get the proper classification behind Maro Engel, and I'm expecting it to be Franck Pereira, but Pereira is going to gain massively with this safety car. So Pereira will be second. Dries van Thor should be up to third. Question over Nicky Team. I think Marcello will be up to fourth. Right, there's the safety car. As I say, we'll confirm it all at the end of the next lap. The graphic that you've got there, just overlaying the safety car, is from going through the first sector of the lap. So that is, if you like, the live order, whereas the timing display page that we have in the booth is updated at the end of the lap, not the end of individual sectors. However, safety car conditions now. So people speed up, and this also means that the gaps come down. So Niels Vittich, the race director, will get everybody in a line, then he will address the wave-by.
So this is going to take another couple of 3 laps to get sorted out. 3 laps most likely.
And Maro Engel gets right onto the back of the safety car.
Get a bit of a move on.
Yeah, let's get the warmth back into the tyres. Right, now where is Franck Pereira out of all of this? Well, when he came across the line, he was 2 minutes back. So all of that traffic will get out of the way, or most of it will get out of the way on the wave-by.
Well, looks like the safety car obviously has picked up the race leader, but the rest of the field seems to be well spread around the racetrack, because even though we're under safety car conditions and people can pick up the pace to catch up to this line of cars, it's taking a fair length of time to do.
I think Engel, now that he's got the ability to accelerate and brake, is doing that. He's not trying to terrorise Christopher Campbell, the safety car driver. What he's trying to do is go and slow, and that way force a bit of temperature back through the brakes and the tyres.
I think there's a penalty for terrorising the safety car driver. I'd be surprised if there's a penalty for everything else.
Maro's too nice a guy, isn't he, to get a penalty for things like that. You don't often think about Maro Engel terrorising people. Really, really good character is Maro. After his spell in Australian supercars racing, he's the most Australian German around.
Yeah, a strange choice of career path to follow. I know it's a very strong challenge, or a very strong series that CAMs operate in Australia, but it's a bit off the European beaten track.
I think it was a Mercedes decision, wasn't it? He'd been driving for them in the DTM, and when Erebus Motorsports started running Mercedes, there was discussion, and Mercedes said, all right, yeah, we'll give you a driver. Amara went off there and had a whale of a time. Loyal servant to Mercedes AMG, came back and has been winning GT titles ever since. So we're on to lap 147, and there is Franck Pereira. So you can see how much ground he's got to make up coming off the hairpin, but we're almost there.
Yeah.
So the next task will be a wave-by. And that, again, will get some of the traffic out of the way. So Engel, Pereira, Van Thor. Team is 4th. Marcello 5th. Pierre Guidi 6th. Haase 7th. So the Audi really has lost out on that last round of pit stops, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. It's done in 7th place, according to current timing and scoring. But what's on the graphic? Can't quite see it from where I'm sitting. So, yeah, showing 7th on the graphic also.
So that's done for that car in the championship. The Audi 99 now needs 3 places if it's going to beat 163. Now, it can start gaining them and hope as well that Van Thor and maybe Nicky Team get up past the Lamborghini as well. Number 7, Aston Martin, we can actually, for the first time all race, think about for the championship. It is 4th, which would give it 69 points. 48, the leading car isn't in the hunt for the championship. 163 second. that's not enough to win now. And so I would offer you that at the moment, Nicky Tim for Comtu, after all of their travails, could be on for the championship.
Well, I tell you, they had a tough weekend all round. The team lost one car in a practice accident. They had a spare, so they transferred all the goodies and the number and the graphics onto that car. But yes, it's been a tough weekend. They didn't have the natural and out-and-out pace that other cars had in qualifying. But again, by good teamwork, but particularly the drivers of the number 7 Aston Martin, they've dragged that car up into a position of being in an opportunity to take their victory.
And there is the 99 Audi, needing some good fortune here. 7th that car is currently. 57 points heading its way, but yeah, my crude maths offer you number 7 Aston Martin to take the title after everything that we've been saying about that car and its relative lack of pace all day. It looks as though this final round of pit stops and the timing of the yellows has worked in its favour.
So how long will it be? We haven't seen the cars being waved by yet, have we?
No, but it's on this part of the circuit where it will happen.
Coming out of turn 13, yeah.
Yeah, when the instruction comes. I think first up, you need to make sure everybody is in a line, and if that doesn't happen before that section, you've got to wait till the next lap.
By waving by, the cars are going to be waved by, are going to go over that part of the racetrack with all the rubber that has been shredded off the tyres over almost a 5.5-hour period. So I don't know which cars are going to stay on the line. I'm assuming it's going to be the group of lead cars. They'll stay on the line, and it'll be those that have been given the wave by. They'll have to go offline to and pick up a load of rubber.
Right, come what may, now 163 Lamborghini second has got to try and get ahead of the Mercedes. It's got to win the race to win the championship. If it gets ahead and the Aston Martin stays 4th, championship Lamborghini. If it stays where it is and Aston Martin stays where it is, championship Aston Martin. So the lights on the safety car, and as John's been saying, we need that wave by to happen before the race can get back underway. So our final half an hour of the season is underway, our final 27 minutes of the season underway, and we're behind the safety car, so it's going to be a real blast for the final positions in the race and indeed the championship when the green flag flies.
Right, well, let's hope we don't have any further incidents. Let's hope it's a race to the flag, and let's hope that everybody comes home. There will be disappointment clearly from a variety of the teams in the pro category. Silver still being led by, we're looking at the points. So there are the Aston Martin drivers with 69 points, and then the Lamborghini, the 163 Lamborghini, 6 points behind. And then the Ferrari, well, we thought the Ferrari may well be the team that's going to win the championship, but a sort of a variety of errors in the pit lane and some misfortune possibly as well, taking them effectively out of the likelihood of putting themselves on the winner's podium. Here we go, waiting for those cars still to be waved by, still taking a long time, and I wonder why it is taking such a long time. The clock's ticking down, and we've got less now than 30 minutes of the session, 24 approximately. So still plenty of time for motor racing, as the safety car seems now to be picking up a little bit more pace, and I assume it'll be very shortly hereafter that we're going to see the wave by being commenced. But I go back to the observation I made. If I was in a car that was a lead car, I would be staying on the race line and forcing those cars that are doing the drive-by to go offline and pick up all that lovely Pirelli rubber. And that then will create problems for them because they get a load of pickup on their tires, which makes it pretty unpleasant to have to drive through that period until you can get your tire surface cleaned up.
Safety car in at the end of this lap then, as the field accelerates through, so that suggests no wave by, doesn't it?
Well, I haven't seen a wave by, unless I haven't been looking at the screen. But
okay, so I think some were able to go, but anyway, the safety car is in at the end of this lap, and that actually doesn't help, therefore, Franck Pereira as much as we expected, because he's still got quite a few back markers between himself and the leader, like a lot of back markers, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars.
Yeah.
So that's bad news for the Lamborghini. That's good news for number 7 Aston Martin, because if the Lambo ain't winning, the Aston will.
Yeah, I mean that's a big task. Against with the time remaining, we've got 22 minutes of the session of this final stint remaining of the race remaining, and you know, whatever Frank Pereira is going to do, that's a pretty steep challenge in front of him. There is the Lamborghini just coming into view again directly behind him. He's got the BMW. So yeah, it's.
And 77 Mercedes has come into the pit lane under this safety car. I wonder if that's a legacy of the damage after it was whacked into that spin by David Pittard earlier on. Right, we've got 23.5 minutes and counting. It's going to be just under 23 by the time they get over the timing line to restart the race. The green flag will be at the line this time. They can't overtake until they get there, so the safety car peels in, and Mauro Engel needs to get away, bearing in mind that Franck Pereira can't do anything about those 7 back markers until he gets to the timing line, and that's quite a long way up the road yet, because that's the safety car line. Here they come, speed building. We're away with now 23 minutes to go, and Engel blast over the timing line. He leads, others weaving to get the warmth, the temperature into the tyres, the pressure's back up. Pereira needs to be on his toes up the inside line, but it's very, very hard to get through the traffic. It's to the outside line there. Goes Vanthor for second place, and there's contact, and the Lamborghini gets sideways. Vanthor forces the issue. Look at the damage on the Lamborghini. Vanthor goes through. That's the Lamborghini's championship hopes done and dusted.
Yeah, no, that was inevitable. Dries Vanthor was going to make a move, but look at the damage to the right rear quarter. And that is disappointment. I think even the engine cover on the back of the Lamborghini looking slightly awry as well. But to have that damage, and the goodness knows if there's any tyre damage to boot. But Dries Vanthor saw the opportunity. He was on it straight away, and he knew he had to pounce at the earliest opportunity if he was going to make it ahead of the 163 Lamborghini.
Remember, number 32 BMW can't win the Endurance Championship, but it can win the combined sprint and endurance together for the overall situation. Pereira will be absolutely seething now, and he's coming back at the BMW, gets up the inside. Do unto them as you would have them do unto you, or something along those lines, and he's alongside the BMW. He's on the outside line. Franck Pereira to the inside at 15. He's done it, he's gone back through. Fantastic, well done, Franck Pereira. He's on the absolute ragged edge. The car looks all squirrely. Vanthor on the attack, nose to tail, they come off the corner.
Yeah, coming up into turn 22. That'll be another opportunity. I mean, it'll be a very high risk one to do if the BMW thinks it's going to make a pass on the Lamborghini. Man, Dries Vanthor needs to be careful, because Nicky Team is really right behind the two of the Lamborghini. There we are into turn 22. Dries Vanthor unable to get anything done. Now it'll be the run down to turn 27. We saw how quick out of the blocks Vanthor was at that restart, but Mapelli did an excellent job, super job, to put himself ahead on the exit of turn 13.
Yeah, Franck Pereira absolutely furious after that initial bit of contact, and he's managed to go through then and gain that pace as the cars now come towards turn 27. So Pereira threading his way through the back markers, comes up towards the line. Meanwhile, Mauro Engel just sort of waves goodbye to everybody, and he's starting to build that gap once again. All of those back markers between him and second spot. The contact between them has been noted, and again, look, on their toes, coming up to the braking zone on the outside line. There is the Aston.
Look at Dries Vanthor. He's got alongside Franck Pereira. And Pereira is going to be boxed in by the Aston Martin. The bodywork still, oh my goodness, it's going nuts here.
And he's still staying ahead, isn't he? Pereira hasn't been unsettled this time. Behind them is Nicky Team as well. Just sitting there now, trying to keep out of trouble. Although he's got Pierre Guidi. I think Pierre Guidi's gone by, has he not? Number 51 Ferrari. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi now getting himself up the order. That puts him into 4th place overall.
So Pierre Guidi right now at the tail of Dries Vanthor. And Vanthor's thoughts are really about one thing, getting ahead of the Lamborghini, but Pierre Guidi will be thinking, I'm going to get the 2 of these guys before we get the checkered flag.
If Pierre Guidi gets 4th and Team 5th, they're going to be tied on points as well. So there, look, 51 Ferrari, absolutely flying. And the way that Pierre Guidi is going, if he can do anything about Vanthor, suddenly pendulum swings to Ferrari.
That's what I'm trying to sort of allude to, that Pierre Guidi has got the pace, and you've got the Lamborghini being slightly held up by the traffic directly ahead of them. That's the Aston Martin. And that's going to work favourably towards the Pierre Guidi Ferrari.
Christopher Haase, 5-second time penalty for a pit stop infringement. That was done, remember, quite some time ago. It was being looked at, and a 5-second penalty for the car that's in 7th place. So that's the end of the hopes for the championship there. So after a fascinating race. Now it looks as though the championship fight is going to be between Aston Martin and Ferrari after all.
So Dries van Voort moving around, looking to see where he can find a gap. They're on board with the Ferrari, but beginning to catch. Dries van Voort staying tight to the inside. Look at the speed the Ferrari has coming down to turn 27. Not enough to get alongside, but make the undercut. No space given by Dries van Voort. But the Ferrari and Dries van Voort having to go defensive. He's immediately gone from the right of the circuit over to the left to preclude what Pierre Guidi might be wanting to do in the Ferrari. Look at the headlights. You can barely make out which of the 4 cars it is we've got ahead of us.
And a big dive up the inside through the traffic there was Pereira. There is Marciello going through as well. So over the line it was Engel from Pereira, then Pierre Guidi, then Van Voort, then Marciello, Haase, and Nicky Tim is the one that's been shuffled back in the pack. Now Tim is in 7th place. That's going to give them 60 points. Pierre Guidi is up to 3rd, which is going to give them 70 points. Championship heading Ferrari's way all of a sudden.
And Dries van Voort's the loser out of this battle. Somehow or other he's been overtaken by the sister 46 and the 51 Ferrari, so we didn't quite see where it went wrong. But Dries van Voort, who was being very muscular in the early phase, rejoining the race behind the Lamborghini, now has been pushed back.
Yeah, it has indeed. So he was, as you were saying, pretty aggressive off the restart. But now Alessandro Pierre Guidi up into 3rd place. Nicky Tim is the other big loser because he's got shuffled back to 7th. And a time penalty going to Nicky Tim of 30 seconds. Can you believe it? He's down in 7th place, and then he gets hit with a 30-second penalty for track limits. Nicky Tim plus 30 seconds at the end of the race.
Who's written the script for this?
You can't make it up, can you? What did you say a couple of laps ago? It's going nuts here, it really is. Mauro Engel is about the only one without any fluster going on around him. He's 9 seconds up the road, leading the way. But Alessandro Pierre Guidi and Alessio Rovera are heading for the championship, if things stay as they are. And things staying as they are in this race hasn't really been a factor.
15 minutes remain, and I mean, to predict what's going to happen, well, it's unpredictable, other than the 48 Mercedes has got an advantage of, what, 9.1 seconds over Frank Pereira, and then less than a second behind that is Pierre Guidi. We saw the Ferrari in the first hour of the race and the Lamborghini go for it, and the Lamborghini actually got ahead of the Ferrari at sheer pace.
So race order at the end of lap 153, 16 and 3/4 minutes to go. Mauro Engel leads the way by 9.7 seconds from Pereira. In 3rd, it's Alessandro Pierre Guidi, and a big dive up the inside there. That's Marciello getting ahead of the Aston Martin that's a lap down. In 5th place, it's Van Voort. Haase is 6th, Team 7th, but with a penalty to be applied. 8th is 63 of Andrea Caldarelli. 9th is Tom Gamble. 10th is Jules Gounon. And 51 at Alessandro Pierre Guidi then. Now on target for the championship with Alessio Rovera. The Lamborghini set for 2nd. And then the Aston Martin drivers 3rd. And then you've got to apply the penalty anyway. We don't know where quite they're going to finish yet. So it looked as though after the first pit stop they'd thrown it away. You can't make it up.
No, I mean, just that first pit stop looked disaster written all over it. And here we are through circumstance, that final sort of full course yellow, and then the restart again. The Ferrari did look quick from the minute the lights went on. Dries van Voort looked quick, got involved with Frank Pereira, and then all of a sudden, in the space of the last couple of laps, the 32 BMW has fallen back. I don't know what the reason for that is. And it's this car that's charging now, trying to run down Frank Pereira in 2nd place. Was it 1.5 seconds? Pierre Guidi is now behind Frank Pereira for 2nd place overall and the championship.
So having hemorrhaged over half a minute on the first pit stop, the race has come back to 51. So I still think AF Corse have tripped themselves up in that stop, but in the final reckoning for the championship, it may not matter. They are not that far behind the battered Lamborghini either. At the start of this lap, it was a 1.5 seconds between Pereira and Pierre Guidi. There's the Lamborghini, and looking set to try to really secure the championship with gaining another place is Alessandro Pierre Guidi. A drive-through penalty for 158, Garage 59 McLaren for not respecting the yellow flag. 158 is Nicolas Kiergaard. So overtaking under yellows, that goes against him. That's Pereira over the line, that's Pierre Guidi over the line. It was a 1.5 seconds last time around. And as they break the beam now, it is 8/10. Pierre Guidi might yet get 2nd place in the race.
Well, let's wait and see. Marciello now all over the back of the Ferrari, so he's focusing forward. There's the car he's focusing on, that's the Lamborghini, but there's a Porsche between the two, so he needs to clear that as early as possible chance. In the meantime, Marcello will be thinking, well, I can maybe nick that third place away from the Ferrari. He's focused so much on what's going ahead of him. Look, Alessandro Ribeiro. Tension in the AF Corsa garage. Oh dear me, what a finish to this inaugural event here at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit. Fantastic race all the way through, and then finally the joker of the afternoon is being played, and who would have made it up?
Well, there is the car leading bronze, Dennis Marshall, leading champion-elect Alessandro Pierguidi, going for a record-breaking, record-making third Endurance Cup title, 2020, 2021, 2024 beckons. Vanthor is behind Marcello. Marcello is sitting on the back of Pierguidi, though, isn't he? And, of course, if that BMW of Marcello took a place away from the Ferrari, we go back to the Abacus.
Absolutely, so that's what I'm worried about. Marcello, he'd be sitting there thinking, I don't give you-know-what about Pierguidi and Ferrari. I'm thinking about myself, what I can do for my BMW team. And remember, it's BMW Italia that back Raffaele Marcello as well as they do Valentino Rossi.
But I still think, given the penalty looming over number 7 Aston, it will be enough, even if Pierguidi dropped a place, because we know that the Lamborghini has to win the race and doesn't have a chance of doing so, because it is 10 seconds back and falling away from Mauro Engel.
Watch down the inside, there he goes. And also Raffaele Marcello. So the Porsche did a good job, pulled over. He's not in this race. So let these 3 cars that are all battling for second and third place, or certainly currently for third place, get at it. So Dries van Voor seems to have regrouped a bit. I don't know what it was. Maybe something occurred with the Nicky team, and they both suddenly lost 2 positions. So now that he's been released, what can Pierguidi go? We've got just coming up to 10 minutes of this race remaining, and that's going to be at best 5 laps.
It is indeed then, as they come through. 51 Ferrari running in third place. Lead gap is going up. Second to third is also going up slightly, because the Ferrari lost 1 second on that lap, and another spin. 71 Ferrari, Thomas Neubauer at turn 1. Can he get the car going? Fingers crossed he can, as up the curb goes Pierguidi. So yellow flags in the first sector with 12 minutes to go. Neubauer turns it round and gets going. Much mopping of brows from most people in the pit lane.
That would have been irony if that car had to be removed, and it was the result of which meant that the 51 Ferrari didn't have the opportunity to take its victory.
A drive-through penalty for Eddie Cheever for number 93 for not respecting track limits. That's a Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. That might well, depending on where the car drops to, have quite an outcome on bronze in the championship as well. So a drive-through penalty. It might be that that is given as a time penalty post-race, but it is there for the team to be aware of. Drive-through for 93. Right. Race with 11 minutes and change on the clock.
Dries van Voor's got ahead of Raffaele Marcello, so that's another overtake that we didn't see at the moment, but there's Marcello fallen back. I don't know where Dries van Voor suddenly found the pace that he's found. He lost something about 4 laps ago, and then suddenly it's all back at the races and he's flying.
Bearing in mind that 32 BMW is fighting for the combined championship, I wonder whether Raffaele was told to look the other way.
That could be a manufacturer decision.
Yeah.
So let's work for the team, not work for our individual interests. So yes, I think you've maybe got that one spot on.
Because you can see the way that Raffaele is not exactly falling away, is he?
No, he's not. And it must have been a pretty straightforward and easy overtake.
Sure. Right, there they go, up towards the approach to turns 1 and 2, and that's your champion-elect, Alessandro Pierguidi, staying in third place, ahead of Dries van Voor, and Franck Pereira through the traffic, hanging on a second place, but not quite being able to find the pace to stop that Mercedes from winning the race.
Yeah, very timely to get ahead of the Garage 59 McLaren, so that puts another car between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. So fingernails down to the quick with Alessandro Rivera looking at what's going on, and there are third, fourth and fifth more or less nose to tail, and with sort of regret the number 99 Audi, Christopher Hassel behind the wheel, which was so quick in the early phases of the race, now running down in 6th place overall and out of the championship hopes.
Coming out of turn 13 then, the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi just needs to sit there now, and Dries van Voor, who was very much an outside of the Endurance Championship, but it's the combine, it's the overall that he's looking for. This is how overall looks, and it's not good enough yet. He's still 2.5 points back, Van Voor, from Auer and Engel. so they could do with getting the BMW 32 past 51 Ferrari. And Lucas Auer looks on, Sprint Cup champion, possibly full season champion. But Vanthor needs to find a second and then get past the Ferrari.
Well, he certainly found pace again, but whether he's got anything into the tank to challenge Alessandro Pierguidi, I somehow don't think Pierguidi would be giving it up without a significant challenge.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So Dries Vanthor is going to have to work very, very hard, but being helped into that place by Raffaele Marcello has certainly done Vanthor's and Witt's combined championship hopes no harm. Over the line, Pierguidi on the lights to say to Marvin Kirchhofer, please get out of the way.
Yeah, and he's braked early, you can see.
Yeah.
So he's letting the cars that are fighting for the lead, so he dovetails back in between the Ferrari and the BMW. I suspect he'll probably step aside and let the BMW go through as gentlemanly as he did. And Dries Vanthor, yeah, he's done his staying on the left-hand side of the track, coming down into turn 4.
Just had to get the line for the corner at some point, didn't he? So moved across, took the corner, got out of the way again, as you say. Let's the third, fourth battle continue with 8 minutes still on the clock. Now, what can Vanthor do? It was 0.6 of a second when they came across the line. The gap, I suspect, will have gone out in the first sector because of that traffic.
Big slide from Vanthor coming through turn 8. Back end started to drift. He doesn't mind a bit of oversteer, but it's just at the end of the race. Well, we're coming up to just 5.5 minutes remaining. So a little over, but just on probably 3 laps max before the flag.
From Pereira, second. His last lap was the car's best of the race. So lap 156 is the quickest the car has been all race. And he's going faster still. He's just done a personal best on this lap in the first sector. So is Klaus Bachler, in fact, in number 911 Porsche. So drivers are still pushing as you look at Dennis Marshall leading in bronze. From Jens Klingmann and Nikolai Kiergaard, who had that drive-through penalty, third at the moment in bronze. So Marshall doing a good job, 17th overall. Nicky Thiem behind on the road, but falling away, having briefly looked as though the championship was confused, and a big slide by Nicky Thiem all up the curb, slithers back onto the road. In bronze, Sky Tempesta Racing are still okay. They're still on target for the championship, but there is that penalty to be applied, so we need to see where the penalty would drop them. It is a drive-through for 93, and that would be a 30-second penalty applied at the end of the race. So 30 seconds is certainly going to drop them, but there aren't that many more Bronze Cup cars running, so it might only cost them a couple of places, but that could be enough to spoil the championship. So that's pretty nerve-wracking at the minute.
Yeah, keep them on eggshells, that's for sure. So, and just Silver Cup leaders there, the second car in line. It's the Santa Loc Audi, which has had a beautiful run, basically, other one little contact, which was a consequence of coming out of the pit lane with them. In fact, it was the Ferrari that's running directly behind it. It was the Porsche running directly behind it. So the 51 Ferrari and the Audi had that minor contact. Otherwise, it's been a faultless race for the Silver Cup leading Audi.
Lucas Leggeret leading silver. It's Kobe Powell's at the wheel, in fairness, but the graphic there saying Leggeret, who drove the car in the previous stint. Cesar Gazzo is behind in number 10 Mercedes, and third is number 12, which is the Comptieu Aston of Sebastian Urgaard right now within silver. So Kobe Powell's 13th overall. That car has, and in fairness, I think you'd say the gold 25 category Audi from Santa Loc, they have, along with the Winward overall leading car, been role models as to how to attack an endurance race.
Yeah.
Drama-free, penalty-free.
I know it's easy to say, it's not rocket science. It's actually applying yourself, your team, and the discipline that is necessary to ensure that you don't have all these unforced errors.
So Magnus comes through and on target for the championship. We were saying all before the race, during the race, as long as that car is in the top 6 in the class, the title is theirs. Well, they're going to win in gold, in fact, if things stay as they are. So the perfect way to round out the season, and a great result for Santa Loc to win in the race 2 classes and to win 1 championship.
Yes, I mean, a superb effort all the way through, and just again, you know, maybe it's not winning overall, but it shows that the Audi is still a great race car and a supercar for an independent team to operate.
Gilles Magnus heading up towards the timing line. Got to feel a bit sorry for Attempto, got to feel sorry for Comptieu as well, but in a championship battle like this, there are always winners and losers. This will be the race winner, but potentially the combined championship winner, depending on what Vanthor can do about Pierre Guidi, and he's running out of options, running out of time. 4 minutes to go. Maro Engel comes through turn number 11, way up the curb, but that's all good.
Yeah, but he's got clear air again. Easy peasy for Maro Engel. And Daniel Murad stands back. He's done his hard yards on the two opening stints. So he can stand back and enjoy, with just coming up to, what, 1 minute to go and about 1.5 minutes to go.
So you've got there 48 Mercedes coming out of turn 16. Maro Engel clear by 9.5 seconds. The gap's come down a little, but he's under absolutely no pressure. Clear road ahead of him. Nobody challenging him. Engel just has to bring it home now. He was a winner 2 weeks ago on another type of street circuit round Macau in a great GT battle that really fell into his lap, really. He was fourth and he had a little brush with Dries van Thor. He got third. And when Antonio Fuoco and Raffaele Marciello tangled at Lisboa, up the escape road they went, and Maro Engel got the race lead, and he was laughing all the way to the casino as he won the FIA GT World Cup. He's already, with Lucas Auer, won the Sprint Championship this year, the Sprint Cup. It looks as though he's going to win this race with Lucas Auer and Daniel Murad, and it looks as though he's going to be, with Lucas Auer, the overall champion, taking sprint and endurance results into account. Not a bad season, I would suggest.
Oh, fantastic year. So, third place Ferrari was just about 2 and a bit seconds behind the Lamborghini. Wait to see whether it is extended or reduced as we go to, is this going to be the final lap? I suspect it is. 1.7 seconds. Who's clawed back about 2 or 3 tenths per second.
I reckon there's time for one more after this. 2.5 minutes on the clock. So this and one more. That's Pierre Guidi still hanging on a third, and Vanthor is 6 tenths of a second back, but he's not really getting any nearer, is he? So the chances of him going through, I think, now are looking somewhat remote. Pierre Guidi, even if the BMW were to latch right onto its tail, Pierre Guidi is a tough nut to crack. And after the huge disappointment of losing the Spa 24 hours with that quite insane last pit stop, where Pierre Guidi came into the pit lane and found a car stranded ahead of him that nobody could get to and put out of the way, this sort of makes up for that if he's on target to win the Endurance Cup for the third time. He's got the BMW looming large in his mirrors though, but Pierre Guidi is at turn 13 for the penultimate time. Well, there's an awful lot to dissect from this race, an awful lot to reflect on. Star drives?
Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking about you doing the highlights, David. I think you'll be spoiled for choice to talk about. I think there's been some fantastic driving all the way through, and you could say that the opening stint between Pereira and Alessandro Rivera was, you know, really, really good racing. Just drove away from the rest of the field. Then you got what Mercedes, the 48 Mercedes has done. It's been virtually wheel perfect all the week and all the way through, and that's how you win races. But there's probably been within that, in all the 47 cars that entered, there's been one driver in one of the 5 stints that's had a standout drive. We may not even seen it. So right now, I could say the easy things, but yeah, I'd like to reserve judgment on that.
Well, there have been some outstanding performances. I still think that one of them ought to be the combination of the Santalok Silver team, just the way that they've only attracted one track limit warning for the entire 6 hours. I think that's just outstanding. Anyway, Pierre Guidi starting his last lap. A championship beckons. He's 6 kilometres away from being a 3-time Endurance Cup champion. Over the timing line now goes the Ferrari. Maro Engel is 8.8 seconds clear of Franck Pereira for the race win as they work their way to turn 1 for the final time. And there is Maro Engel. The Mercedes was there or thereabouts in that opening stint, but then just got stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a great driver lineup. It's a super team, and that's what you get when you get a group of people doing a professional job in a professional way.
And Winwood Racing, a word about the team as well, because of course it's been on the fringes, if you like, of the big league, plying its trade in America and then in Europe. Made a big commitment, was given AMG factory support this year, and it delivers with the Sprint Cup Championship and seemingly the combined season-long sprint and endurance combination title as well. So repaying the faith entrusted. And there to win the Endurance Championship, Alessio Rivera and Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Davide Rigon joining them for this race, but not having done the whole season. Antonio Fuoco doing some of the rounds as well. And that car not having had a win, but has been banking points throughout the season.
So midway round, final lap. And not to say it's been made look easy by the Winwood Racing Mercedes, going through 22 into 23, so into the final sector of the final lap, and the clock's just ticked over the 11 o'clock local time here in Jeddah.
Which means that we are almost then at the end of the race and of the season. And Maro Engel is going to bring the car out of turn 27, heading up towards the timing line. The checkered flag awaits history made by winning the first endurance GT3 race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Maro Engel, Lucas Au, Daniel Morad win the final race of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup for 2024. They will win the combined championship as well. And Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rivera will be Endurance Cup champions as the AF Corsa Ferrari comes across the line to the delight of the team. Lucas Au and the Winwood Racing squad are celebrating not just a race win, but an outright title as well. There will be lots of faces up and down the pit lane with things to celebrate and indeed with things to reflect on that didn't quite go their way. Drive-through converted for number 159 for causing a collision. Donuts being done by victors at the end of the pit straight for the fans of the grandstand. And Alessio Rivera now ponders the podium and the celebrations to come. Pierguidi taking third place, Dries van Thor finishing in fourth, and Raffaele Marciello for fifth. There is Lucas Au, who in a moment will get himself dressed and go to the podium. And Maro Engel celebrating in style down at turn one, lights up the tyres, and a great way to round out his championship season. Lucas Au being embraced by the team. Excellent stuff. Winwood Racing has done a grand job, and Lucas, single-seater racer, went into DTM, then into GT3 racing, and one of his biggest successes, the Sprint Cup, adding to it with the combined championship. It's been quite a season for the Mercedes drivers, and Alessandro Pierguidi, Alessio Rivera win a championship without winning a race.
Well, sometimes that happens, but just to look back over the 6 hours, what a fantastic event it's been. It was a major, major challenge to every competitor that came here, a track that's got a reputation as being one of the toughest, one of the quickest in the world, and everybody approached it, and fundamentally we've had a pretty good race. We've had a lot of track limit abuses. That's going to be normal when you get a circuit, particularly that opening first sector, but absolutely superb, and running under the lights at night, it just has looked stunning.
Well, it certainly has, and the podium that we had, or the podiums we had for GT4 were quite lengthy affairs with lots of dignitaries, and we'll have those to come once all the cars have made their way back around to the pit lane. We'll hear from the winning drivers, of course, and as soon as possible they'll be rounded up for the 4 ceremonies for the different classes and dispatched up the stairs. So the final result in bronze, a win for Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner, and the 97 Rutronic Porsche, having had a very, very impressive drive in that race. Luke Hartog, the third driver, securing something for Rutronic to celebrate. So the cars make the run up now to turn 27. Through they come to the pit lane. As far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned, Alessio Rivera and Alessandro Pierguidi, the victors, from Jordan Pepper, Marco Mappelli and Franck Pereira second, Ricardo Fella, Christopher Haase and Alex Arca taking third. And with the penalty applied, 99 ending up in 6th place. That's the Haase, Arca and Fella Audi. Nicky T, Marco Sorensen, Matthew Drudy 10th with their penalty applied. most people seem to have a penalty to be applied at the end of the race, it feels, certainly within the top dozen. Quite a few float around. So the drivers then march their way down to the podium. Davide Rigon doesn't celebrate a title win because he hasn't done the entire season with Pierre Guidi nor with Rivera, but a race win is pretty decent nonetheless, isn't it? And Alessandro Pierre Guidi brings the Ferrari down the pit road. The celebrations aren't far away for him. So there, Daniel Murad and Lucas Auer ready to congratulate Mauro Engel, who, knowing Mauro, will be grinning from ear to ear because he's always a pretty happy character. And it's been a pretty decent month so far. So Adi Getz, Lucas Auer there in the middle, Daniel Murad, and for Winwood Racing, really good result there. And meanwhile, for the championship, Alessio Rivera and Davide Rigon are ready to embrace Alessandro Pierre Guidi then, who was a Le Mans winner last year, missed out on a Spa 24 victory with that bizarre pit stop that went all against him when he came into the pit lane and found the stranded Hugo Cook-driven Lamborghini. But here it is a championship success, and the winning drivers atop the car being given their Pirelli caps. Mauro Engel barely having time to take off his crash helmet, but there are the champions. Can you get 3 people on a Ferrari without denting the roof? Just about, you can. Alessandro Pierre Guidi, Alessio Rivera, and Davide Rigon joins in the celebrations as part of that driving force this weekend. Down he jumps, and the AF Corsa Ferrari just illustrating how fortunes can change in a long distance race. I think we were saying early on, one of the fascinations is different drivers, so much more can happen. And a car that we thought was totally done for with that bad first pit stop has just had it all turned around. There's Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Pretty experienced driver these days, but don't think that experience equals old age equals being slow. Far from it. Still, I think in John's mind is that grid interview he did at Spa one year and said to Alessandro about the start of the race, and then Alessandro had his big spin going through Eau Rouge.
Yeah.
Oh, my word.
No, it took my breath away as well, because he's on pole position and he got to the top of Radio and all of a sudden spun like Topsy.
Yeah.
And how everybody managed to get through the field and didn't hit him is probably one of the bigger maybe results of Alessandro Pierre Guidi's career that he doesn't always care to reflect upon. But what a great competitor he is.
But if he had, for a time, a wild man reputation, justifiably or not, he certainly got rid of it. Well, let's head to Antonio Rankin in the pit lane. We'll talk to champions and our race winners, as well as overall champions first.
Mauro, Lucas, Danny, what a brilliant weekend from you, from going from looking like you weren't going to be able to race to winning not just this race but overall. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. You know, I think it's the only outcome that was really appropriate for us. The team put so much heart and soul into getting the car back together, and we really appreciate all their hard work, and this is literally the best way to repay them. And also huge congratulations to Mauro and Luki for winning the overall Drivers' Championship as well. What a great way to end the season. Amazing.
Yeah, first of all, big thanks to the mechanics. They are the real heroes. They made this possible. Those two guys did an amazing job, and feels incredible.
Yeah, I mean, from thinking our weekend was over on Thursday morning to this is incredible. Big thank you to the whole mechanics crew, but also big thank you to the Saudi sports minister. He actually brought his AMG GT3 here in case we needed a spare car. So big thank you. It's a fantastic venue and a great racetrack. So yeah, amazing end to this weekend.
You've all been absolutely incredible. Congratulations.
Because when Lucas Auer was behind the wheel, the brake pedal went to the floor and the car had a very big whack into the wall. So there was a fear that the chassis was tweaked. They might not be able to take part at all. I didn't realise there was the Saudi sports minister's car as a spare. That's quite something, but they didn't need it, thankfully. And to come through with a race win, well, that's quite something. there are the champions. Antonia, they're all yours. The Endurance Cup champions.
Oh, what an exciting time for all of you. Congratulations, this has felt such a long time coming.
Yeah, guys, I cannot believe it. At the end, we have been a bit lucky with the last full Coursello, but I think we deserve a bit of luck on this season. And we had the performance, unlucky first pit stop, we lost a lot, we lost position, so everything was looking lost. At the end, with the last full Coursello, give me a chance to try again. I give my maximum, try everything, I have nothing to lose, and we did it. I can't believe it yet.
And of course, a three-time world champion.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's the third time here, third GT World Challenge, 3 times WEC. Still can't believe my career.
I'm so happy, really. First time I win this championship. Really thanks to these guys and to the team. Car was amazing. Yeah, today we were, I have to say we were a bit lucky in the end, but we were so unlucky in Spa and in other occasions, so yeah, super happy. I have no words, honestly.
It seems that luck was finally on your side.
Yes, these guys did an amazing job. Really have to say thanks. Also to the team, yes, mistake in the beginning, but then we really never mistake anything. So it was a very good race, some luck in the end at the comeback. As they said after Spa, we were very depressed, but we always keep high, we push in the limit, so this is a very, very big result.
Huge congratulations, our endurance champions!
Alessio Rivera and Alessandro Pierguidi take the title. Just again to reinforce the point, Davide Rigon has not been with them for the whole season, so he has a different point to tally. So 2/3 of the drivers you've heard from are champions, but Davide Rigon has had a very big part to play in the outcome, the successful outcome for them of today's race. So the cars back in the pit lane. The drivers very shortly will be making their way to the podium. And it's a very busy pit lane now, ready for the podium ceremony to get underway. It's been a remarkable weekend and a whole new circuit. Let's have a look at the result then. Lucas Auer, Danny Morad and Mauro Engel, the race winners by, in the end, 7.9 seconds from Franck Pereira, Marco Mappelli and Jordan Pepper. Alessio Rivera, Davide Rigon and Alessandro Pierguidi taking third, and Rivera and Pierguidi the title too. Dries van Thor, Sheldon van der Linde, Charles Weerts were fourth, ahead of Raffaele Marcello, Maxime Martin and Valentino Rossi. Sixth, Christopher Haase, Alex Arca and Ricardo Feller. 13th, the silver winners, Ezekiel Perez Compact, Kirby Pauwels and Lucas Legeret. 17th, the bronze winners, Dustin Blattner, Dennis Marshall and Luc Hertog. 18th, the gold winners, keeping out of trouble, Jim Pla, Paul Everard and Gilles Magnus. Santalok taking 2 category wins, Rutronic Racing taking 1, and of course Winwood Racing victorious overall. 47 started, 33 got to the finish. Some mechanical woes, quite a bit of damage for some, and that last full course yellow safety car period didn't half shuffle the result, did it? Alessandro Pierguidi accepting that, but sometimes the luck goes with you, sometimes it goes against, and I think he's had pretty much every extreme over not just the season, but that one race, from leading to losing all the time in the first pit stop to fighting back and winning the championship. So the drivers, as I say, making their way to the podium. And in a moment or two, we'll be able to cross live for the presentations. In the overall situation, Alessio Rivera, Alessandro Pierguidi taking the championship from Jordan Pepper, Marco Mappelli and Franck Pereira, Ricardo Feller, Christopher Haase and Alex Arca behind, and ending up fourth, having led into the race, Marco Sorensen, Nicky Teague and Mathieu Drudy, and then Davide Rigon next, having dipped in and out over the course of the season. Alessio Rivera, Alessandro Pierguidi, the champions for AF Corsa, Francorchamps Motors. So there is the championship winning Ferrari, and the drivers in a moment or two will be making their way, as I say, to the presentation area. Lots of the fans having their photographs taken with the winning car, or the title winning car. perhaps understandably. And they'll be making the run to the podium, those drivers, in a few moments' time. Spare a thought for the SRO officials, who've got to make sure they've got not just the right drivers, but 3 of them per car, per category, plus the right dignitaries, plus all the right trophies, and everybody in the right order. And are trying to coordinate this all as rapidly as possible for our benefit, for television, as much as the fans trackside. And on the platform in front of the podium, all the photographers await, and we'll get things underway as soon as possible. Probably the quietest race of all was from number 48 Mercedes, whereas pretty much everybody has tales good and bad from the course of that race. But for AF Corsa, Amato Ferrari's team, it is a title and 3rd place in the race. But yeah, that first pit stop really did look as though they'd managed to throw it all away.
Yeah, it looked as if they'd just blown any opportunity. And I mean, it's a fundamental thing. You bring 2 cars in at the same time, you need to make sure you've got space for the second car coming in, which has turned out to be the 51, the car that was the pro car, to enable it to get in and to consolidate the battle that was going on between the Lamborghini and 163. Anyway, at the end of the day, they walk away a 3rd place overall, but they've won their championship. That was the bottom line that they were here to fulfill.
So there, it's like the doctor's waiting room was, isn't it? You wait for your appointment. You'll be called to the podium in a moment. Take your ticket and we'll call you forward. There are champions, and we'll have the drivers for the assorted podiums as we go along. Marco Mappelli, Franck Pereira. Can't find, oh, there's Jordan Pepper. Yes, he's defected. Sitting with Ferrari and Mercedes drivers on the other side. Sort of turfed Daniel Morad out of a seat while he chats to Lucas Auer and Mauro Engel. So Mauro being congratulated, and I think we are almost ready. Drivers for overall stand and step forward. The podium is ready, and that means that any moment the drivers will be brought ready for the presentations. AF Corsa's Brains Trust standing in the pit lane. Check messages, get phone ready to take photographs, and ring home with the good news. 2nd Le Mans win, of course, for Ferrari this year. Another title going Ferrari's way. And there are still other championship classes to address as well. There'll be some discussion, no doubt, about that first pit stop, but it might be sort of quietly forgotten, given that the outcome was the right one.
Well, I think next time they go into an endurance race, or any event for that matter, where there's a pit stop involved, they may well not choose to have the pit at the exit of the pit lane, because it actually is a little bit, I think James Baldwin explained it to us, it's not necessarily always the best place. Some circuits it is, but not always, and it wasn't here for sure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the podium ceremony of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS here in Saudi Arabia, the heart of the world. Tonight, we honor the exceptional talent, skill, and determination of our drivers across the overall gold, silver, and bronze categories. Each driver has delivered incredible performances on the track, showcasing speed, strategy, and teamwork. Now it is time to celebrate their success. Let's get started with our podium celebrations. Let's begin with the overall category, recognizing the fastest and most skilled teams. Drivers, please prepare for the moment of glory. In 3rd place, we have Alicio Rovera and David Rigon and Alessandro Pierguidi. Please step forward to the podium. Congratulations. Fantastic work. And securing 2nd place, congratulations to Franck Pereira, Marco Mappelli, and Jordan Pepper. All right, fantastic work, securing second place in the overall category. Congratulations. Representing the winning team, we welcome Mercedes-AMG Team Manfilter. Congratulations. What a job done. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your overall champions. Give it up for Lucas Ower, Daniel Murad, and Maro Engel. What an incredible performance. Congratulations. First place in the overall category. All right, let's give it up for the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we honor the overall champions with the national anthem of the winning team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to present the trophies for the champions. The third place trophies will be presented by Mr. Omar bin Talal Al-Hariri, CEO of Sal Logistics Services Company. Please step to the podium. Congratulations to our third place winners. And now the second place trophies will be presented by His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Sultan Al Abdullah Al Faisal, Chairman of the Saudi Automobile and Motorcycle Federation and Saudi Motorsport Company. To present the team representative for the winning team and the first place trophies presented by His Excellency Badr Al Qadi, Vice Minister of Sports. Congratulations. Handing the trophies for the first team winners of the overall category. Congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to smile for the official photo. Raise your trophies. Smile to the picture. Congratulations. All right, and now I would like for the delegates to exit the podium. It is time for celebration, the achievements of the overall champions. Let's get some music and a good applause.
Maro Engel, Lucas Ower and Daniel Murad win in Jeddah, making history with the first long-distance GT race to be held in the Kingdom. And a wonderful way to round out a great season, certainly for Maro Engel and Lucas Ower, adding that win and the overall championship to their Sprint Cup success. So the drivers congratulate one another. They will head for the press conference. And so now everybody being ushered from the podium swiftly, so the gold and the silver and bronze celebrations can get underway. But John, a really faultless display in that race by the Winwood Racing Mercedes team.
What can you say? I mean, it was almost flawless. I can't think of any specific or issue that you could say, well, maybe they could have done a little bit better here or there. The team did a brilliant job with the strategy, with the pit stops, getting the car in and out cleanly. The three drivers drove as proper professional drivers, didn't make all the unforced errors, which a circuit like this, with lots of opportunities to exceed track limits, they didn't do that. And those are part of the reasons, if not all of the reasons, why this car has come home victor overall in this inaugural 6-hour event at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit. Absolutely fantastic event.
And there, the car that was third, but takes the Endurance Championship for Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rivera, the Ferrari 296 GT3. Yes, we've been discussing that pit stop, but even so, it was quite something. How does all this play out for the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS manufacturer points? Well, Mercedes-AMG takes another bagful to be ahead of Porsche, Audi third, Ferrari up to fourth, and it's BMW in fifth place. Of course, those points, not just ours, if you like, taking Europe rather parochially, but Australia, Asia, and America as well. So this fantastic backdrop to the Jeddah Corniche Circuit with the wonderful architecture, the lights, the atmosphere, and the driver's attention will be turning next to, if you're in gold or silver or bronze, a podium. The team championship has also been disputed, of course, over the course of this season, and the points scored in today's race will go to shuffling that order as well. AF Corsa coming out on top for Team WRT by 7 points. Grasser Racing Team and Attempto Racing next, ahead of Comptu and Winwood Racing, the American team that operated that Team Manfilter car. You're wondering why it was the American national anthem. It's because it's an American-based team, finishing in 6th place. Right, back to the podium for our next presentation.
All right, representing the winning team, we welcome Saint Eloch Racing.
And this, the Gold Cup podium.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the first place drivers and gold champions. Welcome Jim Pla, Paul Everett, and Gilles Magnus. Congratulations. Outstanding performance. Coming in first place. Outstanding performance by the champions, first, second, and third place of the gold category. Please rise as we honor the gold champions with the national anthem of the winning team. All right, the third place trophies will be presented by Mr. Omar bin Talal Hariri. One more time to the podium, please. Congratulations to third place. Now handing over the trophies to third place for the gold category. One more time, the second place trophies will be presented by His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Sultan Al Abdullah Al Faisal, Chairman of the Saudi Automobile and Motorcycle Federation and Saudi Motorsport Company, to hand over the trophies to second place. Congratulations. Outstanding performance by the champions. And now let's welcome back His Excellency Bedr El Ghadi, Vice Minister of Sports, to hand over the trophy for the winning team representative and first place drivers. All right, it is time for the official photo. Raise your trophies, smile, and enjoy. Thank you for our delegates. Please exit the podium as we celebrate the gold champions with music and applause.
Gilles Magnus, Paul Evrard, Gimpla take the Gold Cup race win and also the championship here at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit after another outstanding season, and Santalot Racing delivering the goods. Great stuff. Gilles Magnus has been a real star all year. Paul Evrard and Gimpla joining him. We know how good they are as well. And together, they're the Gold Cup winners for 2024. Santalot Audi has had a really impressive season, and for the French team, victory coming here at the end of a really impressive season, banking points, taking category wins all the way through the year. They had honours at Paul Ricard at the start of the year and at the Nürburgring, so good year in gold. And Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus and Gimpla taking the title by 36 points from Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, Dominic Baumann and Michael Grenier, Arjun Maini, Michele Beretta and Josef Ovega finishing third. Arthur Rougier involved in that incident earlier on in this race, fourth ahead of Romain Cartin, and Philippe Ellis on one of his occasional outings finishing in sixth place. But the championship to Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus and Gimpla. So silver and bronze remain, and the silver podium will be next, as they have that wonderful shot overlooking the paddock.
Mathis Lismont, Nicolas Bart, and
Podium
Sebastian
for
Ogard.
silver should be underway next.
Let's give them a big round of applause as they reach the podium, please. Amazing effort in third place for the silver category. One more time, Mathis Lismont, Nicolas Bart, and Sebastian Ogard. And now securing second place, congratulations to Esteban Muth, Cesar Gazo, and Oglian Panis, second place. And representing the winning team, we welcome Santalot Racing again. There you go, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your first place drivers, our silver champions, Eskiel Perez Companc, Lucas Legert, Kobe Powells. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem in honor of the silver champions. To present the trophies, ladies and gentlemen, the third place trophies will be presented by His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Turki Al Faisal, board member of the Saudi Automobile and Motorcycle Federation. Congratulations to our third place winners. And now the second place trophies will be presented by His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Sultan Al Abdullah Al Faisal, Chairman of the Saudi Automobile and Motorcycle Federation and Saudi Motorsport Company. Congratulations to our second place finishers. And the first place trophies will be presented by His Excellency Mr. Badr Al Qadi, Vice Minister of Sport, Maali Naib Wazir Al Riyadh Al-Ustad Badr Al Qadi, to present the first place trophies and the team representative trophy. Before we take the official photo, additionally, we have Pirelli checks that will be presented by the Pirelli representative from SRO, Matteo Broga, Pirelli Racing Activities Manager. 2 checks for second and first place. Congratulations. Three checks. Amazing. Third, second, and first. And now it is time for the official photo of our silver champions. All right, I would like for the delegates to exit the podium, please, as we get ready to celebrate their success with music and applause.
Silver Cup success here at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit then for Lucas Legere, Ezekiel Perez Compact and Kobe Powells after a really impressive drive in the Santalok Audi. Lucas Legere and Ezekiel Perez Compact along with Kobe Powells, who came from Rallycross into GT racing on that top step of the podium. And that gives the bronze podium centre stage next, for which the drivers will be called forward in a few moments' time. But a really, really impressive drive, not just in fairness actually by Powells, Compact and Legere, but a hat tip to Santalok, because the way that they've operated the car, sometimes Santaloks have had a lot of bad luck, but 2 absolutely seamless performances in gold and in silver. Silver championship already won, of course, at Monza by Colin Carasani, Dan Arrow and Tanat Satran Tirakul. Ezekiel Perez Compact ends the year second from Aurelien Panis and Cesar Gazo, with Yacht Repanche fourth, James Kell, Anthony Bartone and Yannick Mettler coming up behind. So another title, therefore, for Winwood Racing, of course. Colin Carasani, Dan Arrow and Tanat Satran Tirakul victorious for the American squad. So the drivers for the bronze podium are next, as soon as that is made ready. And that is a race result that we've kind of got on top of, with Dennis Marshall, Loic Hertog and Dustin Blattner the winners. But it's really how it affects the championship, with the penalty being applied to Eddie Cheever late race, that we'll be looking forward to seeing. As far as the team championship in silver is concerned, Winwood Racing, Boots and VDS and Dynamic GT, the top 3. ComTU Racing 4th ahead of Get Speed, and then Santalok Racing in 6th. As go back to the podium as the bronze drivers are next.
To the stage in third place, congratulations to Mark Sansom, James Baldwin, and Nicolai Kargard. All right, in second place, let's hear it for Ahmed El Harthi, Sam Dihan, and Jens Klingman. What an incredible performance. Congratulations. And now as we got third and second place on the podium, representing the winning team, we welcome Retronic Racing. Congratulations. Well deserved. All right. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your first place drivers and bronze champions, Dustin Blattner, Dennis Marshall, Locke Harton. Congratulations to our bronze champions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we honor these victories, please rise for the national anthem for the bronze champions winning team. All right, to present the trophies for our winners, the third place trophies will be presented by His Royal Highness Prince Talal Mohammed Al Abdullah Al Faisal, board member of the Saudi Motorsport Company. And here are the trophies for the third place winners. Congratulations. Well done, an amazing performance for the bronze third place winners. The second place trophies will be presented by His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Sultan Al Abdullah Al Faisal. Congratulations to the second team. The first place trophies and the team representative trophy will be presented by His Excellency Mr. Badr Al Qadi, Vice Minister of Sport. Congratulations to the team representative of the winning team and to our drivers in first place, the bronze champions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, raise your trophy, smile. It is time for the final photo of the evening. As the photo has been taken, I would like for the delegates to exit the stage, please, as we get ready to celebrate our bronze champions with music and applause.
Dustin Blattner, Luke Hartog, and Dennis Marshall celebrates Bronze Cup victory in Saudi Arabia. Retronic Racing and the Porsche comes out on top and actually makes up for the big disappointment for the Pro Cup car that had a puncture and then ended up with damage, being forced out of the race at sort of the 2/3 mark. So the drivers celebrate on the podium, and the Porsche for Retronic Racing. A tough race for Porsche with quite a few in the wars, but coming home for in the end, 17th place and a category win for Retronic Racing. And Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner and Luc Hertog taking honours. So then let's have a quick look at how the championship was. It was the category title for Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever, despite all the travails they had, by just 2 points from Jeff Machiels, Louis Machiels and Andrea Bertolini. And they were only 1 up on Dustin Blattner and Dennis Marshall. Sam de Haan, Jens Klingman and Ahmed Al-Hathi coming home next from Luc Hertog, with Max Hofer and Andrei Mukavels that led early on, of course, in bronze, being tapped into a spin and coming home 6th in the standings. But Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever, your champions for Sky Tempesta Racing. So an excellent job done by Sky Tempesta, and although no category wins went their way, I think Chris Froggatt was content to take a championship. They've made quite a habit, Sky Tempesta, of winning titles, whether it's been in bronze or Pro-Am over the years, depending on which driver lineup they have. And back with Ferrari this year, it's been a good outcome for the British team. AF Corse are running those cars. AF Corse are the same squad, of course, that's taken the Endurance Cup Championship for Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rivera. So, a very impressive first race for Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It isn't on the calendar next year to be at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit. I think there was an element of waiting to see what the race panned out like, what the feedback was from drivers and teams, but hopefully we'll be back here in the future. Just 1 point split Sky Tempesta from AF Corsa in the championship, with another point back for Retronic Racing. So it could not have been tighter, really, could it, within bronze, as the 3 top teams fought it out over the 5 endurance rounds, plus of course those extra points that they were able to score at both 6 and 12 hours of the Spa 24-hour race. So another title for Sky Tempesta, and as the circuit is quiet, the pit lane is still pretty bustly, pretty busy indeed. So let's have a look at the highlights of what turned out to be a very busy race. It all began with Alessandro Pierguidi, Alessio Rivera and Davide Rigon's Ferrari storming into the race lead as they headed into turn 1. A little bit of a wobble from Marco Mappelli's Lamborghini, but he got away with that as Ferrari 51 tried to build up the lead. Going deep was 007. That meant that Mattia Drudi very nearly lost out completely to number 32, Sheldon van der Linde. And the BMW was indeed able to gain ground, as behind was number 991 of Toby Sowery. First casualty, Ian Shinguven. Then there was damage also for number 19 of Mattia Lorena. And as the light started to fade, the battles took up a whole new field. Badly delayed on the first pit stop was Ferrari number 51. It looked as though the championship hopes had gone as Till Bechtelsheimer had a big slide with a punctured tyre in the Barwell Lamborghini. He pitted, being overtaken by Jules Gounon as he dived into the pit lane. The first pit stop, though, for 51 Ferrari was a very slow one as the car overshot and had to be wheeled into position. And it looked as though Pierguidi's hopes had gone. Then we had a full course yellow called after an accident, and it triggered another one as the Philippe Denesch Lamborghini got into the back of Dan Harper, put Harper out of the race. And this was the reason for the full course yellow, an accident between Nicolas Rossi and Arthur Rougier. When the race got back underway, it was number 163 Lamborghini looking strong up front, trying to thread its way through the traffic. And also number 99 Audi was looking good, thinking about the championship. But that started to fade as the race went towards darkness, and into the second half that car really did drop down the order. In the end, with a late race full course yellow and safety car, it was 48 Mercedes of Mauro Engel, Lucas Auer and Michael Grady that took the race win. But the championship would head the way of 51 Ferrari and Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rivera at the end of a drama-filled 6 hours to round out a drama-filled season. So there are our champions, all assembling on the podium. Whether we have drivers and teams within endurance, everybody huddling together for championship podium. Sky Tempesta and AF Corsa busy celebrating. So drivers and teams for AF Corsa across the course of the season. So, as you see, AF Corsa in its myriad guises of Sky Tempesta and Francorchamps Motors. I think if you've won a title in a Ferrari, you're on the podium at the moment, and that's how it sort of pans out. So, celebrations for the teams. Jonathan Hui, Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt are there. And so, the drivers with the banners to say what they've won, the teams there as well, photographs taken. And I think in a moment they will be ushered from the podium so that more people can head that way and celebrate. The SRO team trying to coordinate all of this. So go that way and then come back for another presentation. But Alessandro Pierguidi seeing a third time that his name will be etched on that trophy. And more champagne is there as well. There's the winning Ferrari that has done sterling service this year, you've got to say. Came oh so close to winning, did it not, in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. But it just was not to be with that quite bizarre pit stop when into the pits came Pierguidi with a couple of hours to go and found a stranded car. Nobody could get to it, nobody could really see it. It was hidden behind the barriers. We could see it on TV from the high camera. But nobody was quite ready for the drama that ensued. Anyway, although it was a race lost, it's a championship won at the end of the season for Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rivera. So the drivers from AF Corsa head to celebrate. And the Team Manfilter from Winwood Racing are, of course, celebrating the overall championship as much as a race success here. So the podium, which has been pretty busy already, has got a couple more ceremonies, I think, still to be done. So there, battle-scarred, dirty, but intact and successful is the winning Ferrari. The little sticker on the windscreen saying it's under part fair make conditions, so do not touch it, because then that could affect it in some way before the scrutineers can make sure that it complies with the regulations. So that's there just really as a warning, if you like, to the public, who are all allowed in the pit lane for those celebrations.
Saint Hilaire Racing, congratulations, come to the podium, please.
So
and I would like to call the gold driver champions, Gilles, Magnus and Paul Evgaard.
Jim Pla makes his way to the podium along with Gilles Magnus and Paul Evgaard as Santilok take gold teams champions, and the whole team steps forward to celebrate. Sebastien Chatai's team, which also has a rally element. It has a single-seater aspect to it as well, and a successful year for Santilok Racing, taking the Gold Cup, both in terms of the combined for sprint and endurance in isolation. And the French team very, very happy, as you can imagine, as the flares go off here, and the music that has been pounding out from the loudspeakers right next to our door continues to add to the atmosphere as the drivers and the team celebrate in time-honored fashion. They're the AF Corsa team. AF Corsa busy celebrating down in the pit lane. And it's going to get quite rowdy in a minute. If you're dry, something's wrong. It's going to be horrible and wet and cold and sticky. But when you've won a championship, all's fair. It's worth being uncomfortable for a little while with a championship in your pocket. So the podium is being prepared for one further podium for our category champions for the year. And of course, if you head to the Fanatec GT World Challenge website, you'll find dates for the 25 season already planned, of course, with the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Once again, the headline race.
I would like to call
we are
to
heading
the
back to the podium,
please. Overall drivers endurance, overall team endurance, overall drivers season champion, Windward Racing. Please head to the podium. It's time to celebrate.
So out step Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel and Daniel Murad as our overall champions if you take endurance and sprint together. And we will also have for the Drivers' Championship then, of course, Windward Racing won silver in endurance as well. Representation there on the podium as well. It'll be quite a season for Russell Ward's Windward Racing team. And there, the Mercedes squad gathers on the podium to round out a really impressive year. Sprint champions, endurance plus sprint, so the overall, the combined if you like, plus silver in endurance. And race wins are plenty on the way as well. At the front sit Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel and Daniel Murad. Actually, now they stand for the benefit of the cameras. But, the celebrations for Windward Racing. So the fizz flies, Lucas Auer, Daniel Murad and Mauro Engel celebrate their championship. And as our drivers celebrate in time-honoured fashion, it has been quite a season for Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup.
Oh.
So the Mercedes drivers celebrate. And the podium is being busily mopped, which makes me think there might be one. Yes, more bottles have arrived. Now, who else do we need to celebrate the achievements thereof? I think we've had the majority. So up to the podium will come the final few drivers in a moment. We're almost there, I think. Ferrari's having had a very impressive season. Drivers stalking away, the management of the circuit in the pit lane. And good to see it so busy as well. Lots of the marshals have stayed, lots of the fans, lots of the VIPs have come down the pit road also. So as the podium has been sorted, marshals taking photographs and all smiles. And the Saudi flag proudly flies down below. Right then, music comes to an end. The backdrop is there. Let's find out what's next.
All right, announcing silver drivers season champ, silver team season champ, Butsen VDS, Cesar Gazou, Aurien Panis.
So the Butsen VDS team steps forward. Cesar Gazou, Aurelien Panis as the drivers champions. And as the combined season champions from, so you've got endurance and the combined as well. So it was Windward that took silver endurance, but the drivers and combined drivers go the way of Butsen VDS. The Belgian team, just to bear in mind, switching to Mercedes-AMG for the first time this year, and coming out on top, winning races on the track outright as well as class successes, and another team happy to celebrate. So as the podium is attacked by Boots and VDS very rapidly, the circuit staff are ready to sort it all out and get our next champions and hopefully our final champions up there. So the fans on the track, and it's great to see many of them new, of course, to GT racing. Formula 1 has been here with Formula 2 and Carrera Cup Middle East supporting it, but a whole new discipline of racing. What is great, I know that motorsport is not new to Saudi Arabia, but it's mainly a rallying heritage. It's great to see the volunteer officials out in such numbers. Plenty of ladies as well amongst the marshalling crew and the administrative teams operating the event this weekend. And there's plans for a second circuit in Saudi Arabia. So the sport in this area had Dubai and Bahrain, Qatar, and it continues to expand. It's come a long way since Martin Hone took the teams from the UK to Dubai in 1981 for the Dubai Grand Prix. John, you were there for that, were you not?
I was the first person in this sector of the world to drive a Formula 1 Grand Prix car in Dubai, 1981. Dubai was about the size of the palm of my hand. It was tiny, but it was a part of history, and I was a part of the history that was made on that particular weekend. So you can't take that away from me.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was an interesting weekend of demonstrations of a sort of celebrity race in Citroen BXs and a touring car race and a historic sports car race, and it was all being live on television, and how the sports moved on, how Dubai's moved on, and how motorsport in the Middle East has moved on. Right, what have we got? The overall teams champions, and that is WRT. The BMW squad celebrate with the drivers and the teams from the multitudinous classes in which WRT operates, whether it's overall, whether it's bronze or silver, sprint and endurance. And the Fizz kicks off straight away.
You want to go in the middle?
So, great atmosphere that we've enjoyed here at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit all weekend. And the marshals with their flags, happy to let them fly, to add to the colour, whistles blow, add to the noise of a great first weekend of GT racing here in the Kingdom. The cameraman is being escorted as a celebrity down the track to the flag. So the Saudi flag flies, very proud fans. I think we've got one more podium yet. I've rather lost track of which teams, which categories we've been celebrating, but we're almost there, I'm sure. We can't have too many more to go. So let's head back in a moment to the podium. This sounds vague, you're not entirely wrong, but there's more to celebrate.
Let's do this. Bronze team season champ, Rotronic Racing.
Rotronic Racing take the bronze teams championship. And that's the season-long title. So remember, the season championship is when you take the sprint and endurance results together. There's one for the drivers, there's one for the teams, and everyone together for the photographs. And I'm not sure there's anywhere else to go after the bronze. Running out of metals. We've done gold, we've done silver. And the team happily celebrating atop the podium. Drivers and mechanics and engineers and the crew all celebrating in style. Lots of applause, lots of screams and shouts from down below, lots of happy teams, lots of happy drivers here. So the Rutronic Racing team pose for the cameras. And that concludes the championship podiums. And normally at this point, I would say join us again in 2025 and have the last word. Not this time. John Watson.
Nothing to say, David. Been a great adventure, 15 years of broadcasting for SRO. This is my last event. I won't be around in 25. I'm very sad not to be, because I've had a wonderful time. I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's been a wonderful family, and so many people over the weekend have been generous and kind in their thoughts, and they've said, we'll miss you. I'm sure that is the case, but anyway, there'll be new pastures hopefully I can move on to. The trouble is, at my age, there's not many Formula One or sports cars or whatever opportunities. This is why I've loved so much being a part of SRO. They've given me the opportunity to give a view, expression. Sometimes it's been harsh, other times it's been extremely generous, but it's always come from the heart.
John, it's been a delight these last many years to have been alongside you. We've had a great time, and from David Addison, and perhaps more importantly, John Watson, thank you for your company this weekend and all season in Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. Bye-bye.